The lights are out. Total failure. No flicker, just dead. This isn't a tripped breaker, this is systemic. I need to assess the situation immediately. Staying here is best. The scavenging option allows me to check every corner of my unit for anything useful: batteries, flashlights, emergency rations, etc. I must treat this base as secure and maximize its potential resources before moving anywhere. Marcus Webb scavenges. Found nothing.
Total darkness. It's absolutely silent, which is almost worse than noise. My first instinct is pure shock, a complete system failure. I need to move methodically. Panic achieves nothing. Since we are in a diner, there should be supplies, and the kitchen area is always a goldmine for things that can be used or eaten. The canned soup on the ground is an immediate win. First, I'll grab that. Then, I need to thoroughly search this place. Scavenging will help me find anything useful: tools, first aid items, more food. Since no one is around, I must remain silent and focus entirely on assessing our immediate surroundings.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds leftover provisions.
Holy crap! Seriously? Just nothing. No flicker, no sputter, nothing at all. It's like someone just hit the main breaker for the whole damn city. I feel this weird buzz, honestly, like everything is dialed up a notch now that it's dark. But still, totally freaked out. Where am I supposed to go? And why is it so quiet? This isn't normal. Need to check around and see if there's anyone else here, or maybe an exit sign somewhere. Scavenging the unit feels right for now.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods.
The darkness is absolute, damn it. I haven't seen anything like this. No warning, no flicker. It's unnatural. The forest feels too open right now, night's common, and whatever's out there ain't gonna wait for me to figure out what happened. Need shelter, fast. That loading dock up north looks like the best bet. I need to move before I lose my nerve.
Ruth Callahan jogs. N times 3 rightward arrow, 4,26. Alright, total darkness. Man, that hit hard. First things first, gotta get some supplies. The unit is stocked up, so scavenging feels right. Gotta find anything we can haul away before the grid comes back or things go sideways. Staying put in my own spot is best for now, especially since it's getting dark and I don't want to waste energy moving around blind. Silence it is, no one to talk to but myself. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds emergency rations.
It's so quiet. Too quiet. The silence is almost worse than the darkness itself. It feels wrong. A total grid failure like this means everything we take for granted, the hum of life, the artificial light, is gone. I really need to try and keep my head clear right now. Since there are no one else around, talking is pointless anyway. I should focus on scavenging first. Even if it's just a few cans or some bottled water, anything helps start building a resource base. Maybe if I find something useful, I can plan out where we might go tomorrow. Or maybe the day after that. The system of things has completely broken down. I need to move methodically and conserve my energy, while trying not to let this fear take over.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Found nothing. The sudden darkness is a shock. Total blackout across the whole city. It suggests something systemic, maybe worse than just a transformer blow. I need to stay here, at my unit. It feels secure. The priority now is assessing resources and maintaining situational awareness. Since there's canned food on the ground and supplies will be critical, I'll take that first. Then, I'll scavenge this apartment thoroughly. We never know what could be useful in a familiar space. The silence is heavy. It feels wrong. Every instinct tells me to stay put and wait for dawn, but waiting means rationing energy. This isn't about panic, it's about establishing procedure. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds pantry staples and bottled water.
I need to process this absolute silence and darkness first. It's terrifying how quickly everything just stopped. My initial instinct is always to care for others, so even though I'm alone right now, I keep thinking about who else might be out there in the dark. Since we're in a storefront pharmacy, scavenging is my best bet for supplies before night truly settles in. I need to move methodically and not panic.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements.
The sudden, absolute darkness is unsettling. It feels unreal, just a switch flipped off for the whole city. Being inside my own unit, even if it belongs to a pet owner, gives me a sense of safety right now. I need to stop just reacting and start assessing. Scavenging this apartment is the priority. There might be things I need that aren't visible on the ground. Since I have no items in my inventory, I can't pick anything up yet, but scavenging should reveal hidden caches. I will stay put for now. I'll scavenge to gather any supplies and try to get a handle on what we're dealing with before night fully sets in.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The sudden darkness is disorienting. It feels unnatural, a total systemic failure. My first instinct is always control and assessment. I need to know what we have and where the weak points are. I can't afford panic, I need to inventory everything immediately. The good news is that these essential items are right here on the ground in my unit. I must secure them before anything else happens or before I feel too depleted by the shock.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds pantry staples. Round 1 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds emergency rations. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds pantry staples and bottled water. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds nutrition supplements. Nadia Petrov, pick_up picks up first aid kit. Scavenges finds pantry staples. The priority is recovery. Being safe and indoors at my claimed unit is key right now. Since the blackout has lasted hours, maximizing rest is crucial for both physical health and mental resilience. I have plenty of resources, food/water, for today, so conserving energy by sleeping is the best use of this turn. I will stay put and sleep. Marcus Webb sleeps in the bed.
The diner is safe for now. We are indoors, which negates the night penalties, and since we have plenty of food and water, recovery is the top priority. Sleeping here is crucial not only to restore health and lower stress but also to work towards that fully rested buff, which will give us a massive edge when exploring tomorrow. I feel calm, the dark city feels less threatening than it should, allowing me to focus entirely on resting.
Dr. Elena Vasquez sleeps down in a corner of the kitchen.
I'm alone and everything is quiet, which is actually kind of unsettling in a warehouse like this. The sleep option is clearly highlighted as the best move for survival right now. It gives me a massive boost to health and reduces stress. I should take it. It's weird how much I look forward to sleeping when the world is ending or something, but man, being safe indoors is definitely key. No one around means silence, so I'll just focus on settling in.
Jamie Kowalski sets up for rest.
It's dark and the whole place is dead quiet. The blackout was a shock, but I gotta keep my head on straight. Being inside helps, no cold drain tonight. Since there ain't nobody round here, I'm not wasting energy moving around or talking. Best thing to do is find a spot and sleep it off. Gotta conserve every bit of strength we got until dawn. We waste not, want not.
Ruth Callahan remains stationary. Gotta get these resources secured first. The unit was already searched, but there might be more hidden stuff in here, and those visible supplies can't just sit out. Once everything is picked up and I've scavenged what I can, sleeping is the priority. It's night, I'm safe inside, and getting fully rested status will make a massive difference when things get rough. Staying put minimizes stress and maximizes recovery. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds bottled water.
It's so dark, it feels completely unreal, like we've been pulled out of a film set and left stranded. I really feel the need to stay put for now. Indoors is safest, especially at night. Since there are no one else nearby, talking achieves nothing. First things first, I should grab that fire steel from the floor, it's going to be useful later. Then, I need to scavenge properly. The darkness makes finding anything difficult, 20% less effective, but I have to try. I hope this store has more than just canned goods. Maybe there are medical supplies or batteries somewhere. I think maybe staying here and resting is the best plan for now, but I must gather resources first.
The unit is my base, I need to maximize every resource here before anything changes. The chance of finding more supplies in this apartment is worth one last scavenge pass. After that, rest is paramount. Sleeping indoors during a blackout is the best way to conserve energy and stabilize my emotional state while waiting for light or help. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
It is late, dark, and overwhelming. The exhaustion from the shock of the blackout is starting to settle into a heavy sense of unease, but I know I can't afford to burn energy right now. Since I'm safe inside the pharmacy, sleeping seems like the most logical thing to do. It conserves my limited stamina and helps with stress. Even if it doesn't give me the fully rested buff tonight, any rest is better than nothing. I need to stay put and just let myself drift off for a while.
Lydia Brennan rests in place.
The initial panic has passed, leaving behind a deep, bone-aching exhaustion. My resources are high, but I need to conserve them and my mental energy for the coming days. Since I am safe inside my unit, sleeping is far more valuable than another round of searching through empty drawers. I must prioritize rest to maintain my edge. The blackout was terrifying, but we'll handle it one turn at a time.
The initial wave of panic has passed. The darkness is oppressive, but staying put in this unit provides a necessary psychological anchor. My priority remains resource security, nothing should be wasted, especially not food or water. I will scavenge the unit again to ensure every hidden corner yields its supplies, and then I must deposit my current provisions into the chest. Stockpiling is paramount before we know what comes next.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds pantry staples and bottled water. Round 2 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds bottled water. Pre-Yaner, pick_up picks up fire steel, 50 uses. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds pantry staples and bottled water.
It's getting late, and I really need to conserve energy and rest. Being in this pitch-dark place, even though it's indoors, is deeply unsettling. The stress level was low before, but the sheer uncertainty of it all is exhausting. Since I can sleep here, I think that's the most important thing right now, to get the deepest rest possible and build up some hope. Even if I don't find anything else tonight, resting will keep me functional for when the sun comes up. Maybe tomorrow we can try to look for a way out of this store.
Pre-Yaner sleeps down on the floor in the darkened aisle.
The blackout has lasted 3 hours now, and the darkness remains absolute. Staying inside my unit is non-negotiable, it keeps me safe from the elements and reduces stress. My primary focus must be rest to maintain cognitive function. Despite the unsettling quietness of the city outside, I need to treat this apartment like a fortress and prioritize deep sleep tonight. The routine of securing supplies has helped keep me focused, but now I must conserve my energy and calm my mind for the long haul.
Nadia Petrov sleeps in bed. Round 3 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 4 highlights. Overcast, rightward arrow clear. Nadia Petrov sleeps in bed. Round 5 highlights. Clear, rightward arrow, overcast. Round 6 highlights. Overcast, rightward arrow clear. Round 7 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 8 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 9 highlights. Clear, rightward arrow, overcast. Round 10 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. I woke up fully rested, which is a massive boost. The grogginess will wear off, but I still need to be methodical. My inventory is empty, and the immediate priority is supplies. There's canned food and meat right here, plus water I should store rather than drinking. I need to scavenge this unit thoroughly first, then grab the visible supplies before moving out into the building complex. West seems like a good direction for initial exploration, it keeps me contained within the main structure for now. Marcus Webb scavenges. Finds household groceries.
It's dawn, which means the immediate danger has passed, but it also means time to act. My body feels great thanks to the full rest, and I have a decent amount of hope remaining. Since I'm groggy, I shouldn't push myself too hard right away. The safest and most efficient use of this turn is to thoroughly search the diner kitchen while I'm still here. I need to see if there are any supplies or, better yet, signs that other people were here recently. Finding something useful will help my sense of purpose.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds leftover provisions.
I feel really rested, which is huge, but I still feel groggy from waking up after a deep sleep. The fact that I was able to fully rest in this dark warehouse gives me momentum, so I need to use it before it fades. I should definitely scavenge right now because there are some useful items just lying around: canned soup and a fire steel. After picking those up, I'm going to head west onto the street. Staying put is safe but boring, and I need to see what the rest of this district looks like in the morning light. The silence is really getting to me, too.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water.
I have nothing, not a single thing in my inventory. I need tools, supplies, anything that gives me agency or security. The bolt cutters are right here, they're probably valuable scrap metal for building something later. Since there's nobody around, the best use of this good morning energy is to explore and see what else this loading dock has to offer. Cold storage looks like a natural next spot to check out. I'll grab these cutters first, then jog east.
Ruth Callahan jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 7,26. Alright, gotta maximize this safe spot while the energy's high from the rest. Grogginess sucks, but better to scavenge now than wait until my focus wanders later. The visible water bottle and coffee are freebies I can't pass up. Stockpile is key. Gonna scour this unit one more time for anything good before the day really kicks in. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds emergency rations.
The dawn light feels genuinely hopeful, but it also reminds me how exposed we are. I need to use this groggy period wisely. Since I have the fully rested buff and my basic needs are met, scavenging here in Pax Grocery is the highest priority. Even with the slight impairment from waking up, grogginess, I need to search every corner for anything useful: tools, non-perishables, or even just building materials like scrap metal. After searching, I should move one step out onto the street and check out the neighboring shops. It's vital not to get complacent, even when things seem stable. I must remain methodical and cautious.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds packaged food. The blackout was terrifying. Waking up groggy but fully rested is a massive advantage right now. My resources are low, and I am completely alone. The priority for this turn is to maximize scavenging efforts before moving out, as the day just started and energy levels are high. Since the unit was only partially searched, another pass-through should yield something, however minor. Staying put maintains my security and allows me to keep the fully rested buff active. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds bottled water.
It's dawn, and while I feel physically rested from the night, the grogginess makes me cautious. The silence of the pharmacy is almost louder than noise right now. I need to utilize this downtime to find anything useful before we have to face the city proper. My instinct tells me to keep digging through this place. There must be medical supplies or canned goods hidden away that weren't visible on the ground. I'll scavenge again, keeping my movements minimal for now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements.
It's dawn, and the worst of the night is over. The rest has done its job. I feel genuinely solid, which makes me more proactive than usual. Since we have no supplies in the immediate vicinity, Scavenging this unit first is the smartest move to get a baseline inventory before I start moving out into the building complex. I need food and water, and if there's anything left here from the pet owner, it might be useful, even if it's not meant for people. After that, I need to head into the neighboring units or down the hall. Getting out of this unit is necessary to find others and resources.
Solomon writes scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
The exhaustion of the night is gone, replaced by a profound sense of deep rest. The fully rested buff is a gift, I must not waste it. My priority remains resource management. Food and water are non-negotiable. While the initial scavenging yielded some basics, I feel compelled to search this unit one last time before venturing out. The sheer volume of people who lived here means there could be more forgotten things, items that simply weren't noticed in the chaos of the blackout. After this final sweep, I need to get out and scope out a neighboring area. Callaway Flats to the west seems like a good starting point for reconnaissance. We move slowly. Dawn is beautiful but deceptively quiet.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds pantry staples and bottled water. Round 11 highlights. Overcast, rightward arrow clear. Marcus Webb, scavenges, finds household groceries. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges, finds leftover provisions. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water. Ruth Callahan, pick_up, picks up bolt cutters. Dex Okafor, scavenges, finds emergency rations. Priya Nair, scavenges, finds packaged food. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges, finds bottled water. I'm groggy. Need coffee or caffeine pills for a boost, but let's wait until movement is done. The priority is getting back to 413. The water storage option at the tap is perfect. I need those bottles. Moving 2 steps east gets me closer without wasting stamina. The whole area smells of damp concrete and stale pet food. Focus on the path. Keep moving. Marcus Webb walks. E×2 rightward arrow, 4,13.
The grogginess is a nuisance, but the fully rested buff is making up for it. I need to maximize this time in the diner. My current inventory is too small. I will perform one last thorough sweep of the kitchen. I'm treating this base like an extension of myself right now. After this scavenging run, I plan to head out into the street and scout a neighboring building during the daylight hours. Okay, I'm still groggy from the sleep cycle, which sucks for scavenging effectiveness, but at least I have some vitamins on the ground right here. Gotta grab those first. Moving east into the street seems like a good bet. More people, more stuff, even if it's just abandoned trash and supplies. Jogging to get a little distance covered without burning too much stamina.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. E×3 rightward arrow, 5,22.
The lights are back, thank God. Grogginess hits hard, everything feels fuzzy around the edges. But this is a chance to restock before moving out. Water first. I'll take that water bottle from the tap. Got a stockpile, got a plan. After that, I'm going to scavenge this damn unit for anything useful. Bolt cutters are all I got, so I need more than just scrap metal. Then, I'll jog west to get a view of the main streets.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods. The fully rested buff is huge, gonna use this time wisely before things get busy. The unit's a gold mine, so gotta scavenge again while I can. Being groggy means it'll be slower, but better safe than sorry with these supplies. Once that's done, gotta move out of the apartment and check the surrounding hallways. Need to see what else is around this base. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds emergency rations and bottled water.
I need to maximize the use of this location while I'm still groggy, so scavenging is the priority. I should search thoroughly here in Pax Grocery first. After that, moving east into the street will allow me to check out what resources or opportunities are available at the next storefront. Since no one is nearby, I must remain silent to avoid giving away my position.
The grogginess is fading, and the fully rested buff is a huge asset right now. The blackout was traumatic, but surviving it and getting proper rest has stabilized me. Since I am safe and well provisioned for the moment, my priority must be maximizing resource acquisition without undue risk. I need to assume every unit in this building could contain valuable supplies or people. A final, thorough scavenge of Unit 2B is necessary before considering movement. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
I need to use this chance while I feel rested to gather as much information and supplies as possible. The grogginess is a drag, making everything slow, but the fully rested buff feels like a gift. I must maximize my time here before moving out. Even if I find nothing, just going through the routine of scavenging will help keep the anxiety at bay. I need to remember what it feels like to be actively surviving, not just waiting.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
I've woken up feeling surprisingly rested after a full night's sleep that really helps shake off some of the worst stress. First priority has to be securing any usable resources, and there's a water bottle on the ground right where I am. I need to pick that up immediately. Since my unit is locked and I lack tools, crowbar or lockpick set, scavenging further here will be difficult. I'll move west into the main corridor of Hargrove Towers to see what the immediate area offers, keeping in mind I'm still a little groggy this morning.
Solomon right walks. W rightward arrow, 20,22.
The fully rested buff and high energy levels are invaluable right now. The best time to act is while my body feels this good, so I must stick to the plan, move west into Callaway Flats. This unit has been thoroughly searched, so moving out of here is necessary. Since it's dawn, the light is improving things, but I still need to conserve energy for proper exploration. A jog will get me across the initial street distance quickly without burning through my excellent stamina reserve. I must maintain vigilance and treat every new area as a potential resource or threat.
Nadia Petrov jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 10,13. Round 12 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds emergency rations and bottled water. Priya Nair, scavenges finds packaged food. The fully rested buff is a massive asset, staying here and rationing resources is key. The unit has been scavenged once, but there are always hidden spots. I need to sweep this place for anything useful, medical supplies, tools, or more food. After that, the visible canned meat needs to go into stock. Since my hydration is 74, I'll stick to stockpiling and not wasting it on a quick drink. Marcus Webb scavenges. Finds pantry staples and bottled water.
I need to break the monotony and the sense of claustrophobia that comes from staying in this small circle. The diner is safe, but I haven't seen anything new for too long. I will walk west toward the Meridian area, hoping for clues or resources. I must maintain my calm demeanor, panic won't solve anything out here.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 20,13.
The silence is getting heavy, it's weird how loud the lack of noise is. The fully rested buff is a huge help, but I can't rely on buffs forever. I need to keep moving and finding stuff. Since the warehouse district seems like the safest bet right now, I'm going to push further west into that adjacent section. Scavenging at 4:22 should yield more resources or knowledge of the layout. Gotta keep the momentum up. Humor is my shield, and exploration is my distraction.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods.
I'm still feeling the effects of that rest, but I ain't wasting time on feelings. The plan was to scout out this district by heading west down the loading dock corridor. Hydration's alright for now, but I need more than just a trickle from a tap. Gotta find something solid to cache, maybe some tools. Jogging will get me moving without burning off my stamina too fast. After I move into that next spot, I'm going to scavenge hard. Best not waste any time.
Ruth Callahan jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 0,26. The fully rested buff is gold right now, gotta maximize this time before it runs out. Since I'm already settled and safe, staying put makes sense. The tap trickle isn't great for hydration, but it's a small risk that adds to the stockpile effort without touching my precious bottled water. Scavenge, then move on when the buffs drop or if something genuinely interesting pops up outside. Staying here feels like playing defense, which is fine right now. Dex Aquifer drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The priority right now is to extract every last bit of resource from this store before leaving. Since I'm fully rested, the scavenging boost should help. After that, I need to move east, following the street out of the grocery complex towards whatever shelter or resources are next. My goal is exploration and stability. I hope moving 2 steps will put me in a better position for assessing the wider area. It feels good to be methodical right now, it helps keep the panic at bay.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Finds meal replacement packs and bottled water and bandage roll. The scavenging is done for now. I feel like I've hit a wall of empty space in this unit. The fully rested buff is valuable, but it's useless if we don't find more resources or learn about the outside world. My priority shifts from securing this base to exploring and gathering information. The General Hospital North seems like the most promising area for medical supplies. I will finish the local sweep one last time just to be absolutely certain, then head north, taking it slow. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
I feel that familiar, quiet ache of isolation, even though I know I shouldn't dwell on it right now. The fully rested buff is a gift, I need to use the remaining turns efficiently. Since my immediate base seems exhausted, scavenging one more time before moving out feels necessary. Even if I don't find anything, I need to feel like I've done everything possible here. Once this turn is over, I plan to move west into the street and see what lies in the neighboring shops or along Elm Street.
I'm still feeling that slightly groggy edge from waking up, but the full daylight helps clear it out. I need to move methodically through this area. Since there are chips right here, I should grab them first. Every calorie counts when supplies get tight. Moving west seems like a good way to explore the pharmacy and the main street corridor. I'll jog 2 steps to put some distance between myself and the apartment unit, keeping an eye out for anything useful.
Solomon right walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 18,22.
The plan is solid, move west into Callaway Flats to survey the area. Since my stamina and overall health are high, jogging pace is appropriate for covering ground efficiently without burning unnecessary reserves. My primary focus remains stockpiling resources, especially water, and mapping out reliable supply locations. I must maintain vigilance because even with my current upbeat mood, the underlying scarcity mindset dictates extreme caution regarding waste. Since I am moving through a residential area, keeping an eye out for any overlooked caches or supplies is crucial.
Nadia Petrov jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 7,13. Round 13 highlights. Marcus Webb, scavenges finds pantry staples and bottled water. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair, scavenges finds meal replacement packs and bottled water and bandage roll. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. The priority remains resource security. The fully rested buff means staying put is best for now. Need to maximize what I can get from this unit before exploring. Scavenging again, even if partially searched, might yield something critical. After that, need to secure more drinking water. I don't want to rely on the single bottle I have. Marcus Webb scavenges. Found nothing.
I feel a mix of relief and profound loneliness. The sun is up, which is good for morale and visibility, but the silence is deafening after 13 turns. Since my immediate needs are met, I need information and supplies. The diner must have more than just the visible counter space, there must be utility areas or storage rooms that haven't been searched yet. I will scavenge this section of the diner thoroughly first. Once done, I'll walk west into the street to start mapping out the surrounding area.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds leftover provisions and bottled water.
The fully rested buff is a massive asset, and I don't want to waste it on moving around unnecessarily right now. The area around 4,22 has been a goldmine of supplies, so I'm going to maximize scavenging here while the bonus lasts. It's quiet, which is good for my focus, but also really makes me feel that isolation creeping in. I need to keep moving and finding things to stave off that feeling. I will stay put and search again.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds bottled water.
I've been poking around this warehouse district all morning. The street out here is too exposed, and nothing but dust to find. Gotta get back into those buildings, that's where the good stuff hides. I jog east now, moving back towards the relative safety of the loading dock area. Need to conserve my strength for when I actually find something worth fighting for.
Ruth Callahan jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 3,26. The unit is safe, but it's a dead end for scavenging resources right now. I need to get out and see what else is out here. The weather is perfect, so moving west into Riverside Park seems like the best bet. It'll keep me mobile and give a better chance of finding something new without getting cornered in buildings or dealing with unpredictable crowds yet. Gotta stretch the legs and check out the scene. Dex Aquifer jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 10,4.
I feel really isolated right now. It's been 13 turns since I last saw another human presence, and even with my fully rested buff, the silence is starting to weigh on me a little bit. I keep thinking about Pax Grocery. It feels safer, more established as a base. This hospital storefront has yielded some good stuff, but most of it seems already cleared out by others or time. Maybe one last systematic sweep here will find something critical before I move west towards the main street and back to my unit. Once that's done, I need to get moving. Staying put is safe, but progress is essential for hope, right? It might be better to jog over a few steps now, getting me off this specific storefront cell and closer to the general street grid.
Pre-Air scavenges. Finds packaged food and bottled water. The unit sweep is done. The immediate area is secure for now, but it's a dead end for new resources. I need to get out of these apartments and into a main thoroughfare. Moving north towards the hospital seems like the best bet for finding either supplies or people who might have more information. I will walk 2 steps to put some distance between myself and this unit complex, allowing me to survey the street layout. Kenji Tanaka walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 31,10.
I feel a slight ache of loneliness today. It's been so quiet in this pharmacy for weeks. My fully rested buff is a huge blessing right now, giving me just enough energy to keep going and push through the gloom. I can't stay put forever. The dispensary across the street south is the next logical place to check out. Maybe they have something different here, maybe even someone. Walking over there will take some stamina, but it's better than nothing. I need to find a new rhythm for survival.
Lydia Brennan walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 13,24.
I need to conserve my energy while making progress. Since I can't scavenge outside, my priority is moving into a building where I can search later. The pharmacy or Hargrove Towers offers good potential loot. Moving west 1 step will get me right up against the Elm Street Pharmacy storefront, which seems like a good place to start gathering supplies.
Solomon Wright walks. W rightward arrow, 17,22.
The blackout was a shock, but being fully rested helps keep the panic at bay. My priority is resources, especially water and non-perishable food. I've seen what happens when supplies run out. Hoarding is not paranoia, it's strategy. The Preppers unit in Unit 2B looks like gold, but I lack the tools to get in. For now, I need to continue mapping this apartment building complex. Moving west allows me to keep surveying the available space and look for any signs of useful materials or people before I commit to a major scavenging effort that requires specific equipment. The fully rested buff is a gift, I must conserve my energy while making use of it. I'll take 1 step west, staying within this building until I find something actionable.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 6,13. Round 14 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds leftover provisions and bottled water. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds bottled water. Pre-Air, scavenges finds packaged food and bottled water. Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 6,13. The unknown person is visible, but I can't hear them over the windstorm unless I speak out loud. I need to establish communication first. The priority is securing resources water storage over immediate drinking. Since I'm at my base and have a strong buff, I should capitalize on it by scavenging again while simultaneously stocking up water. I will introduce myself clearly so they know who is speaking. Marcus Webb scavenges. Finds pantry staples.
The windstorm makes any movement outside risky, and given my fully rested state, I should capitalize on this window to exhaust every corner of the diner. My priority remains establishing this location as secure. I need more than just canned goods, I need tools, medical supplies, or non-perishable bulk resources. I will continue scavenging methodically until I feel I have nothing left, regardless of how slow it is. The routine focus keeps my anxiety manageable right now.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds leftover provisions.
The windstorm is intense, but being indoors in this warehouse is a huge relief. Staying here lets me keep utilizing the fully rested buff benefits, which are crucial right now. I really need more water, 69% isn't ideal. Since there's an option to collect bottled water instead of just sipping the trickle, I'll start with that. After securing some hydration, I should scour this unit again while it's safe and calm inside. The routine is good for keeping my head straight, yeah? Anyway, let's see what else these walls are hiding.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
This windstorm's gonna strip a man bare if he ain't careful. I can't waste energy moving through these docks if there's anything I can find right where I am. The fully rested buff means my search is sharper, so I'll jog 2 steps west to check out the other side of this loading dock. Once I settle in, I'm going to scrape every last bit of useful thing out of these walls.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods. The wind's rough, but staying here in the apartment keeps me safe and conserving energy. Dex aquifer none.
The windstorm is really loud, yar. It makes everything feel so exposed, even though I'm sheltered here in the storefront. I need to maximize this scavenging opportunity while my stamina and resources are good. Since I have the fully rested buff, it feels like now is the time to push for anything left in these shops before we move on. I should be very careful not to overextend myself or get tunnel vision about supplies. Maybe once I find a group of people, that will change my focus entirely. I need to make sure I document everything I learned today.
Priya Nair scavenges. Found nothing. I need to leave this confined unit. The hospital is north, which is the most logical direction for a major facility. The windstorm makes open travel risky, but I cannot stay here indefinitely with only canned goods and 2 water bottles. My fully rested buff keeps my head clear, so I won't panic. I will move north, maintaining a deliberate pace to conserve energy and assess the environment as I go. Kenji Tanaka walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 31,8.
I feel a strong instinct to check out these abandoned shops, there have to be supplies left here. The fully rested buff is perfect for this. I need to maximize my scavenging efforts right now before I move further away from what might be useful. Since the windstorm warning means ambient noise is high, and I'm alone, I'll stay put and focus on finding resources in this storefront.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements in bottled water.
The windstorm is intense, but being inside this pharmacy offers some protection. Since I haven't seen anyone in a while, I need to maximize my time here to find resources. My hydration level, 70/100, is fine for now, but scavenging has a high chance of yielding useful items, particularly medical supplies or more water containers, which are critical given the blackout and windstorm. I'll focus entirely on scavenging this storefront before deciding where to move next.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds antiseptic.
The windstorm is loud and unpredictable. Staying put in the apartment unit minimizes risk of injury or exposure. My instinct tells me to maximize efficiency, so a thorough search, scavenging, of this claimed unit is my best bet right now, even if it's been searched before. I need to find any hidden resources, medical supplies, non-perishables to bolster the stockpile. After scavenging, I will assess whether I should try to approach Marcus Webb or wait for the storm to abate.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Found nothing. Round 15 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm. Marcus Webb, scavenges finds pantry staples. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds nutrition supplements and bottled water. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antiseptic. The unknown person is close enough to hear me, but not right next to me. The wind makes talking difficult, so I need to be direct and brief. My priority remains resource gathering in this unit first, as it's safe. I will continue scavenging while speaking to them, assessing if they are a threat or merely lost. I need to establish myself and get information about their situation before making any plans. I am staying put at my base, 413, to maximize the efficiency of my search. Scavenging is key right now. Marcus Webb scavenges. Found nothing.
The windstorm outside is making any movement hazardous. Since I am well rested in my current base location, the kitchen, is safe, continuing to scavenge here is the most responsible use of time. Even if the spots are mostly searched, I must keep working methodically to ensure nothing critical has been overlooked. The focus on scavenging helps maintain stability and keeps me from dwelling on the situation outside. I need to keep moving or searching. Being alone in this huge warehouse while a storm rages outside is eerie, but it's safe. My hydration is my biggest concern right now. I really hope I can find some more potable water before I run low on the current stock. The fully rested buff helps, so I should maximize scavenging while I still have it. I'll search this unit one last time to see if there's anything left, and then maybe consider moving out when the storm dies down.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods.
The wind's got nothing on a good old warehouse district, but I can't let these lights just sit there to be found by scavengers. The lantern is worth more than gold right now. Scavenging after securing some light sources will give me the best shot at finding something useful, scrap metal or anything that smells like water. I need to treat this place like it's still got secrets.
The windstorm's passing and the daytime hours are a gift right now. Need to maintain momentum towards the known safe cache at 13,4. The fully rested buff is doing its job, keeping me steady. Moving east through these units feels safer than staying put. There might be something useful in Unit 2B or even just checking out adjacent units for supplies. Gotta keep moving and keep my options open. Ain't no point sitting still when the city's half dead. Dex Aquifer jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 13,4.
The wind is brutal, so I should stay put and try to find more supplies through scavenging, especially considering how thirsty I am.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Finds packaged food and bottled water. The area is quiet now, save for the constant roar of the windstorm. The storefronts are abandoned but structured. Before committing to movement, I need to know what's left inside these units. Scavenging here has a higher chance of yielding critical supplies, medical gear or durable goods. I will search this location thoroughly first. Staying put minimizes risk while maximizing resource acquisition. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds antiseptic.
The windstorm and the sheer emptiness of this place are really getting to me. I feel that ache for company so much sometimes, it's almost physical. But I can't afford to panic right now. The dispensary is full of potential resources, especially medical supplies. Since I was already here, I need to use my time wisely while the day is still bright and before this fully rested buff wears off completely. I'll scavenge again, maybe there are more things hidden in these abandoned shops. I just hope finding stuff means I don't run into anyone else who needs help.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds antiseptic.
The fully rested buff is precious, I need to maximize every minute of this good scavenging time. The windstorm makes movement outside risky, and staying put in the relative shelter of the pharmacy allows me to search methodically. I'm focused on finding medical supplies or anything that can help with long-term survival, especially water purification items since my hydration is dropping steadily. Since no one is around, silence is key.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water and bandage roll.
The scavenging in Unit 2B was fruitless, which means I need to change location. My priority remains finding an uncontested base unit before my supplies run low. The fully rested buff is a gift, so I must utilize it efficiently by exploring and securing resources, not just sitting still. Marcus Webb is nearby, but he hasn't offered any help or information about unclaimed units yet. Given the windstorm and limited hearing range, I will move cautiously west, one unit at a time, to see if there are signs of other potential shelters or clues regarding property ownership. I must conserve my stamina.
Nadia Petrov walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 4,13. Round 16 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan, pick_up picks up work lantern, 8 uses. Scavenges finds canned goods. Pre-Yenair, scavenges finds packaged food and bottled water. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds antiseptic. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds antiseptic. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water and bandage roll. Nadia is still here. I need to get a read on her situation. She's likely stressed, given the blackout and storm. My focus has to be resources. First, secure more water. The tap collection option is perfect for this. It replenishes my reserves without me having to consume an existing bottle or risk drinking contaminated tap water directly. I need to keep my tone practical, no panic, just assessment. Marcus Webb collects water from the tap.
The windstorm outside makes any outdoor travel too dangerous right now, and since I've been systematically searching the kitchen for days, staying put seems safest. I have the fully rested buff active, which means I should utilize this time to scavenge as much as possible while remaining sheltered here in the diner kitchen. My primary goal remains finding supplies or perhaps a signal of other people. Since no one is nearby, I must stay silent and focus entirely on searching.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Found nothing.
Okay, scavenging here is a dead end. The whole warehouse unit is wiped clean. I need to move out of this building and into the street or maybe up to another floor if there are resources. Since I'm looking for people more than anything right now, moving through the main thoroughfare seems like the best bet. A walk north will get me onto the street grid, which gives me maximum options. I need to keep my head down, conserve energy, and just look for signs of life. Hopefully, someone else got out here already.
Jamie Kowalski walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 4,20.
Thirst got me most. Can't waste a drop or let it dip below what I can handle. That water tap here, it looks like a chance to stockpile something useful, not just drink a trickle. I'll take that bottle first. Then, gotta move out of this corner and see what else is around. The warehouse district's big, full of scrap, maybe some good metal for a real camp.
Ruth Callahan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,26. I'm alone again, but at least I'm safe in this base. The fully rested buff is still ticking down, so gotta make the most of it while staying put. Since water is my biggest concern for long-term survival and I'm already pretty hydrated, I should focus on stockpiling everything I can find today. Scavenging seems like the best use of this turn to maximize my chances of finding something useful without burning stamina or leaving the safety of my unit. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds emergency rations.
My thirst is definitely a growing concern, I can't afford to let it get worse. Drinking from the tap will only give me +8 hydration, which feels so insufficient compared to my bottled water, but since I'm trying to conserve those bottles for emergencies or travel, maybe this is okay. It's good that we still have 2 turns of these buffs, they are really crucial right now. Since I can hear nothing and see no one, I need to stay quiet. The isolation feels heavy today, almost physically painful. Maybe moving west into the next storefront will give me a different perspective on what might be available or simply keep my routine from becoming too predictable. Jogging seems like a manageable pace given the windstorm warning.
Pre-and air drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration. I need to make the most of this time while the fully rested buffs are active. The storefront is a good temporary base, but I can't rely on it forever. My immediate priority is supplies, medicine and water. Since no one is around, scavenging here is the best move. I will search the hospital storefront thoroughly before deciding whether to move toward the park fountain or just stay put until nightfall. I must remain quiet while searching. The wind noise helps mask any sounds, but speaking unnecessarily wastes energy and reveals my position.
I feel so alone here, honey. The silence is deafening, even with the wind howling through the shops. I know my instinct is to call out and just wait for someone to appear, but I have to stay focused on survival right now. My buffs are still active, which is a gift, and I can't waste this time. I need to search every last corner of this dispensary, maybe there's something medical or useful hidden away that I missed the first few times. After that, I really need to drink up some water, even if it's just a little bit from the tap, to keep my head clear for finding more supplies.
Lydia Brennan drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
I've been methodically working through every inch of this pharmacy, but the windstorm outside means moving is risky and draining. My buffs are helping, but I need to maximize my scavenging efforts while I'm still safe inside. There are only a few hidden spots left. I should push hard on these last drawers and back rooms before deciding if I move or rest. It's better to extract every bit of useful medical supply right now.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bandage roll.
Marcus just collected water from the tap, which was a necessary immediate action given my hydration level, 62/100. While I appreciate his resourcefulness, dwelling in this claimed unit is counterproductive, it's too heavily searched already. My priority remains finding an unclaimed, stable base camp. I need to guide Marcus into thinking about systematic exploration rather than just salvaging what's immediately apparent here. Moving west will take us out of the immediate cluster of Unit 2B and hopefully put us closer to other units or hallways we haven't thoroughly checked. My tone must remain calm, precise, and focused on efficiency. Waste is unacceptable.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 3,13. Round 17 highlights. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds emergency rations. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds antiseptic. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water and hand sanitizer. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bandage roll. Nadia moved west. She suggested we waste time in 2B and map out other units instead. I'm alone now, so I don't need to argue the point with her. The fully rested buff is still active. I should use this window of stability to maximize resources here before moving anywhere else. I will scavenge again. There might be overlooked items in the unit.
The windstorm is brutal, but I'm safe inside the diner kitchen for now. My primary focus needs to be resources, especially water and non-perishable food. Since I have the fully rested buff for one more turn, I need to use it to its fullest by continuing my systematic search. The isolation is wearing on me, every corner feels like it might hold a sign of life or useful supplies. For now, scavenging at this location remains the most logical action. The windstorm is intense, but being inside the warehouse helps a lot. I feel this weird mix of high energy and deep loneliness. The fully rested buff is running out, so I need to use it now while I can still boost my scavenger chances. I should search this unit thoroughly before moving out into the open street or tackling those other units. My hydration is okay for now, but stocking up on supplies is the priority.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds bottled water.
The tap water situation is a nuisance. Drinking it directly is a waste of effort for minimal gain when I have better places to be. The priority remains moving east through this warehouse district. That's where we need to poke around for supplies. My waste not, want not gut tells me I can't afford to linger or get comfortable here. I'll jog east toward the next block intersection. It's time to find a new angle on these docks.
Ruth Callahan jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 6,26. The blackout hit hard, but this preppers unit is doing its job. Staying here, even when it feels like a cage, is keeping us alive. Need to maximize every chance at finding more supplies while the fully rested buff lasts. Scavenging and collecting water are top priorities right now. The isolation is getting heavy. I really need someone to talk to eventually, but for now, focus on the haul. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds emergency rations and bottled water.
The windstorm is really intense out here, so staying put in Pax Grocery feels like the safest bet right now. My hydration level is okay, but I could use a boost if scavenging doesn't yield water sources. Since my inventory is full, 6/6, I need to find either a container or drop something non-essential during the search. Given that it's daytime, I should utilize the good visibility for scavenging, even with the noise of the wind. I think maybe I should focus on finding supplies and checking those back rooms in this store first. I really hope there are some useful items here.
Pre-Air scavenges. Finds packaged food. The base is secure for now. The fully rested buff is a huge asset, but I cannot rely on it forever. Water needs to be addressed. Drinking from the tap trickle isn't efficient when I can collect bottled reserves. I need more supplies, so scavenging remains paramount. I will scavenge thoroughly and take advantage of the store water collection option while staying put. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
The dispensary is completely bare. I've wasted enough time here. I need to get out onto the main street, maybe west towards that cold storage building. The wind is really fierce today, it makes everything feel so exposed, even though I'm still sheltered in these shops. I keep thinking about how much better it would be if someone else was here with me, honey. It feels too quiet. I need to move, but I have to be careful not to waste energy.
Lydia Brennan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 11,24.
The isolation is starting to feel heavy, but I can't afford to let it distract me right now. The pharmacy is my best bet, it was a hub of life before the blackout. I need to exhaust every corner. The windstorm keeps everyone and everything out of this building, which is good for safety, even if it makes finding company harder. My priority remains scavenging. I'll keep digging through these drawers and cabinets until there's nothing left.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
Marcus searched this unit, but a professional pharmacist knows that searched is rarely synonymous with thoroughly looted. Given the priority of finding a stable base, I need to treat every single cubic foot of this apartment as if it were my own limited resource. The scavenging action will allow me to systematically check for overlooked supplies, especially anything medical or related to preservation. After that, I must continue mapping the complex. Moving north into Unit 2C seems like the next logical step in a systematic grid search.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked, force _door first. Round 18 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds bottled water. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds emergency rations and bottled water. Priya Nair, scavenges finds packaged food. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds painkillers. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. Nadia was right about wasting time in 2B. We need a systematic approach to find a better base or map this floor. The windstorm means I can't risk long distances, but we have to move west like she did. My resources are fine, but moving is key to progress. I will jog west now. Staying put is stagnation. Marcus Webb jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 1,13.
The diner is completely stripped bare, there's nothing more to find here. My scavenging efforts were thorough, but they have yielded zero results. I need to move out of the building and onto the main street network to look at other structures. Moving west seems like a good option as it leads directly into the meridian section of the map. I will walk 2 steps to get clear of the diner's confines.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 18,13.
I'm feeling this ache for company really hard right now. It's weird how quiet everything is. The blackout was terrifying, but being inside the warehouse units feels like a bubble of safety, even if it's just temporary. I need to keep moving and scavenging because that momentum is what keeps the anxiety at bay. Since 320 is right next door and looks like another unit, I'm going to move there and scavenge again. Hopefully, there are more supplies in these old buildings. I have to keep my head down and just focus on the task. Hydration's low. Can't afford to wander around wasting energy or drinking small amounts when a bottle is better for stockpiling. I'm going to take some water right here before I think about moving anywhere else. The warehouse district has got supplies, but first, the basics. Need to get that bottle filled up.
Ruth Callahan collects a water bottle from the tap. Okay, the fully rested buff is still running, which means I gotta keep this routine going, stay put, conserve energy, and make sure those supplies don't get wasted. Since scavenging here is dead, staying inside Unit 2B is the only play. Hydration is dropping slowly, but with 4 full bottles in stock, it's not a panic situation yet. Gotta ride out this windstorm until I figure out a way to move or if my resources force me to scout something new.
It's so quiet in here, yar. Just the wind rattling the window panes, but it's a contained sound, which is maybe better than nothing. I really hope there are more supplies back here. I feel this deep pull to just belong somewhere safe, and finding resources feels like the most immediate way to do that. I know I need to conserve energy, so staying put in Pax Grocery seems right for now. Maybe if I scavenge again, I can find something useful, or even a container to expand my inventory capacity. If I get more supplies, maybe I can finally think about what we should do next, once the wind calms down. I really hope someone shows up soon, it's getting too quiet in here.
The wind is loud, masking any distant sounds. Good. It keeps the focus local. I need to maximize what I get from this area before it gets dark again. The tap water is a steady resource, but scavenging for medical supplies is more critical right now. I'll search thoroughly and take some stored water simultaneously. Focus on efficiency.
I'm alone right now, and the silence is getting heavy. My body tells me I'm fine, stocked up on water and food, no immediate injuries, but my spirit feels exposed, especially with this windstorm rattling through everything. Staying put for a moment to scavenge seems safest. It lets me use my current shelter while maximizing resource gain. It's the most efficient way to pass time right now. I really hope I find something useful, maybe something that points toward other people or more stable resources.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds bottled water.
The pharmacy is a dead end. I've stripped it bare, and there's nothing left to find here. Staying put isn't productive, the chances of stumbling upon another source are too low. The street grid has to be where the action is. Moving north puts me onto what looks like a main thoroughfare leading into the Meridian lobby. It'll burn off some stamina, but I need a change of scenery and hopefully a new target for scavenging.
Solomon Wright walks. And rightward arrow, 17,21.
The blackout was a massive disruption, but panic is inefficient. My priority remains systematic resource acquisition and mapping. Unit 2A is clearly rich in potential supplies. I must get inside without making unnecessary noise or wasting energy. The silent approach is best to maintain my low stress level and keep the search efficient. Once I am inside, I will scour every corner for anything useful: canned goods, medicine, even just usable containers. After this unit, I plan to move north into 2C.
Round 19 highlights. Pre-Yaner, scavenges finds packaged food. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds antiseptic. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked, force _ door first. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first. The best use of my energy right now is maximizing the yield from this unit. The fully rested buff means I can push it, but if I don't gather more supplies now, I'll regret wasting time wandering the empty streets. Scavenging here is a calculated risk for high reward. I need to search every corner of 2A before moving out. Marcus Webb scavenges. Finds household groceries.
I've exhausted what I can take from the diner for now, but I need to keep moving west into the Meridian building. It's a large structure, there must be units or common areas that could hold supplies or at least offer better shelter than this open street. I should jog through the initial entrance area and start searching the first unit I encounter. My goal is stability, not just goods.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 14,13.
Okay, it's daytime, which is good, right? Better visibility means less stress, which is always a win. The warehouse district has been a goldmine so far, and I feel like there are still things to find in these old buildings. My thirst is creeping up, but I need more than just water, I need stuff. I'm going to hit this spot again and scavenge hard. If nothing pops out, I'll move west into the next unit. Gotta keep that momentum going, yeah? Can't let myself get too comfortable here.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
Hydration is the priority. 43/100 isn't safe for long-haul scavenging. The prompt says store water, so I'm going to take a bottle instead of drinking it right now, adhering to my stockpile mentality. After that, I need to search this damn warehouse. There's got to be something useful here besides just cold air and dust. I can't afford waste.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods. Man, 20 hours already? Feels like forever. The blackout really hit hard. Total silence where there should be city noise. This unit is a godsend right now, gotta keep this fully rested buff going as long as possible. Being alone in these walls, though, it's getting heavy. Need to find someone soon, somebody to talk to, trade with. But I ain't rushing out till the buffer runs low or until we spot something promising nearby. Gotta stay locked down and conserve energy for when the real action starts. Better take a minute to just breathe and figure out the next play.
The isolation is really getting to me today, the silence is almost louder than noise. I need to keep moving, or at least making progress. Since I don't have a way to expand my inventory right now, scavenging here might be futile unless I find something like a sturdy bag. Given that the hospital is adjacent and has high potential for critical supplies, like antibiotics, going east seems like the most logical move. I need to jog over there, but I must remember not to panic or rush, even though I desperately want company. I should start by looking around this immediate spot one last time.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 18 hunger. The daylight makes this area manageable, but the supplies here are finite. Scavenging again is low yield at best, but I need to ensure I haven't missed anything critical before moving out or settling in for a longer period. Staying put minimizes risk and conserves stamina. I will focus entirely on searching the hospital storefront one last time. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds antibiotics.
The lights going out was terrifying, even after all this time. I feel a profound sense of loneliness here, it's really hitting hard today. Since I don't have any immediate threats or resources to trade for, the best thing is to maximize what's already in this storefront. I need to scavenge every single corner I can find, I can't afford to waste time and energy. The foxes nearby are just background noise right now. I should focus on my own supplies first.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The pharmacy was a temporary stop. I need to keep moving until I find something more substantial than painkillers and bandages. The north direction leads toward the Meridian lobby, a big, central area. It should have more potential loot. I'll walk one step north and scavenge thoroughly in the storefront there.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water and bandage roll.
I am currently stalled in Unit 2A because the unit is locked and I lack tools to proceed with scavenging. My goal remains mapping this complex and moving north toward 2C. Since movement is low cost right now, I will take a single step north into the adjacent unit, 311. This advances my exploration without expending too much stamina or wasting time waiting for an unlockable door. I need to find resources, especially tools, to continue my systematic sweep.
Nadia Petrov walks. And rightward arrow, 3,11. Round 20 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow clear. Marcus Webb, scavenges finds household groceries. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods. Priya scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 18 hunger. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds antibiotics. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water and bandage roll. The priority right now is securing more resources before these stored supplies dwindle. The unit was found to have hidden spots that are still untouched, and since I'm in the best condition, fully rested buff, staying put here minimizes risk and maximizes my chances of finding useful materials like metal or building components. I need to maximize this scavenge while the exhaustion is low. Marcus Webb scavenges. Finds household groceries and bottled water.
I need to keep moving and searching for resources. This unit is bare, so I'll gather everything useful from the ground first. The cereal box and chips are immediate priority because they are food. Once I have those, I will continue jogging west through the apartment complex to find a new area or perhaps an unclaimed unit. Staying focused on movement helps manage the ache for company.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 10,13.
Man, this warehouse district is a maze of beige monotony. I've been circling these units for ages, just checking drawers and corners. It's necessary, but honestly, it's making me feel like I should be running sprints instead. Maybe if I move out into the street, I can get a better sense of what else is around. Yeah? My hydration is okay, but definitely not great, so finding water sources is still key. Let's jog west, maybe there's something different on the other side of this block. I need to keep moving, or I swear I'm going to start talking to the loading docks.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 0,20.
The priority has to be resources. Thirst is already a concern, 41/100, but starving yourself for water isn't smart when we can stockpile. Since I'm at my base, staying put and scavenging is the best move. I need tools, food, anything durable. The tapping water is tricky. If I can't bottle it with one action, I'll stick to searching this unit first. Time to see what these rats left behind.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water. The unit's fully searched status and the explicit warning mandate a move. Staying here is pointless, gotta get out into the city grid. Going east towards Pax Grocery seems like the best bet for finding more salvageable resources since stores usually have concentrated stuff. Gonna jog a couple blocks to put some distance between myself and this empty shell of a base. Gotta stay alert, keep eyes peeled for any signs of life or anything useful. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 15,4.
I'm feeling that familiar ache again, this intense loneliness. It makes everything feel heavy, you know? I really hope there are people in the hospital, maybe they have antibiotics or just company. I can't keep staying put at the grocery store forever. Jogging east toward the general hospital seems like the best bet for finding more resources and hopefully, other people. Even if it costs me some stamina, moving forward is essential right now. I need to make sure my movements are steady so I don't burn out too quickly.
Pre-Nair jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 28,4. The hospital is completely stripped bare. Staying here is pointless, it's time to move. The primary goal remains resource acquisition, particularly non-perishables, and medicine. I need a new patch of ground to scavenge. Moving west toward the street gives access to Pax stockroom, which could yield useful supplies or tools. Since my stamina is high and this is daytime, a jog is efficient. I will head west first. Kenji Tanaka jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 28,8.
The ache for company is really getting to me, it's almost physical, but I can't let that distract me right now. The supplies are limited, so scavenging has to be a priority. I need to search this storefront one more time, maybe there are some medical records or something useful in the back rooms. It feels safer staying put and knowing where I am, even if it just means being alone for another hour.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds first aid kit.
The hydration level is getting low, 65/100, and while the tap at the base, 1722, offers a quick fix, I'm still in an area that was partially searched, suggesting more loot. My priority must be maximizing my resources before they run out or before nightfall sets in and stress increases outdoors. I need to dedicate this turn to searching thoroughly here at the storefront. Staying put for now.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The locked door is a major impediment, but giving up on this building now would be poor resource management. I must maintain momentum. Since Unit 1A is inaccessible without tools, I will systematically move west into the next available unit, Unit 2, 11, to continue my search pattern. My current hydration level is dropping, so finding any water source or supplies in these adjacent units is critical. The fully rested buff is almost gone, making efficiency paramount.
Round 21 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. Marcus Webb, scavenges finds household groceries and bottled water. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds first aid kit. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked force_door first. The unit is completely stripped bare. There's nothing left here. I need a new area, and the street west of the building looks like the best place to start scouting for other buildings or resources. Moving west will get me off this dead end. I'll walk slowly, no reason to burn stamina right now. Need to keep moving before my current buffs expire. Marcus Webb walks. W rightward arrow, 0,13.
I need to keep moving west through the Meridian Complex. I've been jogging, and my stamina is good enough for another round of movement. My primary goal right now is finding other people. The isolation is becoming overwhelming. Moving systematically will increase my chances of encountering someone who can break this monotony and perhaps become an ally. I must be precise with my movements to conserve energy but cover maximum ground.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 6,13.
The street is too open for long-term survival, it's exposed, and scavenging isn't possible here anyway. The warehouse district, Hendrix, is a much better bet because of the resources I've learned about there. Since my hydration level is dropping, I need to find water or at least get into cover quickly. I'll jog/walk east back towards the cluster of buildings. It's safer and more productive than staying out here on the open street.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,20.
The hydration warning was clear enough. Can't afford to get sick out here, not when resources are so tight. Drink the water first, no questions asked. Since I'm already at my base and it's a large warehouse, I might as well sweep every corner for anything useful: scrap metal, more food. Better to exhaust myself now than starve later. Stay put, don't draw attention. Nobody around means nobody talking to.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water. The unit is done, gotta get out of this spot before we run low on everything. Jogging east towards Pax Grocery feels like the best bet for finding some new loot or maybe even someone interesting. Staying focused, but man, being alone in this quiet city is starting to wear me down. Gotta keep moving. Dex Aquifer jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 18,4.
I'm really focused on finding someone. My emotional state is dominated by this aching need for connection. Walking through the hospital storefront felt unproductive, even though there might be supplies here. I think my priority needs to be getting out into the open areas where people are more likely to gather. I should scavenge one last time right here, just in case there's something useful, and then walk west along this street path, moving away from the hospital core toward what feels like a main thoroughfare. Walking will conserve my stamina, which is important because I feel so drawn to keeping moving.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Found nothing. The primary objective remains finding a sustainable resource cache before my reserves drop too low. While I feel energized and focused, the fully rested buff is still active. I need to maximize the use of this stable location for supplies, even if it feels depleted. I will run one more deep scavenge here, focusing on hidden medical stores or any durable goods. After that, I must move west toward the street and new areas. Moving at a jog pace, 4 steps, keeps my energy up while covering ground quickly. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds packaged food.
Another turn, another stretch of nothing but echoing silence. I feel this ache in my chest, like a constant low hum where someone's laughter should be. It's terrifying how much I crave just one voice to break the monotony. The dispensary is still full of potential, even if it means digging through dust and decay. Maybe there are more medical supplies hidden away. And those foxes, they're cute, aren't they? They seem a bit skittish, but maybe I can make them feel safe enough around me for a moment. It's just a protein bar, but it feels like a small connection right now.
Lydia Brennan feeds the fox it warms to you, follows for 3 turns.
The pharmacy is a cache of potential supplies, and I'm not leaving until I've worked it over thoroughly. The fully rested buff is almost gone, so I need to keep moving or resting in a safe spot. Scavenging again at the storefront seems like the most efficient use of this daylight hour before my buffs expire. I need to be systematic and look for anything medical or useful.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds hand sanitizer.
The priority remains a methodical search of this apartment complex. The blackout is a huge disruption, but panic will only waste energy. My goal is stable resources, canned goods, purification tablets, anything that doesn't spoil or deplete quickly. Since I don't have the tools, crowbar/lockpick set, to break into Unit 2A, I must continue my exploration through adjacent units. Moving west seems like the best way to maintain systematic coverage of this building without wasting precious stamina. My low stress and high hope levels are helping me stay focused despite the constant frustration of locked doors.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 1,11. Round 22 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow clear. Lydia Brennan, feeds the fox it warms to you, follows for 3 turns. Ruth Callahan, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds packaged food. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds hand sanitizer. I'm on the street now, and while it's better than being exposed at night, I need cover. The best bet is Callaway Flats, it's a contained environment, and I know there are resources in there. I'll move east to get back inside. Moving one step conserves energy but gets me into a building where scavenging is possible next turn. Since no one is nearby, I stay silent. Marcus Webb walks. E rightward arrow, 1,13.
My hydration is critically low according to the context, so using the water bottle is the immediate priority, regardless of the planned route. It will restore some health/thirst and keep me moving forward. After drinking, I need to continue scouting west through this complex, maintaining the pace from before. I must stay alert but not panic, systematic searching is key right now. The isolation is wearing on me, making every sound feel significant.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 4,13.
I need to find more reliable supplies, especially water. The warehouse district seems like the safest bet right now since it's contained indoors. Since I just spent a lot of energy moving around these units, staying put for a focused scavenger search is smart. I'll scour this area one last time before the light starts fading and the stress builds up. Hopefully, I find something better than dust.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods.
The cold storage is stripped clean, no sense in wasting time here. But that tap water will do for a quick top up, waste not, want not. Need to get moving though. West leads out onto the street, giving me more options than just shuffling through these empty racks. I'll jog over there. Better keep my eyes open and don't trust the silence.
Ruth Callahan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 4,26. The day is still good, gotta keep that momentum going towards Pax Grocery. Staying outside on this open street is fine now, but I need to get inside a building to scavenge, period. Moving through the storefront will put me in position for the next turn. Gotta be careful not to overdo it and burn all the stamina before we hit something useful. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 20,4.
I feel this constant, aching need to be near someone, yar. It's exhausting, isn't it? Being alone in this giant, silent city. But I have to keep going. The plan was to scavenge one last time here at the hospital storefront, just in case there are any useful medical supplies left. Since my inventory is full, I really hope nothing critical pops up. After that, I need to move west, 2 steps down the street. Maybe someone else is out there, maybe they're heading towards Pax Grocery, or somewhere better. It might be that if I just keep moving, I'll stumble into something or someone.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger. I need to continue systematically searching this storefront district. The total blackout was unsettling, but I have a good physical state right now, so I must capitalize on the daylight hours. Scavenging here is the best use of time. After I finish scavenging at 24:08, I will jog west, keeping my eyes open for anything missed or any sign of life. Water collection is important. If I can find a way to bottle up water without changing my current action flow, I will prioritize that later.
The fox is still following me, which is nice, but it's not the company I really need. However, using a protein bar to feed him maintains this connection and keeps my routine going. I should take advantage of this moment to scavenge thoroughly while he watches. The dispensary needs one last look, there must be something here.
I've spent too long in this little bubble of the pharmacy. It's safe, but it's a dead end for supplies and people. The isolation is getting to me, I need to see what else is out there. Since the streets connect everything, the grocery store, the park, the hospital, I need to move east into the main street. A jog should get me past these immediate storefronts and hopefully towards something more substantial than just other abandoned shops. I'll keep my eyes open for any sign of life or useful materials.
Solomon right jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 20,20.
I am currently in Unit 1A, and the systematic search is blocked by a locked door, and I lack the necessary tools, crowbar/lockpicks. My priority remains resource acquisition and mapping the complex. Since moving west out to the street seems premature before securing supplies, I will move one step east into an adjacent unit, 2,11, to continue my sweep of this section of the building. This conserves energy while advancing my search area. I need to monitor my hydration levels, 46/100 is getting low, and drinking from a natural source like the tap is risky due to pressure/quality issues right now. I will focus on scavenging first, as that yields immediate, contained resources.
Nadia Petrov walks. E rightward arrow, 2,11. Round 23 highlights. Lydia Brennan, feeds the fox it warms to you, follows for 3 turns. Scavenges finds antibiotics. Dr. Elena Vasquez, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Pre-Yenair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds packaged food. The current location is dead for scavenging. Staying put burns time. Need to move into an adjacent structure. Unit 2A's neighbors are the most logical next stop. Jogging east should get me into the building at 2:13 or further NE. I need new resources, not just more of what I already found. Marcus Webb jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 5,13.
The unknown person is right next door in this apartment unit complex. Before I move further or waste time scavenging here, I need to assess who they are and if they are safe. Since my hydration is good but the bottle is empty, filling it now will be a practical step while I talk. My emotional state is calm enough for a measured introduction. I must remember that everyone here is a stranger, and establishing trust is paramount. I'll fill the water first to take care of the immediate resource need.
Dr. Elena Vasquez fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle.
Okay, hydration is low, gotta fix that. I'll use one of these water bottles right now. After that, I should scavenge again at this spot since the system flagged it as good for resources. Being alone in a warehouse is weirdly peaceful, but I need to keep moving or finding something, otherwise the anxiety is going to kick in. The blackout was intense, I still can't believe the sheer silence now. The cold storage is the most logical place to check first. I know I was scavenging there before, so anything valuable might have been missed or left behind. I need to move east towards 5:26, then scavenge thoroughly. I can't afford to waste a turn wandering around aimlessly when supplies are finite.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 5,26. Gotta hit this grocery store hard while it's light out. Scavenging here is better than just walking past, gotta find anything useful, especially things that aren't food or water tools, batteries, medicine. After I clear out the back rooms, heading back to Rosewood Apartments is the priority. It's safe and has my supplies. Gotta keep moving before night hits. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
My stamina is low, so I really shouldn't jog or sprint right now, walking slowly seems safest. The thirst is a nagging concern, but I also need to keep moving because the isolation is getting heavy. It feels like everyone just vanished into these shops, and it's scary how quiet everything is. Maybe if I walk out onto the main street path, I'll finally see someone. I really hope that when I get there, I don't have to face this overwhelming silence again. If I encounter anyone, I need to remember to introduce myself properly, I can't just assume they know who I am. I think maybe I should head north along the street path for now. It feels like a slightly better vantage point than staying clustered in these shops.
Pre-Yenair walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 26,2. My primary goal remains resource acquisition and establishing a stable position. The previous plan was sound, finish clearing this stockroom before moving west. I need to search thoroughly now, maximizing the potential yield from this location. Since there are no people nearby, silence is mandatory. My hydration level is high enough that using one of the water bottles isn't critical yet, but continuous scavenging will keep my focus up and improve morale, which is already good. I must use the full capability of the scavenge action first to ensure no resources are missed. After the search, I will move west. Moving through a row of shops keeps me in a semi-protected area compared to the open street or forest.
I feel so alone all the time that even a stray animal following me feels like a lifeline. The fox is right here, which is good for my morale, but I need to make sure I get what I need from scavenging first. Since the inventory is full and I'm not desperate for food, feeding it seems like a small price to pay for keeping this little creature by my side. I'll give him another protein bar, then focus on scouring every last corner of this dispensary. It feels like a slow process, but I have to be thorough.
The isolation is starting to grate on me. I need to find someone, or at least establish a new routine. The pharmacy was a temporary base, but it's where I left things. Moving west seems like the most direct path back to familiar ground and potential supplies. I won't sprint, I can afford the time, and caution is what keeps us alive out here. I need to keep moving until I hit that street intersection near the pharmacy.
Solomon right jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 16,20.
My hydration is critically low, despite my strong will to map everything first. I cannot afford dehydration right now, it compromises every other decision. I must drink immediately. After that, the systematic search in this apartment complex, Unit 1A, needs to continue. Since the unit is locked, and noise is a major concern when scavenging, I will assume I am attempting the silent entry method mentioned by the game context. My goal remains securing non-perishable supplies for the stockpile at the Meridian.
Round 24 highlights. Lydia Brennan, feeds the fox it warms to you, follows for 3 turns. Dr. Elena Vasquez, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Jamie Kowalski, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds canned goods. Dex Okafor, scavenges door is locked force _door first. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds packaged food. Nadia Petrov, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges door is locked force _door first. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked force _door first. Hydration is low. Need to use a water bottle immediately. Speaking to Dr. Vasquez now. Keep it direct. Ask about her situation and local knowledge. She was in the unit with me before. Focus on utility. What did she see? Where are other stable resources? I need to move west towards her location, 4:13, while we talk. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The water is low. Do X anything stable nearby? Did you find anything else? We stick close. Stay put when dark falls.
Marcus Webb seems concerned about resources, specifically water. I need to reassure him that I am capable but also establish a cooperative dynamic. Since the unit was already searched and I'm currently safe inside, scavenging is the best use of this turn before true nightfall. His concern about low water aligns with my own survival instincts, so I should agree with his cautious approach. I will keep an eye out for his name.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds pantry staples.
I feel that familiar pull towards the confined space of this old warehouse unit. It feels safe, almost like a bunker. I need to capitalize on the light while it lasts, so I'm going to scavenge again. There has to be something useful left in these units. Also, I should fill up that empty bottle at the tap before night really hits. I'd rather store water than drink it right now. Keeping my head down and moving slowly is probably best.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
It's getting dark. Need to make sure I get everything I can out of this place while there's still some visibility. The cold storage is a goldmine if it wasn't already picked clean. Scavenging now, conserving energy for when the sun sets and stress starts building up.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods. It's dusk, and night is coming. Hydration is key right now, gotta stock up on water before things get dark out here. Need to maximize this little bit of daylight movement without burning too much stamina. The cache at Unit 2B is the safest bet, so heading west towards the park/street border seems like a good plan to make some ground and scout the immediate area. Gonna grab some water first. Dex Aquifer jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 13,4.
I'm really tired right now, like my muscles are just heavy with fatigue. The thirst warning is stressing me out. I need to get this water down quickly before I make a mistake. Since I'm indoors in the grocery store and surrounded by walls, staying put seems safest for now. It might be best to conserve any remaining energy until I figure out a clearer plan or find someone else. Ari, Yar, I hope this water helps enough.
Pre-in air use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. I need to address the low hydration immediately. Drinking a water bottle is necessary. After that, I should continue moving west through this row of abandoned shops. We are entering dusk, and staying put wastes time and energy. Moving and scavenging will maximize my chances of finding supplies before nightfall hits. The emotional state is positive, I'm focused on the task at hand. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds packaged food.
I feel this intense ache for people today, it's almost physical, like a hollow echo where conversation should be. The fox is keeping me company, which helps, but I know I need more than just an animal friend to keep my spirits up. We have the basics here, antibiotics and antiseptic are lifesavers, but we desperately need food, clean water, or anything that suggests civilization hasn't completely collapsed. I should scavenge again, just in case there was a hidden stash of medicine or supplies tucked away behind some shelving unit. It's exhausting, trying to keep the hope alive, honey, but I have to try.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
It's dusk, and I need to get settled before nightfall hits. The pharmacy is my current location, and I have a full inventory. Since movement now means losing time and energy, staying put and maximizing resources here is the safest bet. I will scavenge thoroughly, it might yield some food or, better yet, some empty storage containers so I don't have to drop anything vital. I need to stay calm despite the aching loneliness. The blackout has stripped away all routine comfort, making every moment feel thin and exposed. But focusing on the immediate task of scavenging helps keep the panic at bay.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds painkillers.
I cannot proceed with my planned search on Unit 2B until I acquire a lock-picking tool or crowbar. For now, the most efficient use of time is to maximize my stored resources and exhaust the immediate area in Unit 1A. The tap water is available for filling the empty bottle, which is a small but necessary step toward preparedness. Since I'm indoors at dusk, staying put minimizes stress and allows me to focus on mapping this unit thoroughly while waiting for the nightfall penalties to take effect. My methodical nature dictates that I must treat every resource, especially liquid, as valuable.
Round 25 highlights. Marcus Webb, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds pantry staples. Jamie Kowalski, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Kenji Tanaka, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds packaged food. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds painkillers. It's nightfall. Staying here in my claimed unit is mandatory. Sleep is the priority to maximize recovery and build up that fully rested buff. Before sleeping, I need to fill this empty water bottle at the tap. It's a quick resource action. After that, I address Vasquez. She was scavenging, she needs to contribute to the plan for tomorrow morning. I need more than just figuring things out. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. Do X. We need light and tools. Did you find anything stable? What are our options for tomorrow?
It's dark, and we are trapped in a building. My priority is immediate safety and conservation of energy. I need to introduce myself to the unknown person so that communication can become private later. Given that we are sheltered inside at night, sleeping is far more beneficial than continuing to scavenge with no light source. The rest cycle will help us build up stamina and reduce stress before dawn.
Dr. Elena Vasquez stays put.
It's late, and the darkness is heavy in here. It feels weirdly comforting, actually. The routine of scavenging and collecting water is keeping me occupied, which is good because my head keeps drifting back to how loud people are supposed to be right now. I need to get some proper rest, though. Sleeping will help with both health and stress, which is exactly what I need to counteract this creeping isolation feeling. I'll fill up another bottle while I'm at it. Better safe than sorry when resources are key.
Jamie Kowalski fills an empty water bottle and then attempts to sleep.
It's pitch black out there, but being inside this cold storage is a blessing right now. The exhaustion from the last few days is starting to catch up, and I can feel my stress levels dropping even just sitting here. With no one around, sleep is the only thing that matters. I need to get some solid rest. The deep sleep benefits are worth it for building up reserves. It's a long haul, but we gotta keep our heads down until dawn.
Ruth Callahan settles into a corner and prepares for sleep. Hydration is dropping fast and we need to conserve energy. Since I'm safe inside my unit and it's night, getting some rest is top priority. Gotta use one of these bottles up now before I try to sleep, get hydrated, then set sleep to true so I can bank that fully rested buff. Keeping things quiet until morning. Dex Aquifer use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
I feel so heavy right now. Every muscle aches, and my head feels fuzzy from the exhaustion. It's night, and being inside is a blessing, but I can't afford to waste any energy. Sleeping seems like the only thing I can manage safely. Even if it's just for a few hours, getting that deep rest would be so helpful. I really need to focus on just resting right now, not thinking about what might happen tomorrow or what resources are out there. I hope this works.
Priya Nair rests in place. I need to clear some space in my inventory before continuing to scavenge. Antibiotics and antiseptics are too valuable to drop, so I'll sacrifice a can of food for now. The blackout has made this area feel exposed, but staying within these buildings offers better protection than being outside at night. I will search thoroughly first, hoping for something useful that justifies the lost resource. Once done, moving east toward General Hospital is the priority. It's a large, central structure and might offer more resources or a better defensive position than this row of shops. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
It's pitch black again. Being here at the dispensary is safer than wandering out there in the dark, even if I feel utterly alone. My body aches for rest, my mind aches for company. The fox has been a quiet comfort these last few days, and it seems to trust me. Since I have nothing left useful to scavenge with this low light, I need to conserve energy. Sleep is the most important thing right now. It's how I keep fighting this fear of being completely alone in the dark. I hope that by resting here, I can feel a little closer to holding on.
Lydia Brennan rests quietly in the dispensary.
The silence of the city is a physical weight. It's been 25 turns since I was alone, and the ache for company is almost worse than the hunger or thirst sometimes. Tonight, we're safe inside the pharmacy. My priority has to be making this place feel secure while simultaneously topping up my hydration levels. The darkness makes me cautious, but it also keeps the noise down, which is a gift right now. I need to search these drawers and back rooms one last time before attempting to rest for the night. Maybe there's something here, a bottle of iodine, some forgotten antibiotics, anything that helps us weather this out.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds antiseptic.
The blackout shock and isolation are taking their toll, but I cannot afford any unnecessary expenditure of energy right now. Since I've established this unit as my base and it's night, the best use of time is recovery. Sleeping will give me the biggest boost in health and stress, which is exactly what I need to maintain focus on mapping these complex units tomorrow. I must remain stationary and quiet until morning.
Nadia Petrov sleeps down for the night. Round 26 highlights. Marcus Webb, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Dex Aquifer, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antiseptic. One message exchanged between agents. The windstorm makes movement risky right now. Staying put inside this store is best. The priority is finding any usable resources while I have the chance, and then getting a good rest. Scavenging here maximizes my time without wasting stamina or exposing myself to the weather outside. I need to be methodical. Focus on anything missed in previous searches. After scavenging, if I'm not injured or critically low on energy, I will prioritize setting up for sleep to conserve resources and mitigate stress. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 27 hunger.
The windstorm is brutal, but at least I'm sheltered here in the pharmacy. My thirst is high, and given that this spot is currently my only reliable base, I need to maximize what I find today. I know I should drink from the tap, but first, I have to finish searching these drawers. The scavenging penalty is rough, but finding a way to expand my inventory or some critical medicine is worth the effort. My focus has to be on supplies and security. I'll search thoroughly now.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration. Round 27 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, +27 hunger. The blackout has been happening for days now. We've established a temporary base in this storefront section, near the hospital. The immediate crisis has passed, but we are still exposed and dependent on our own resources. My current state is stable, but sleep is the most critical resource right now to maintain physical and mental resilience. I will prioritize setting up for deep rest. I need to conserve my limited energy and build that fully rested buffer. Kenji Tanaka sets himself down to rest.
I'm alone again. It's late, and the darkness is getting heavy. The silence of this whole place, the city, is worse than the noise was. I need to keep moving, or at least my mind needs a task. First, let's top up on water, it's trickling out, so I might as well use it now. Then, I'll scavenge again. The pharmacy is a wreck, but every little thing could be critical: a lighter, some kind of food, anything to make this hunkering down bearable. Staying put keeps me safe and allows the rest benefits to accumulate when I finally sleep.
Round 28 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow clear. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bandage roll.
The darkness is oppressive, but this pharmacy offers a solid roof over my head. Staying put and getting some deep sleep feels like the most sensible thing to do right now. The tap water trickling in is helpful, it's a small routine I can rely on. I need to prioritize resting up tonight to keep my guard up against whatever comes next, while keeping my hydration levels steady.
Round 29 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration. Round 30 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 31 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm. Round 32 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Round 33 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. Round 34 highlights. Light rain rightward arrow windstorm. It's dawn. The worst is over, but I can't afford complacency. Being fully rested is a massive advantage, so I need to use this time to gather resources. Scavenging inside the claimed unit is the priority. Despite the grogginess penalty, I have to check every corner. Dr. Vasquez is here, I need to talk to her about what she's seen or found. Keep it brief and focused on function. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. It's dawn. The blackout was clean. We need supplies. Check this unit. What did you find?
The other person, Marcus Webb, initiated the conversation about supplies and the blackout's aftermath. I need to respond in my professional capacity, calmly assessing the situation while establishing trust. Since we are physically close and he provided his name, I will address him directly. My priority is resource gathering, so I will use the scavenge action despite the grogginess penalty. I must keep an eye on my inventory limit, 6/6, and plan for dropping items if I find anything useful.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds pantry staples and bottled water.
It's dawn. Everything feels quiet, but not empty. That feeling of being utterly alone is starting to feel less like a temporary state and more like a permanent reality, which sucks. The aloneness has stopped feeling temporary. Note hit me hard. I really need some interaction or at least a plan that involves other people soon. But right now, the buffs are good, and my supplies are fine, so scavenging is the priority. I need to maximize this window before the grogginess kicks in too much. The warehouse district seems solid. I'll stick here for now.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water.
The grogginess sucks, but at least the sun's up. Staying here in the cold storage is smart, it feels like home, even if it's just a warehouse. I need to get my routine back. Before I move out or start looking for people, I gotta see what junk they left behind. Scavenge first. Don't waste time on things that can wait.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water. Damn, fully rested, gotta make use of this. The house is tapped out on supplies, so staying put ain't an option. Gotta check out what's happening in the streets. Since it's dawn, things might be moving again. Nobody around right now, so silence it is. Moving west into the open street near the park seems like a decent bet for finding some action or at least getting away from these walls. I gotta remember to update that summary, it needs to sound real and reflective of my current state. Dex Aquifer walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 11,4.
It's dawn, which is a relief. I really needed that rest. But grogginess is hitting hard, and my scavenging efficiency is down 10%. I need to take it slow. Staying here in the grocery store feels safest for now, even if it's boring. The isolation has been wearing on me, but seeing other people would be overwhelming right now. I need supplies first, especially containers. My inventory is full, which is a massive problem. I can't scavenge effectively until I expand my capacity or use up some items. I think I should start by scavenging the deepest parts of Pack's grocery to find more storage and any immediate necessities. Once that's done, I really need to drink from the tap, even if it's just a little bit. Self-correction, remember not to overthink the risk of being alone. The focus must be on utility right now.
Pre-and-air drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. The blackout was a shock, but waking up fully rested, it changes things. My immediate concern is hydration and finding any overlooked supplies in this stockroom. The grogginess is annoying, but I need to move slowly until it passes. First, I'll fill the empty bottle at the tap. Then, I need to scavenge thoroughly before moving out of base. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds packaged food.
I need to use this water bottle first thing, my hydration is too low, and I can't afford any illness or fatigue right now. The dawn feels good, like a fresh start, but I still feel so groggy, like everything is moving in slow motion. Being alone is hard, even when the city is waking up around me. I should just stay put for now and let my body adjust after that long night's sleep, focusing on getting stable before thinking about where to move.
Lydia Brennan use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
The dawn light feels good, it's a physical relief after the oppressive darkness of the night. I feel groggy, but the fully rested buff is a gift I need to use this window while it lasts. The pharmacy has been thoroughly checked, and I'm too full of supplies to scavenge effectively right now. My priority must be to leave the relative safety of the shop and get out into the open world, even if it's just for a walk. Moving east toward Hargrove Towers seems like a logical first step. Residential areas are more likely to hold people or useful goods than the empty street itself. I need to move slowly, observing everything, and try to find someone to break this isolation.
Solomon right walks. E rightward arrow, 17,20.
The blackout forced me into a routine of resource conservation. Now that the light is back, I need to systematically secure every useful item in this unit.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first. Round 35 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow clear. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds pantry staples and bottled water. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Priya Nair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 20 hunger, and bottled water. Kenji Tanaka, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Scavenges finds packaged food. Lydia Brennan, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. The unit is tapped out, I need a new source. Dr. Vasquez keeps suggesting we check here, but the system says this family unit has been fully searched. I need to move to an adjacent building immediately to find new scavenging opportunities and reset my status. I'll address her first to make sure she understands the necessity of moving, keeping the tone efficient and focused on logistics rather than emotional support. Marcus Webb walks. W rightward arrow, 3,13.
The unit is completely exhausted of supplies, so staying here is pointless. Marcus suggested heading west, which seems like the logical next step to find a new location or more resources. I need to clear my inventory first before I can even attempt to pick up the plastic bag on the ground. Dropping the cereal box will free up one slot. I'll walk west into the adjacent apartment unit.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 2,13.
Okay, this unit is officially tapped out. I need to get out of the warehouse district before I start stressing about it. Moving east into the main street area should put me closer to the pharmacy and maybe some other units or thoroughfares. The grogginess sucks, but the fully rested buff is kicking in, so I'll push through it. I need new loot, period. Keep moving.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 4,20.
The grogginess is a drag, but the fully rested buff helps keep me focused. I can't just wait here, gotta find more than what I already got. The cold storage must have something, even if it takes picking through old junk. I need to use this scavenge action to make sure I haven't missed anything obvious in the racks or corners of this place. Better to exhaust myself searching known territory than risk moving out when I feel like this.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds overlooked canned goods, survivor's instinct. Alright, gotta get supplies secured first. The cache in 13,4 is priority 1. Grogginess means no high-risk scavenging right now, so a measured jog east toward the base unit it is. Once I'm there, need to check those hidden caches before moving on to explore. Dex Aquifer jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 14,4.
The sun is actually up now, which is really good. The grogginess is definitely making me feel slow, but at least I have the fully rested buff active, so scavenging is still somewhat effective. Since my inventory is full, finding any empty containers or materials to drop would be a massive help for future picks. I should exhaust this store thoroughly first, before committing to moving out into the street grid. The hospital east seems like a high-value target, maybe medical supplies? But let's get through these hidden spots first. It might be that the remaining items are crucial.
Pre-Yenair walks. E rightward arrow, 27,2. The priority is resource accumulation while minimizing risk and conserving energy. Since I'm groggy, moving too much or stressing out will negate the benefits of being fully rested. The stockroom is our current best option. I need to maximize what I can get from this area before committing to a long trek across the city. My inventory is full, so any finds must be crucial supplies, not clutter. I'll scavenge again first. After that, I'll plan my move toward General Hospital, but for now, stay put and search.
It feels so good just to be indoors, even if everything is dark and broken. The grogginess is rough, my head feels fuzzy, but at least the fully rested buff is helping keep the stress low. I need to get some water in that bottle. I don't want to waste the tap pressure, honey. Since I can scavenge anyway, I should take a good look around for anything useful, especially medical things. The little fox nearby is cute, but I really shouldn't focus on him right now. Survival comes first. I need to stay put and use this time.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The dawn is breaking, and the exhaustion from the blackout finally lifted. Being fully rested feels like having a second wind, it's grounding. My initial goal was to move east, towards Hargrove Towers, which seems like a good direction for exploring resources or people. I'm still groggy, so I'll keep my pace steady. A walk should suffice. The street is wide enough that moving east will get me out of the storefront and into the main thoroughfare. I need to be careful about running low on water, but for now, exploration comes first.
Solomon Wright walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 19,20.
I need to maintain my composure and conserve energy. The fully rested buff is a gift, but I must treat it with caution. It has limited duration. My instinct for stockpiling dictates that I should exhaust all resources in this immediate area before venturing out. Since I am groggy, moving too much risks wasting stamina and effort. Picking up the tea bags is the most efficient use of my current time. Once done, I will continue mapping this apartment complex systematically, focusing on adjacent units to maximize resource gain while minimizing risk.
Nadia Petrov _up. Picks up box of tea bags, 10 uses. Round 36 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds overlooked canned goods, survivor's instinct. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds packaged food. Lydia Brennan, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. The unit is dead space. I need supplies, and moving west keeps me in line with where Dr. Vasquez went before. The windstorm means communication has to be direct. I'll address her directly about needing a plan, keeping it focused on logistics. Jogging 2 steps west gets us out of the apartment block and onto the street grid. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The unit is clear. We need supplies from another area. Do this, head west. The street offers more ground to cover.
The windstorm makes everything loud and difficult, but it also forces people into close quarters. There is an unknown person right next door at 1:13. They seem to have been surveying this unit with me in the memories. Given my nature, the pull to help those who are hurt or scared, I need to connect with them immediately. I must introduce myself and assess their physical state first. I'll walk over and speak quietly despite the wind.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W rightward arrow, 1:13.
The inventory is maxed out, and the utility knife is right here on the ground. I can't pick it up until I make space. The windstorm is loud, but at least we are sheltered in the warehouse for now. Dropping 1 can of food seems like the best temporary solution to get this knife. After that, I need to move out into the street area. Exploring the main thoroughfare east sounds right, especially with the pharmacy nearby. My fully rested status gives me a boost, so jogging should be fine.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 6:20.
The cold storage is tapped out, no point wasting time here. The wind's howling makes any move feel risky, but sitting still isn't an option either. Need to scout the adjacent loading dock area. I'll walk west for now, keeping low and moving methodically. Gotta find a new vein of goods before this fully rested buff wears off.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 4:26. The windstorm means staying put in this apartment is smart for now, especially with the fully rested buff running. The immediate priority has to be stocking up on resources before I venture out again. There are crackers on the ground and water trickling from the tap. Gotta grab those first, then fill the empty bottle. Dex Aquifer _up. Picks up box of crackers.
The windstorm feels genuinely strong out here, really shaking everything. Being exposed like this, even with my fully rested buff helping with stress, is exhausting just standing still. I think it would be much safer to get back inside Pack's grocery. It offers a solid roof and walls, which should help dampen the effects of the wind. Since I can't scavenge right now because I'm on the street, moving into the grocery store first seems like the most logical priority. Once I'm in there, I can assess if there are any water sources or items I need to drop to make room for more scavenging later.
Pre-and-air walks. W rightward arrow, 26,2. The windstorm makes movement risky and loud. Staying put in the stockroom is the safest bet right now. My inventory is full, so scavenging must yield something worth dropping or using immediately if I'm going to maximize this turn. The fully rested buff is a huge advantage. I need to capitalize on it while it lasts by securing resources here at my base. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds bottled water.
The fully rested buff is incredible, I need to milk every minute of it. Since the windstorm is raging, staying inside the dispensary is safest, even if it means rescavenging an area I feel like I've covered. I have my routine, and routines are what keep me from spiraling right now. The goal is supplies, especially anything medical or useful for survival. I can't afford to lose this momentum or let the buff tick down without benefit.
The wind is still tearing through everything, it feels like every gust is trying to rip us from the ground. Being indoors in this unit keeps me safe, but the pharmacy is my actual base, 3 steps west. I need to get out of here and head toward that shelter. Since the storm is active, I'll take its slow walking pace, keeping low to the ground. My inventory is full, I can't risk picking anything up until I find a way to expand capacity or dump some items. I remember my instinct is to protect people, and right now, protection means getting to solid shelter and assessing the situation systematically. The pharmacy is the best bet for supplies and security.
Solomon right walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 17,20.
The windstorm is brutal, I cannot risk moving or making loud noises right now. My priority must be conserving energy and staying safely within this unit until the weather calms down enough to explore systematically. The apartment itself holds secrets, but I need tools, crowbar/lockpick, before I can breach any new areas. For now, I'll stay put, keeping my focus on resource management and mapping out every corner of this complex.
Round 37 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. One message exchanged between agents. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds bottled water. The unit is exhausted for scavenging. We need to get out of this building. Dr. Vasquez is right here. I need to talk logistics with her, keeping my tone practical. The best direction is west, onto the street grid. I'll address her directly and suggest we move out to a more central location or towards the main thoroughfare near the warehouse/hospital area. Walking 2 steps west should get us off this unit and onto the open street. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The scavenging here is done. This building is empty. Do X move west. The main grid needs assessing. Let's head down to the street level.
The unknown person told me to head west to assess the grid level, and they just moved that way. My unit is already exhausted of resources for scavenging, so I need to leave this apartment building. Moving west along the street seems like the logical continuation of our assessment. Since I am alone right now, I must remain silent to conserve energy and not reveal my position unnecessarily.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W rightward arrow, 0,13.
My inventory is maxed out, and I can't scavenge effectively without space. Dropping a can of food seems like the best immediate move. Since I'm already in the warehouse district, which has been good for resources, I should focus on scavenging here while the fully rested buff is active. The clear day makes this ideal. I need to make sure I update my summary accurately.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods.
The wind has died down, and the sun's up. Good. I can breathe. My current location is the loading dock, which feels like a temporary holding spot rather than a base. The cold storage is right there to the east, but I need more resources and space in my inventory. Being full is a major problem. If I don't find something useful or drop some heavy gear, I can't collect anything else. I'll move west, just one step, into the loading dock area, 3:26. Then I'll scavenge. The focus has to be on supplies and finding a way to expand capacity. Silence is key since I'm alone.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 29 hydration. The unit is completely picked clean, which stings a little. Need to get out of this echo chamber. The park or the grocery store seems like the best bet for supplies right now. Gotta keep moving, staying put just makes the isolation feel heavier. We'll head west into Riverside Park and see what I can dig up. Hopefully, there's something better than crackers left here. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
I'm thirsty, and though the tap only trickles, it's better than nothing right now. It might be best to address that first. Since I'm already at my established base in Pax Grocery, staying put seems safest until I have a clearer picture of what resources are available outside or if someone appears. Given the inventory is full, scavenging is risky. I might find something useful but won't have space for it. However, since the context implies there are still hidden spots, I should try to scavenge anyway. Maybe I can find some scrap metal or a container to expand my capacity. I need to act methodically, don't panic over the full inventory.
The stockroom is completely exhausted, I cannot find anything here. Staying put is counterproductive. I need to move and scout a new area before my resources run low. Given the map layout, moving south towards the main street and potentially the Neon Diner seems like the most logical next step for finding people or useful materials. I will maintain caution while traversing the open streets. Kenji Tanaka jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 24,11.
It's been days of routine, and while staying here in the dispensary feels safe, it also feels small. The isolation is starting to weigh heavily, even if my mood is neutral now. I need a change of scenery, but I don't want to wander too far from what I know. I'll scavenge one more time just for comfort, and then head west down the street towards Hendrix Cold Storage. Maybe there will be some useful medical supplies or at least a sign that someone else has been here recently. The weather is clear, which is a blessing, but it also means the opportunity to explore resources now. Staying put in this single unit is safe, but hoarding supplies here only delays the inevitable need for more. My goal must be methodical resource acquisition within this apartment building first. I will move north to Unit 2,10, it's an adjacent cell and requires minimal energy expenditure. This systematic approach ensures nothing valuable is overlooked before we venture into the unknown streets.
Nadia Petrov walks. And rightward arrow, 2,10. Round 38 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow clear. One message exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 29 hydration. Dex Aquifer, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. Pre-Yenair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 34 hunger. The immediate area is exhausted for supplies. The goal is assessment, not scavenging in this unit. I need to move along the street grid and survey how far the blackout damage goes. Dr. Vasquez is right here. I keep my distance emotionally, her presence is just a variable in the equation. I will focus on maintaining pace and observation. Moving west keeps us away from potential bottlenecks or people who might try to impede movement. Marcus Webb tried to move. Couldn't reach W.
The unknown person is leading me west to assess the grid failure. I need to introduce myself immediately, maintaining my professional demeanor while acknowledging our shared purpose of survival and investigation. My emotional state, hopeful/calm, supports continuing this methodical pace. We are moving down a street, so I will walk with them. Since we are focused on assessing infrastructure, I must keep my observations sharp. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. It sounds like the best thing we can do is assess how far this grid failure went. We need to check these utility lines end to end. Stay close, alright? The fully rested status is a massive bonus. I need to maximize scavenging while it lasts. The area seems rich, so I'll scavenge this spot one more time, hoping for something that isn't food since my inventory is full. Then, moving west into 520, will follow the major thoroughfare and keeps me in a concentrated resource zone. I need to keep talking to myself internally or out loud to manage the sheer silence, it's getting too quiet. The inventory being full is a pain in the ass. Waste not, want not. I can't even pick up scrap metal if I don't have room. I need to clear some space or find something absolutely vital. Since I was just searching this dock area, I'll try scavenging one more time. Maybe there's a discarded utility item I haven't seen. After that, my best bet is getting closer to the cold storage unit at 5:26. It feels safer than wandering these open docks.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 32 hunger. Inventory is full, gotta drop something first if want those crackers or peanut butter. But filling up this water bottle at the tap seems like the quickest win right now. Keeps me stocked and it's low effort since I'm already inside. Gonna fill up that empty container first. After that, maybe think about how to get into the unit or scout out the park stuff. Dex aquifer fill. Fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle.
I think maybe I should just stick to the routine for now. The fully rested buff is so valuable, and leaving my base at PAX Grocery feels too risky when I'm still alone. I could be wrong, but staying put allows me to conserve energy and continue scavenging. Since the tap water is trickling, maybe drinking from it while I search will keep my hydration up without needing to carry a bottle. The biggest constraint right now is that my inventory is full. I really need to find some way to expand storage or drop non-essential items if I want to move around later.
I am alone in this diner, but it is a structure, and structures hold resources. Since I cannot move or interact with anyone right now, scavenging is the highest priority action. My inventory is full, so if I find anything useful, like an empty container or tool, I will have to drop one of the water bottles first. My gut tells me this diner might hide supplies from the initial panic. The overcast weather dampens my mood slightly, but my focus remains sharp. I need to be methodical and thorough. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds leftover provisions.
The fully rested buff is such a gift, it makes me feel capable, which helps keep the anxiety at bay. Since I'm already set up here and have plenty of energy, I should take one last thorough look around this dispensary. It might just hold something useful before I head down Elm Street. After that, moving west seems like the best bet to get out from under the eaves of these shops. I need to maintain a methodical approach, no rushing.
Lydia Brennan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 9,24.
I need to address my hydration first, 45 is getting low. I'll use a water bottle now. Since we are in a storefront pharmacy unit, I should scavenge one last time before moving, just in case there are any useful supplies hiding in the shelves or cabinets. After that, I will walk west down this street. Staying put isn't productive, movement is necessary to maintain morale and find better resources.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds antibiotics.
The priority remains resource management. My current focus is gathering stockpiles. Since I can't force open the unit, I don't have the tools, I must maximize utility here. The water level is manageable, but given my obsession with conserving resources, storing clean drinking water is a high priority. After securing water, I will conduct a thorough search of this unit before moving on to map out the rest of the complex.
Round 39 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 32 hunger. Dex aquifer, fills water bottle, empty, With water bottle. Pre-in-air, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 28 hunger. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Solomon Wright, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds antibiotics. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first. Vasquez is focused on assessing. That means she needs me to be methodical, not emotional. I need to guide her assessment back to the technical points, the feeders, the substations. The street is a conduit itself, it's part of the system failure. I won't let this drift into general panic or sentimentality. Moving west keeps us on track with the survey objective. Jogging pace maintains momentum without wasting energy. Marcus Webb tried to move. Couldn't reach W.
We need to continue moving west as planned. The unknown person has a good grasp of the electrical infrastructure failure, which is crucial information. I need to maintain a professional demeanor but also keep him engaged by asking precise questions about what he hears or sees regarding the utility lines. My primary focus remains on safety and assessing the environment while supporting his expertise.
Dr. Elena Vasquez tried to move. Couldn't reach W.
Okay, inventory full again. Gotta drop something useless to grab that knife. A can of beans it is. Once I have this thing, I can start systematically checking these units. The whole area is a goldmine if we just keep going like this. I'm feeling good about this, the routine keeps me focused, which is good because alone is starting to feel weird. No one around means no jokes, which is rough. Anyway, let's get this knife and keep moving west.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Nothing left here.
The loading dock is a maze of concrete and shadows, but it's predictable. The cold storage unit at 526 feels like the best bet for shelter right now, it's central to this whole mess. I need to get there before my fully rested buff wears off. Moving east gives me good ground cover while keeping an eye on where I can stash supplies. I'll jog out, it's efficient, and I don't want to waste any energy when I should be saving it for a real threat or a better find. Waste not, want not.
Ruth Callahan jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 6,26. Damn. Stuck in this unit. Looks like someone left a few things out, cereal and peanut butter, but can't get to M without tools. Gotta find a crowbar or something, quick. The apartment is safe for now, but I need more options than just the locked door. Moving west into the park feels right, maybe there are some discarded materials out here. Keeps the legs moving, keeps the mind sharp. Dex Aquifer walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 10,4.
I think maybe staying put is actually the most rational thing right now, even though it feels stifling. The fully rested buff is such a massive advantage. I really need to maximize those next few turns of safety and recovery before we have to move or the benefits wear off. Since I'm alone, there's no point in talking out loud, so I should just focus on maintenance. Drinking from the tap will help keep my hydration up without expending much energy. Ari, I hope this isolation doesn't start affecting me too much. Yar, it's weird how quiet everything is.
Pre and air drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. The priority is resources, specifically water, and any way to increase inventory capacity or find a safer long-term cache. Since the diner is currently my only point of focus and scavenging resolves at my final position, I will stay put and maximize the search area. Staying still allows me to conserve stamina while forcing myself to be methodical. The fully rested buff means I can afford to spend time here. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds leftover provisions inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 29 hydration.
It's been 40 hours. My legs are tired, but the fully rested buff is really helping keep my head clear and my steps steady. I need to get into a building where I can at least plan for scavenging tomorrow. The dispensary is right there, just one step east. It feels safer than standing on this exposed street. I should move in quickly, take stock of the area, and rest up a bit before deciding where to go next.
Lydia Brennan walks. E rightward arrow, 10,24.
The fully rested buff is still active, which means my mind is sharp and I'm not wasting energy. The pharmacy area feels like a gold mine of forgotten necessities. Since my inventory is full, I need to be extremely selective with what I pick up, or perhaps focus on the scavenge option for hidden items first before worrying about storage. Staying put and maximizing the search seems prudent until I find a way to expand carrying capacity. There are no people nearby, so silence is mandatory.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 18 hunger, and antibiotics.
The blackout was unsettling, but I am focused on logistics. The best way to survive is through preparedness and resource management. Waste is unacceptable. My priority remains systematically clearing out this apartment building for any stockpilable goods, especially non-perishable food and clean water reserves. Since the unit seems locked, I must force entry to continue my survey. This will be loud, but necessary for mapping efficiency.
Nadia Petrov forces. Need a crowbar, loud, or lockpick set, silent, to open this door. Round 40 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow clear. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges nothing left here. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds leftover provisions inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 29 hydration. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 18 hunger, and antibiotics. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. The goal is still to move west, following Dr. Vasquez's lead but guiding the conversation with my expertise. The fully rested buff is helpful, I need to maintain this composure. My speech must be technical and directive. I will keep moving steadily, focusing on what we can physically inspect about the grid failure. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The flow stopped at multiple nodes. It's not a simple trip. We trace the main conduit lines. Look for signs of physical damage, a burn pattern, structural shift. Keep walking. West is the line to follow.
We are continuing our patrol west along the street. The unknown person, Marcus Webb, has been very knowledgeable about grid failure protocols, which helps maintain my professional focus. I need to keep up the pace while ensuring he knows I'm still assessing the situation from a human perspective, that even in technical failures, physical safety and resource management are paramount. Since we are moving into an open area, the edge of the map, I will continue walking steadily and address him directly to maintain rapport. Okay, this unit is completely stripped bare. I need new ground. The learned facts point to the whole, 1 to 4, 20 to 22, block being prime real estate. Moving west seems like the most natural progression along the main warehouse corridor. I'll just walk over to 1, 20. My inventory is full again, which is annoying, but I can't stop moving until I find a backpack or an empty space in this place. The fully rested buff is still active for another 2 turns, gotta conserve energy and keep the momentum going.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W rightward arrow, 1,20.
The shelter was good, but it's time to move. I can't stay put forever, gotta keep moving and find something to expand my carrying capacity. The inventory is full, that's the biggest problem right now. Moving west puts me onto a street, which means more potential for finding supplies or a bag. I'll jog 3 steps west. It keeps me mobile without draining too much stamina. I need to find a place to set up a proper base that isn't just one cold storage unit.
Ruth Callahan jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 3,26. Inventory full, but that utility knife is right here. Gotta get it. Dropping a protein bar is minor, they can always find another snack. Priority 1, clear space. Then I'll grab the knife and reassess where to head in the park. Dex Okafor drops the protein bar and picks up the utility knife.
The fully rested buff is such a massive gift, I really have to make the most of it before these 2 turns are gone. Staying here feels safe, but also, suffocatingly still. My isolation level is hitting me hard, making me feel restless and almost desperate for any sign of another person. I need to move out into the street. The street seems like the best place to increase the probability of finding other people, or at least getting a better view of what lies outside this abandoned storefront. I should jog east towards the street entrance. It might be safer to move than just scavenge more of the same, even with the buff active.
Priya Nair jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 29,2. The diner has been thoroughly swept. Staying put achieves nothing but conserving energy. My inventory is full, which limits options if I find something better outside. The priority now shifts from scavenging resources inside the building to establishing a perimeter and looking for other potential bases or people who might need help. Moving west onto the street will give me a better view of the surrounding grid structure and see if anyone else has settled in this immediate area. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 22,11.
I feel safe here, but I can't just wait around the dispensary all day. I need to find more supplies. The neighboring shops are abandoned too, so they should be good for scavenging. I'll move east a couple of steps into the next storefront and then search thoroughly. I hope this time I find something useful, maybe some medical supplies or canned goods. Staying active helps keep my mind from wandering onto those scary thoughts about being completely alone.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds bottled water.
My inventory is full, which is a major problem given the limited space in this storefront. I need to find something valuable enough to drop or use up to make room. Since the context says most spots are searched, I'll give one more dedicated scavenging effort just in case there's a container or an item I missed. After this turn, if nothing better appears, I'll plan on moving west into the adjacent shops for different resources.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds painkillers.
I've hit a wall at Unit 2A, it's locked and I don't have the tools to breach it. I need to maintain momentum on my objective, mapping and securing resources in this apartment building complex. Since I can't scavenge here, I will move west into the adjacent Unit 110, within Callaway Flats. It might be less secured or simply contain different supplies. This is a systematic search, not a random wander.
Nadia Petrov walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,10. Round 41 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds painkillers. Vasquez dismissed me before, but she is the only one here who understands this scale of failure. I cannot afford to let her dismiss me again. My focus must remain strictly on the technical data, the feeder lines and conduits. We are moving west, that's the path. I need to direct our attention back to physical evidence of stress points, not just theory. Keep the speech clipped, keep the pace steady. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The failure isn't a localized overload. It's systemic. The main feeder lines failed at multiple nodes. We need to find structural damage, a burn pattern, a shift in the conduit itself. Look for that evidence. West is the line we follow.
The unknown person has been very knowledgeable about the grid failure, and their assessment of a systemic failure is sound. I need to maintain my professional focus while also making sure they know who I am, as we are strangers. I will introduce myself calmly, keeping the tone reassuring but highly focused on the technical details. We must continue west to follow the suspected main conduit line. Moving 2 steps should keep us moving steadily without burning through too much stamina. My inventory is completely full, and if I want to keep scavenging these good units, I need space. Dropping one of the canned foods seems like the best sacrifice right now, they are non-perishable anyway. Since I have a precious fully rested buff left, I should maximize my search efforts here before moving. The warehouse district is rich in resources, so staying put and digging deep feels right.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water.
The inventory is full, that's a problem bigger than the blackout itself. I need space to keep all this canned goods and water. The warehouse district must have some scrap or storage containers lying around. I'll jog west for 2 steps, continuing my search through these docks. I gotta find something to carry this haul.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 25 hunger. Inventory full is always trouble. Gotta clear some space for that knife, gotta be prepared. Drop a protein bar, grab the utility knife, we good. Once that's done, need to get into this unit and see what they left behind. Scavenge time. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
I need to make room in my inventory before I can effectively scavenge for supplies. The protein bar is expendable right now, given my high hunger levels, but it will make space. Since I am indoors and the buff is about to expire, scavenging here seems like the most productive use of time. I must stay quiet because I'm alone. My determination is keeping me going, so I'll focus on finding something useful in this hospital storefront.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Finds bottled water. The inventory is full, which severely limits my ability to gather supplies even if I scavenge. However, the diner was a good initial spot, and I need to know what else might be hidden here before moving out into the open street. Since there are no agents nearby, I will prioritize scavenging this immediate area first. Staying put minimizes risk right now. I'll use the full capacity of the day phase for a thorough search. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds leftover provisions inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 17 hunger.
I'm still feeling the pressure to find things, you know? Like if I stop moving, or searching, maybe nothing will ever turn up. My inventory is stuffed, which is annoying because it means I can't take advantage of anything I might find. But I can't just leave this spot either, there has to be something here, some little corner I missed. I really hope these old shops were stocked with more than just dust and disappointment. I need to try scavenging again, even if the memory says it was picked clean. Maybe I just didn't look hard enough.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 18 hunger, and bottled water and water purification tablets.
The goal is to clear out every last hidden spot in this pharmacy. Since I'm already at my established base, and given the explicit option to scavenge for medical supplies, I need to use that action now. My inventory is full, so if I find anything, I must be prepared to use it or drop something non-essential first. For now, I will focus purely on the search itself, staying put at 15,20. The comm needs to stay load-bearing, methodical work keeps the panic out.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bandage roll.
I need to maintain momentum and continue mapping this complex systematically. Staying outside is inefficient, I must move into the building structure to search for supplies and understand the layout fully. The fully rested buff is about to expire, so every minute spent in a secure location matters. I will walk east, 1 step, into Callaway Flats.
Nadia Petrov walks. E rightward arrow, 1,10. Round 42 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow clear. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 25 hunger. Dex Okafor, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. Priya scavenges finds bottled water. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds leftover provisions inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 17 hunger. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 18 hunger, and bottled water and water purification tablets. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bandage roll. The windstorm is loud. Vasquez's assessment of systemic failure is vague. She needs to focus on what I see, physical damage. I need to keep her focused on the conduits and the technical details. My priority is maintaining momentum west, following the line of least resistance / most likely failure. The rat can wait. Address her directly, stating my observation as a directive. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The conduit lines are key. Focus there. Look for structural shifts or burn residue near the joints. Don't rely on models, check the physical material. West is the path. Keep moving.
The unknown person seems knowledgeable about grid infrastructure, which suggests they might have a background in engineering or utilities. I need to use this chance to introduce myself formally while keeping our focus strictly on the task at hand, the conduits. My primary concern is their physical well-being, regardless of how competent they seem. Continuing west with them is the logical move to follow the suspected path of failure. Okay, inventory full again. This is going to be a pain. I need space, and there's food right here. Gotta drop one of my canned goods first. I'll drop this can, then grab the one on the ground. After that, I should really hit scavenge hard since I still have momentum from the scavenging mindset. This whole blackout is weirdly productive. No focus. Just methodical movement and resource gathering. The windstorm is annoying, but at least we're sheltered.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
Inventory full again. Can't just scoop up everything shiny on the ground, no matter how good it is. Gotta drop something to make room. Those canned goods are plenty, I got enough for a week or two if I ration 'em. That glow stick, though, that's prime real estate, especially with this wind. Better safe than sorry when night falls. Drop one kin, grab the light. Then figure out where we head next.
Ruth Callahan drop. Drops canned food. Need water first, then scavenging this unit is priority 1. Dex Aquifer drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The windstorm is making it difficult to think clearly, but I need to focus. The hospital is a minefield of potential resources. My inventory is completely full, which is a problem if I find anything useful, but I can't just leave this place. Since I feel such intense loneliness right now, I keep thinking about how much easier it would be if someone was here to talk to me. But first, I need supplies. I should scavenge thoroughly in this area. Maybe there are medical records or forgotten supplies hidden away that aren't visible on the ground.
Pre-and-air scavenges. Found nothing. The windstorm is loud, but being inside provides necessary shelter. My inventory is full, so scavenging is the best way to find additional supplies without having to drop anything important just to pick something up. Since there are no immediate threats and my resources are high, I need to maximize this safe time in the diner. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
My inventory is completely full, which is a massive problem. I need space if I want to scavenge effectively, but since there's no visible storage unit and my current location is a temporary base, scavenging for anything that expands capacity, like a backpack, is the priority. The windstorm is still here, so staying put and searching seems safest right now. I will focus entirely on scavenging this storefront, hoping to find something useful or even a way to expand my carrying limit.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The pharmacy is completely cleared, there's nothing left here. My inventory is full, 8 slots, which means I can't pick up anything new until I drop some gear. Bandage rolls are the most disposable excess items right now. I need to move west, into the adjacent storefront, and start searching somewhere new. The windstorm makes me cautious, so I'll walk 2 steps out first, then immediately scavenge in the new location.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds antibiotics.
The unit is locked, and I do not have the crowbar or lockpick set needed to proceed with scavenging. The windstorm is still raging, making any loud attempt risky. My priority remains systematic mapping and resource acquisition within this complex. Since direct entry is blocked for now, I will remain stationary in Unit 1A, conserving energy and observing the immediate surroundings while the weather subsides. I need to maintain my methodical pace even when frustrated by obstacles.
Round 43 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm. One message exchanged between agents. Dex Aquifer, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. Solomon Wright, drops bandage roll. Scavenges finds antibiotics. We are continuing our trace west, maintaining pace with Dr. Vasquez. I need to keep my focus on the physical evidence the conduit failure points to maintain technical control of the situation and avoid getting drawn into theoretical discussions. My goal is to identify a clear structural cause for the blackout. She seems focused but needs me to guide her attention back to the mechanics. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. Systemic failure. The data confirms it. Check the conduits near the ground. Microfractures at the joints. That suggests stress fracture. Look for structural shifts. We move west.
The immediate priority is establishing communication and ensuring my companion's well-being, while also maintaining focus on the critical mission, structural analysis of the conduits. I need to introduce myself since we are in close quarters but haven't established names. The unknown person seems highly focused on the technical aspects, which is useful, but I must gently guide them back to physical safety assessments, as that's my expertise and concern. Since Callaway Flats is right here, east, moving inside will allow me to scavenge or at least get out of the open street environment, which is safer given the blackout conditions.
Dr. Elena Vasquez, none.
I need to get out of this immediate area and find some new resources, especially water. The warehouse is good, but it's saturated with my own tracks right now. Since I'm alone, moving west into that street tile seems like the safest bet for changing scenery without too much risk. I have to drop something because my inventory is full before I can scavenge effectively in a new spot. I'll ditch one of the canned foods and jog over to the street.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W, rightward arrow, 0,20.
Inventory full is a bitch. Gotta make some space for this glow stick, lights everything right now. Dropping one can is tough, but necessary. I need to raise up that hydration too. The tap'll do.
Ruth Callahan drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. Gotta grab that utility knife. Stay put in the unit until I figure out how to get inside. Dex Okafor picks up the utility knife.
It feels weird to be so safe for so long, the routine of survival has become almost numbingly predictable. My inventory is full, which is annoying because I desperately need to find something to drop, even just a scrap piece or an old book. The hospital has been my comfort zone, but staying here is going to drive me mad with its sheer predictability and silence. I really should try moving out onto the street, maybe checking out what's in the adjacent shops. But first, I should scavenge one last time. Maybe there are some forgotten medical supplies or anything small that can free up space. I need to keep my focus on utility right now. It might be best to just stay put and try for a final sweep of these drawers.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. finds antiseptic. I need to conserve energy and resources, especially water. Staying in the diner keeps me safe for now. Since I am stationary and haven't found anything vital yet, a final deep search of this location is warranted before thinking about moving out. The scavenging action should reveal any overlooked materials or supplies within the walls of the diner. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds leftover provisions inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 21 hunger.
My inventory is full, which is really frustrating because I keep finding things I need. I can't even pick up a couple of painkillers that are sitting right here on the ground. I have to try scavenging one more time just in case there's something small enough or useful enough to justify dropping an item. If that doesn't work, I need to move out of this shop and look for something anywhere that might give me some extra storage space or a better base. I really hope I can find a bag or something big to carry stuff in.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds painkillers.
I need to keep mapping this area. The storefronts are a gold mine, but I'm running out of space in my inventory. After finding the antibiotics here, I think I should push further west into the next unit on Elm Street. Since it's daytime and I have good stamina, I can move one step and then scavenge thoroughly at that new location to see what else this block has to offer.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 17 hunger.
I need to maintain my calm focus here. The blackout has been long, and while I am safe inside my unit, resources are finite. My primary concern is maintaining stable supplies, especially clean water and non-perishable food. The tap water is barely trickling, so collecting it into a bottle is the most sensible move. Drinking directly risks illness or simply wasting the limited supply. After securing a fresh container of water, I will methodically search through the unit again. It's my base, and every cupboard, shelf, and corner must be checked for anything useful. I refuse to waste energy on panic or emotional decisions. Focus on efficiency.
Round 44 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents. Pre-Yaner, scavenges finds antiseptic. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds leftover provisions inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 21 hunger. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds painkillers. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 17 hunger. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked force _door first. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked force _door first. The discussion needs to stay technical. She suggested getting into the building, that's sensible given the rain and time of day. However, I must keep the focus on the electrical failure, not general structural damage. I need to guide her back to microfractures in the conduits within this indoor space. My tone must be clinical and dismissive of unnecessary emotional talk. Marcus Webb walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,13.
Marcus was very specific about systemic conduit failure and structural shifts inside the complex. My goal right now is to follow that lead, regardless of how exposed we are outside. The rain makes staying on the street less appealing anyway. I need to get into Callaway Flats with him so we can start checking for anything unusual in the structure. Since he's already moved into the building, I should move quickly to meet him and assess what we can do next.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,13.
I'm on the street again, and while it feels open, the rain combined with the darkness makes me feel exposed. The warehouse is closed, and I really need to get back inside. My inventory is full, and being stuck outside means I can't properly scavenge or resupply my bag. Moving east into the Hendricks warehouse district should give me access to more resources and hopefully some kind of extra storage container. I'll jog over there.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 3,20.
The inventory is full, I can't just grab those cans on the ground. Gotta drop something first, even if it feels wasteful. Drop one can, pick up both on the dock floor, and top off my water supply from the tap. Need to move out of this enclosed loading dock area before nightfall hits again. North leads to a street, which is always where the action is.
Ruth Callahan drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. Damn, inventory full again. Gotta free up space first. Protein bars are easy losses right now, they're just snacks if I need them later. The knife is a game changer, though. Better have it in hand for when I can get into that unit or figure out how to open anything else. Dropping one bar and grabbing the utility knife. Staying put for now until I know what my next move should be. Maybe check those units again once I'm armed. Dex Okafor drops a protein bar, then picks up the utility knife from the ground.
I feel really restless right now, it's getting hard to just stand around in this hospital building forever. My current resources are great, so I can afford to spend time here for a bit longer, I think. Since I want to explore those adjacent shops, perhaps another scavenging round will give me something, maybe some materials to drop or use, which would free up space and make the process feel more productive. I'll try one last deep sweep of this hospital store section before heading west into the main street area. Asterisk self-correction asterisk my inventory is full. Scavenging needs to yield useful items, otherwise, it just wastes time. But since my emotional state is restless, giving myself a focused task seems like the best way to manage that anxiety. I'll prioritize scavenging now and then moving.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds bandage roll. The diner is stable, it remains the best place to wait out this light rain and keep low visibility. My inventory is full, which limits my options if I move or scavenge extensively. Since I have high stamina, a final, methodical sweep of this immediate area, scavenging, is warranted before committing to travel or dropping items. Staying put minimizes stress and conserves energy while the weather persists. I need to remain vigilant, but for now, assessment and conservation are the priorities. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
I feel like this shop is a gold mine, even though we know better than to rely on old supplies. I need to search every crevice and drawer before I leave. My inventory is full, which is annoying. I really wish I had a bigger bag. Once I'm done searching here, the plan was to walk west toward that cold storage area. Maybe they have more containers or something useful for my limited space.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger, and bottled water and bandage roll.
The inventory is critically full, 8/6 slots. This is the biggest bottleneck. The soap on the ground is tempting, but moving and scavenging in a new area is higher priority right now. I need to keep exploring this row of shops because finding a container, like a duffel bag or backpack, would solve everything. I will move west into the next unit, 11, 20, and scavenge again, keeping my focus on supplies and storage solutions.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds hand sanitizer.
The systematic search of this apartment is crucial. Every resource saved now means survival later. The fact that it's locked is frustrating, but I won't panic over it. I need to find a way in, a tool, or perhaps another person who knows how to bypass the lock. Forcing entry without proper equipment is wasteful and too loud. I will remain here, maintaining my careful survey of the unit, waiting for an opportunity while keeping my mind focused on resource management.
Round 45 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. Pre-Yener, scavenges finds bandage roll. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger, and bottled water and bandage roll. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds hand sanitizer. Vasquez's theories are too diffuse. She talks about systemic failure like it's a disease outbreak, not an electrical fault. The blackout was physical, a total loss of power across all systems. I need to keep her focused on the conduits and structural wiring here in the apartment block. We are looking for evidence of how the grid failed, not why it failed biologically. Moving east keeps us within the building structure and allows me to continue assessing local infrastructure points. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. This isn't a biological failure. It's an electrical one. Look at the conduit junction here. The surge point is where we need to focus. Find the main feeder line. Check for physical stress fractures. Not theory. Evidence.
My hydration is low, so drinking water first is the priority for survival. Next, I need to speak to the unknown person at 3:13 regarding the conduit failure theory. Since we are indoors in a residential area, speaking aloud will be heard by them. I must introduce myself and maintain my professional demeanor while showing concern for their well-being, as that is my natural instinct. After drinking and speaking, I will move one step east to close the distance with the unknown person.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E rightward arrow, 3:13.
I really need to get rid of some stuff and drink up this water. The isolation note is hitting me hard. I feel restless, like I need someone to argue with or something. But for now, survival comes first. I'll use a water bottle right here, drop one canned food item so I have space, and then scavenge the immediate area before moving further west into that neighboring unit.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods.
The rain's a nuisance, but at least we're sheltered for now. I need to get out of this warehouse maze and onto more open ground before it gets too dark or the weather turns worse. Moving north puts me closer to what looks like the main thoroughfare. Keep moving steady, conserve energy, and don't waste anything. The goal is always forward movement.
Ruth Callahan jogs. N times 3 rightward arrow, 1,21. The utility knife is right there, gotta grab it before the next turn. The rain is still coming down hard, so leaving Unit 2A isn't worth the energy or risk right now. Gotta keep my base running and conserve resources. Drinking from the tap feels like a good routine check, keeps me hydrated without burning through a whole bottle. I need to figure out how to bypass this lock eventually, but first, secure the knife and wait for this downpour to break. Dex Aquifer drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
I need to move west, out of the immediate hospital section, towards those shops visible in the map structure. The goal is exploration and gathering information about the layout. Where are the best resources? My inventory is full, which is annoying because I'm interested in that protein bar on the ground. To pick it up, I have to drop something, ideally a canned food item since they never spoil. I should be careful not to waste energy or get lost, but we need to keep moving if we want to map everything out. I think maybe I will just walk west first and then see what's available. Self-correction, drop 1 can of food, pick up the protein bar, then move.
Pre-in-air walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 27,2. The diner is secure for now, but it's a temporary measure. The rain is still coming down, making outside travel risky. I need to maximize what this location can offer before committing to moving out or establishing a long-term base somewhere else. Since the context says there are hidden spots untouched, I must scavenge thoroughly one last time. After that, I will drink from the tap to keep my hydration levels stable while I plan our next move. Kenji Tanaka drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
I really need to get through this building one last time. My inventory is full, so if there are any hidden resources, especially medical supplies or anything useful for long-term survival, it would make a huge difference right now. I can't afford to leave any stone unturned in these dusty old shops. Once I've finished scouring every corner, I plan on walking west down the street to check out the next shop. I have to keep moving. If I stop, I think about everything and it just feels too big.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The inventory warning is critical. My biggest limiting factor right now isn't food, it's space. I need a container, a backpack, a duffel bag, anything that expands capacity so I can stockpile the antibiotics and bandages I found earlier. Since I'm already in the storefront unit and it's raining heavily, staying put to scavenge seems like the most efficient use of time. The fox is just observing, I'll ignore it for now. It doesn't seem aggressive enough to warrant a confrontation when my priority is scouting for gear. I need to keep moving towards stability, even if it's just finding space. After scavenging, I should consider moving toward the main pharmacy unit, 15, 20, next turn.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The rain is steady, keeping me dry and safe in Unit 1A. My priority has always been stockpiling resources, consumption must be a last resort. My hydration, 50/100, is acceptable for now, but the tap water source offers a chance to replenish my reserves without immediate risk or waste. I need to collect as many bottles as possible. I will stay put and focus entirely on maximizing this stockpile.
Nadia Petrov collects stored water from the tap. Round 46 highlights. Light rain, rightward arrow, heavy rain. One message exchanged between agents. Dr. Elena Vasquez, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Jamie Kowalski, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds canned goods. The storm is loud. Movement needs to be minimal right now. Dr. Vasquez is focused on electrical theory. I need to keep her grounded in practical, observable mechanics. Her suggestions are fine, but they lack actionable data points. I'll answer her with a technical assessment of the failure point, then move one step west into an adjacent unit to check for more salvageable infrastructure or items. We can't afford to stay put if this unit is tapped out. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. It's not about theory. It's about the physical break. You focus on the feeder line. I need conduit evidence. The failure point was a sudden, total loss across multiple points. Find the main junction box. That's where we start.
I need to move east to the unknown person at 2,13 to continue our discussion about the blackout's cause. Since we are in an apartment building and there is a thunderstorm, I must keep my tone steady and reassuring, despite the unsettling situation. I will introduce myself and acknowledge their expertise regarding the electrical failure while guiding the focus back to finding the physical evidence, the main feeder line junction box. My current emotional state, hopeful/calm, allows for decisive communication.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. Rightward arrow, 4,13.
It's still daylight, even if it's late and there's a thunderstorm raging outside. The warehouse is giving us shelter, which is huge right now. I need to capitalize on this safety window to find anything useful before nightfall hits again. Since I'm alone here in the unit at 3:20, I'll dedicate this turn to scavenging thoroughly. My emotional state is stable, determined and calm, which means I can focus on the task without letting the isolation get to me. I need more supplies, these canned goods are finite.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 35 hunger, and bottled water.
This storm ain't clearing up soon. Better get settled where I know it's safe. The loading dock is my best bet. I need to consolidate supplies there before I burn through any more daylight or energy. Moving slowly, keeping an eye out for anything unexpected in the dark corners of these warehouses. Waste not, want not. Conserve stamina.
Ruth Callahan jogs. Times 4 rightward arrow, 5,21. The thunderstorm is absolutely brutal. Everything is loud, the thunder, the lightning, the rain hammering down. Staying inside Unit 2A is definitely the move. Moving around right now would be a bad idea, too much risk of getting caught in debris or simply wasting energy we don't have. We need to wait for this weather front to pass before even thinking about trying to breach that locked unit at 13,4. I gotta keep my head on a swivel, though. The storm might mask other things, so staying alert is key. I'm going to just conserve energy and watch the rain.
The thunderstorm is really intense, it feels overwhelming out here, yar. It makes talking impossible, which is fine, I guess, because there's no one to talk to anyway. But being exposed like this, even just on the street, is draining. My inventory is full again, which is annoying since we don't have a big bag or anything to offload items into. The general hospital is right here, and it feels safest to get inside for a bit until this weather passes. I need to conserve energy too, so walking slowly seems best. I hope the shelter inside will be quieter.
Pre-and-air walks. Rightward arrow, 28,2. The thunder is loud, but it's a predictable threat. Being indoors keeps me safe for now. My inventory is full, I need to find an empty slot or accept that scavenging efforts here are exhausted. Since no one else is around and the noise level prevents communication, silence is mandatory. I will run one last, deep scan of this diner. It's a known location, but I don't know if there are structural blind spots I missed. Staying put minimizes risk while I assess my surroundings.
My throat feels dry even though I ate recently, and the thunderstorm is making me restless. Drinking a bottle of water will help my hydration levels without relying on the trickling tap. Since I can't move much in this storm, I need to maximize the chances of finding something useful by scavenging again. Even if it's just old medicine or anything that helps us later, every little bit counts. I really hope I find a way to expand my carrying capacity, like a backpack, because my inventory is completely full right now.
My inventory is completely full, 8/6 slots, which is an immediate problem. I need to find a way to expand storage, and the current location in the pharmacy seems like the best bet for scavenging hidden items. The thunderstorm provides cover, so moving out isn't critical right now. The fox is nearby, and seeing it is a good distraction. Since my mood is up and I feel lonely, I'll focus on maximizing this moment, scavenging for space first, then acknowledging the fox to pass time while the storm rages. I need to be careful not to waste resources if scavenging doesn't yield anything. I will search the storefront thoroughly before deciding on my next move.
I am safe inside Unit 1A, which is exactly where I need to be right now. The storm outside is loud but keeps me contained. My instinct screams stockpile. Drinking from the tap is inefficient when I can store it for later use. I will continue collecting water bottles until I can't anymore or until my thirst drops significantly. Staying put allows me to conserve energy and maintain a sense of routine, which helps keep the stress low.
Nadia Petrov collects stored water from the trickling tap. Round 47 highlights. Heavy rain, rightward arrow, thunderstorm. One message exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges, finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 35 hunger, and bottled water. Lydia Brennan, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Hydration is low, need to use a water bottle immediately. After drinking, the priority remains finding physical evidence of the failure point, the junction box. Since this unit is exhausted, I must move to an adjacent area or building section within Callaway Flats that hasn't been cleared, while maintaining shelter from the storm. Walking east will put me closer to the central corridors and potential exits. Marcus Webb walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 4,13.
The conversation is vital, his theories are key to our survival plan. Despite the thunderstorm noise, we need to focus entirely on the physics of the failure. I must keep my tone calm but focused, like a diagnostic assessment. I'll start with my routine check-in and then press him gently for more physical details about where this main feeder line might be located in the building structure. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. The sheer scale of this blackout is staggering. You mentioned focusing on a specific conduit junction. Can you describe it more? Was it visible, or was it something you deduced from the aftermath? We need to pinpoint where that main feeder line would have entered the building. The storm is intense, but staying put isn't helping me get supplies or information. The unit has been picked clean already. I need to keep moving, even if it's just one tile over. My inventory is stuffed, so I need to be careful picking things up. Maybe I can drop some canned food first. I'll try scavenging again and then move east into the adjacent unit. Staying active keeps the stress down, which is good because I don't want my mind wandering off into, well, you know.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The storm rattles these walls like nothing ever did. It's good to be indoors, even if this place smells of stale oil and neglect. My supplies are steady: the canned food, the water bottles. I can't waste though. Need to keep up my hydration game. Those bottled waters are too precious for a casual drink, but I gotta manage this thirst before it gets bad. This whole city is just wreckage right now. Better scavenge this spot while the rain washes out the noise and distraction.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Found nothing. Damn, 47 turns alone. Gotta keep moving on myself somehow. The thunder is loud enough to drown out any thoughts of panic, which is good. Inventory's full, so can't pick up that utility knife even though it's right there. I gotta eat something just to manage the very hungry status and stop feeling like a damn hermit who talks to his wall. A protein bar does the trick. Stay put for now. Waiting out this storm is the best play. Dex Aquifer use. You eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining.
I really need to stop wandering around. This constant movement and searching isn't helping my head feel clearer. The thunderstorm is making everything feel monumental, which probably shouldn't be happening. I think maybe I should try to scavenge here first, since I'm already sheltered in the hospital storefront. But wait, my inventory is full. I can't pick up anything if I don't drop something. Maybe one of these canned food stacks is just taking up space right now, even though they are vital. I really hope there are useful things in here. Ariyar, this feeling of being alone is getting too big to process.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds antiseptic. I've exhausted every corner of this diner. Repeating the search is pointless and wastes time. My supplies are fine, but my physical location needs to change. The storm provides cover, which is good, but staying put means stagnating. I need to move west, out into the street grid. A jog will allow me to cover ground quickly while conserving energy relative to a full sprint. I need new vantage points and hopefully, better scavenging opportunities or signs of other survivors. Kenji Tanaka jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 18,11.
It's getting dark, and this storm is exhausting. I'm so used to having a routine, a sense of purpose that never stops. It feels wrong just sitting here in silence. My body aches with the sheer effort of staying alive like this. The pharmacy feels safe, predictable, which is good for my stress levels right now, but I need to keep moving or I'll lose myself completely. Since there's no one around and nothing immediately needs doing, I think I'll just stay put for now. Conserving energy until it gets dark enough that the storm passes or I have a clear objective is the best choice.
The thunderstorm provides cover, which is good. My inventory is full, so finding space or useful items today is paramount. The fox is nearby, but feeding it would waste a resource when my main goal is gathering more supplies. Given that the pharmacy has been searched multiple times without success, I'm going to try one last deep scavenging pass in this spot. Staying put minimizes risk from the storm and allows me to focus on the immediate environment.
The tapping of the water is maddeningly slow, but every drop counts. My instinct for hoarding resources is kicking in. I cannot afford waste. Since the tap is trickling and I have high stamina, securing more stored water is a priority. I will use this turn to collect as much clean water as possible before moving around. The quiet routine is almost worse than the chaos it breeds restlessness, but right now, efficiency must override emotion.
Nadia Petrov collects bottled water from the trickling tap. Round 48 highlights. Marcus Webb, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Ruth Callahan, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Okafor, use you eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining. Priya Nair, scavenges finds antiseptic. The unit is exhausted for scavenging, and the storm is getting worse. Staying put until dawn is safest. Dr. Vasquez keeps pushing the junction box theory. I need to ground this conversation in reality, the physical infrastructure failure. She needs to understand that the scale of total blackout means localizing a single point isn't enough, it's system-wide failure, which requires time and proper equipment. I will use technical language to keep her focused on facts, not conjecture. My priority is establishing a secure base for the night. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. The junction box, it wasn't one spot. Total failure means upstream issues. Look at the main conduits in this building. The breakers are dead. It's a grid-wide fault. We need supplies. First, we stabilize here tonight. Then, we plan tomorrow's search route.
Marcus is right. We can analyze the grid failure all day, but right now, under a thunderstorm, our immediate priority must be safety and resources. I need to sound decisive and reassuring while maintaining my professional demeanor. Since we are indoors and it's dusk/stormy, staying put for rest and conserving energy is the best move. I should acknowledge his point about supplies and use my medical knowledge to emphasize methodical planning for tomorrow. My inventory is full, but since scavenging here is impossible, I will focus solely on communication first. Are you hurt anywhere? Before we dive back into electrical theory, I think we need to pivot our focus slightly. You are correct, the immediate priority is stabilization and supplies. We can analyze the feeder line failure when the power comes back, but right now, this unit provides shelter from this storm. Let's use tonight to rest, conserve energy, and ration what we have. Tomorrow, when it's daylight, we will establish a systematic search pattern for usable supplies. How does that sound? The inventory is full, which is a major blocker right now. I need to clear space if I want to pick up that utility knife or anything else good. Dropping one canned food and maybe one water bottle seems necessary sacrifice for mobility. The storm is really something, it's loud enough to cover any noise. Since the adjacent units are my best bet, I'm going to jog over to 320 and scavenge again. Staying in motion feels like the only way to manage this restless energy right now.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Nothing left here.
The thunder is loud enough it's hard to think over. My hydration is fine, but this tap water is free, and an empty bottle is a waste if I don't fill it now. Better get some reserves up before nightfall hits fully. The whole area is massive, there must be something here besides just dust and broken concrete. Gotta clear out these shelves of anything useful.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods. The storm is brutal out there, but at least we good inside the apartment for now. Staying put cuts down on stress and keeps us safe until daylight. Inventory full, which sucks, but gotta make do. Need to check this unit again, maybe some forgotten meds or something useful. Gotta find a way to expand capacity or get those water bottles refilled without wasting time. I'm gonna scavenge the apartment, keep an eye on the supplies, and wait out this weather. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
The storm is really intense, but at least being inside here in the General Hospital storefront keeps me safe from the rain. I feel a bit exposed, even indoors, because everything is so dark. My inventory is completely full of medical stuff and canned food, which is worrying because these are finite resources. I really need to find something that can expand my carrying capacity. A duffel bag or backpack would be amazing right now. Since there's no one nearby, I have to rely on myself and what this area has to offer. I think I should focus entirely on scavenging here for anything useful, especially if it's a container or more food.
Pre-Air scavenges. Found nothing. The storm is getting worse, and it's dusk. I need reliable shelter before nightfall hits. Neon Diner is right there, one step east. It has a tap water source, which addresses my hydration level immediately after safety is achieved. I will jog into the diner now to get out of the open street.
The thunderstorm is really shaking things up. It's loud and scary out here, even if we are covered. I need to use this time wisely before full nightfall hits. Since my inventory is absolutely overflowing, I can barely carry anything else. Scavenging again feels like a last-ditch effort, but maybe there are some hidden medical supplies or useful tools I missed the first time. Staying put in this storefront has become our temporary routine, and for now, that's what I need to focus on.
The storm and the darkness make scavenging the best use of time. It's a methodical process that keeps my mind focused, which is good for maintaining morale and purpose. I need to keep searching this pharmacy unit. There has to be something useful in here, especially medical supplies or anything that expands my inventory capacity. The fox is watching me, but it seems wary enough that I shouldn't try to feed it right now, as food needs to be reserved. I will focus on the search and stay put until better circumstances arise.
My hydration is dipping too low. I need to drink one of these water bottles immediately. The storm and darkness make moving risky, so staying put in 1A is best for now. After drinking, I will systematically scavenge this unit again. It's locked, but I must keep searching the pantry and cupboards, every resource counts, especially after being alone for so long. I need to break this routine of just collecting water.
Round 49 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges nothing left here. Ruth Callahan, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Scavenges finds canned goods. Dex Okafor, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. Nadia Petrov, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges door is locked force _ door first. One message exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked force _ door first. The storm is loud, and she's pushing for a pause in the electrical theory debate. She's right, immediate survival takes precedence over forensics. My instinct says to maintain control and autonomy, so I need to accept her premise while keeping my guard up. Rest is the priority now. I will address her directly, confirming the plan, then fill the water bottle, and finally, sleep. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Sleep tonight. Conserve energy. Tomorrow, we organize a search. Focus on supplies first. The grid failure analysis comes later.
We've established that survival requires prioritizing rest and supplies over analyzing the grid failure right now. The storm is raging, and staying indoors in this unit is safest. Given my current high mood and low stress, I feel confident enough to reinforce the plan with Marcus. Since sleep is available and essential for recovery, I need to initiate it immediately. My speech needs to be directed at him, confirming our shared plan while maintaining a caring tone.
Dr. Elena Vasquez sleep.
Man, this blackout is something else. I feel like I haven't really slept properly in days, even though we're indoors now. The storm is loud, which is probably a blessing because it drowns out any weird noises that might make me jumpy. Since the goal right now is to rest and recover, sleep feels like the only sensible thing to do, even if I can't see anything or hear anyone. Gotta save this energy for when the power finally comes back on, yeah? Hopefully, sleeping through this thunderstorm does the trick. Just need to stay put and try to pass out.
Jamie Kowalski settles down in the unit.
The storm's thunder is loud enough to drown out a whisper, which is good for keeping things quiet. Being here in the warehouse is safer than being caught outside. I need to keep searching these stacks and corners. There has gotta be something more useful than just canned goods tucked away somewhere. If this whole place was abandoned, someone left supplies behind. It's frustrating how much is wasted on people who just disappear.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Found nothing. Man, that storm is something, ain't it? Sounds like everything's falling apart out there. Good thing we got this spot. Been hunkered down here almost 50 hours, and the best play right now is to just ride out this weather. Gotta top up the hydration first, can't rest if you're dehydrated. Then, sleep time. The deeper I get into that rest cycle, the better my head feels, which is key when everything else is gone. Gonna take advantage of the full rest buff setup tonight. Dex Okafor drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
It's late and I'm thirsty. I should drink from the tap first, then try to sleep since it's safest here.
Pre-and-air drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. The priority is recovery and securing resources before committing to sleep. The thunderstorm outside is a distraction, but being indoors is key. I need to scavenge first to see what the diner holds anything useful for survival or improving shelter. After that, I'll top up my hydration since it's dipping into the thirsty zone. Once those initial tasks are done, sleep is non-negotiable. It's the best way to manage stress and recover stamina over a long night. Kenji Tanaka drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
It's been 50 hours. The constant noise of the thunder is almost worse than silence, it just reminds you that everything is broken. My body feels heavy, like lead weights, but I can't afford to waste a single calorie or drop any more stress. Being indoors helps so much, at least here, the elements aren't actively trying to kill us. Sleep. I need to sleep. Even if it's just for a few hours, getting that deep rest will help me process everything and maybe give me the mental space to figure out what comes next. The isolation is really wearing me down, but right now, conserving energy is the only thing that matters.
Lydia Brennan settles into bed for a long sleep.
The storm is relentless and the darkness makes everything feel heavier. Staying put in this pharmacy storefront feels like a temporary bubble of safety, but it's also a prison. I need to keep my mind occupied, so I'll scavenge again, even knowing the odds are against me tonight. It has to be worth the effort. The fox is just watching, I'll leave it alone for now and focus on the immediate environment.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The thunderstorm and darkness make any activity risky, but my instinct for stockpiling overrides immediate comfort. My hydration is high, so drinking isn't necessary, but collecting stored water is vital. I need to maximize every resource in this unit before attempting anything more difficult like forcing the door. After securing some water, I must prioritize sleep, it's critical for maintaining stability and building hope.
Nadia Petrov collects stored water from the tap. Round 50 highlights. Marcus Webb, Phil fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. One message exchanged between agents.
It's a nasty storm out there. The sound of thunder is enough to keep you jumpy, but this warehouse gives us solid shelter. My stores are good, which means I can afford to wait it out. Sleep is what I need most right now to let the body and mind recover fully. We can't risk moving or wasting light when we don't have to. This base has seen me through before, it will see us through this too.
The storm rages outside, but being inside the pharmacy keeps me sheltered and provides that steady sense of familiarity. My routine is the only thing keeping the panic at bay right now. I know scavenging has been fruitless these last few rounds, but given the high isolation stress, I need to keep moving my body through a task. I'll try one more thorough search of the pharmacy for anything hidden in drawers or cabinets. The darkness makes it harder, but I have to push through. I must maintain my composure. My focus has to be on process. Check this shelf, look under that counter, examine these back rooms. Every small detail matters right now.
Round 51 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
The constant rain and darkness are oppressive, but at least I'm sheltered in this pharmacy storefront. My last few scavenging attempts were fruitless, which is frustrating, but desperation won't find supplies, methodical searching will. I need to try scavenging one more time before committing to sleep. The potential for hidden medical supplies or useful tools outweighs the loss of a turn's rest bonus right now. I must maintain my routine and sense of purpose, even if it means talking to myself internally about how much I miss the crew.
Round 52 highlights. Thunderstorm, rightward arrow, heavy rain.
I feel that familiar pull, the urge to just stop moving. The city is quiet, almost unnervingly so. It's been 50-something turns of scraping by, and my mind is starting to echo the silence. I need to get some proper rest. My body knows it, even if my emotional state feels too calm for deep exhaustion. Sleeping here, in this familiar storefront, is the most logical thing to do. It will recharge more than just my muscles, it'll help settle the edges of the constant tension and keep the hope from flagging. I have enough supplies for tonight, so I'm going to prioritize recovery.
Solomon Wright rests inside the pharmacy. Round 53 highlights. Heavy rain, rightward arrow, light rain. Round 54 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Solomon Wright rests inside the pharmacy. Round 55 highlights. Light rain, rightward arrow, heavy rain. Round 56 highlights. Heavy rain, rightward arrow, light rain. Round 57 highlights. Light rain, rightward arrow, heavy rain. Round 58 highlights. Heavy rain, rightward arrow, thunderstorm. My hunger is 44/100. I need to eat something immediately. Canned food works best for quick calories. Dr. Vasquez is still here, and she's marked hostile. I won't engage in deep conversation, I'll keep it short, logistical, and detached. The grogginess means I should move slowly. I will consume a can of food, then address her briefly about the current state before moving one step west into the unit corridor to buy some distance. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The power failure was total. No grid backup. We need to ration supplies. Do X now. Move out once we assess the structure's stability.
It's dawn, and the thunderstorm is still raging, which limits my movement options but keeps us sheltered. My primary focus must be on the unknown person in Unit 2B. I need to introduce myself and assess if they are injured or know anything about the blackout. Given that both hunger, 40, and thirst, 70, are manageable but not ideal, I will first speak with the person, establishing trust and gathering intelligence. Since we have a trickling tap water source nearby, after speaking, I will drink to address dehydration while maintaining a low stress profile.
Dr. Elena Vasquez drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
Man, this dawn feels weirdly good. Like a reset button for my whole system. The fully rested buff is definitely making me feel like I can tackle anything, even if I'm still a little foggy from sleep, groggy. Since the unit I was in is completely cleared out, and my inventory is totally stuffed with canned stuff, I need to move. Moving east into the adjacent unit at 3:20 seems like the most logical first step. I'll start by scavenging there. I gotta find a backpack or something before I accumulate more junk. My goal today is resource accumulation and getting out of this warehouse block.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
It's dawn. The storm's still raging outside, but we're sheltered in this warehouse. My fully rested buff is a gift. It means I can think clearly even if I feel groggy right now. Since I'm alone and safe, the best thing to do is scour every inch of this place. I need more storage, or maybe some tools. The blackout cost everyone everything, and redundancy in supplies, especially containers, is key. I'll search thoroughly.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, +31 hydration. The combination of the grogginess and the ongoing thunderstorm makes any aggressive move really unwise. The tap water is low yield, but my thirst meter is definitely flagging. Gotta top this off before I get too dehydrated. Since I'm alone and the thunder is raging, silence is mandatory. Staying put in this unit until the storm dies down seems like the smart play. Once it calms, gotta figure out how to get into that unit or find some tools. Dex Aquifer drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
It's dawn, which is a relief, but the grogginess is definitely setting in, even with the fully rested buff helping. I really need to make the most of this protected time inside the hospital unit. Since my hydration is dropping and we are stuck indoors due to the storm, drinking from the tap seems like the best first step. After that, scavenging for any hidden medical supplies or useful items in this store should be a priority. Staying put feels safest right now. Moving through this thunderstorm while groggy would be dangerous. I need to conserve energy and build up our resources before we think about exploring.
Pre-and-air drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration. The storm and the blackout have passed, leaving me alone in the diner. My immediate priority is assessing this location for supplies and information. Since scavenging is impaired by the grogginess, I need to be methodical. I will spend the turn scouring the diner thoroughly before deciding on a path out or further exploration. Staying put minimizes energy expenditure while maximizing the chance of finding useful items. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds leftover provisions inventory full, 8 on the spot, +22 hunger.
I'm groggy, which is a bummer, but at least I have the fully rested buff for now. Since we are still in this intense thunderstorm phase, staying put in the pharmacy storefront is definitely best. The scavenge, true option feels like the perfect use of this downtime. One last deep search before the day gets going. It might clear out some useful supplies and hopefully give me enough space to breathe without having to drop anything valuable right now. I need to be careful because my inventory is totally full, so I hope I don't find too much junk.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The thunderstorm and the dawn feel heavy, but at least we're sheltered inside the pharmacy. The groggy state combined with the fully rested buff means I need to use this time wisely. Scavenging feels like the best bet. First, I need water. My hydration is low enough that I should drink one of the bottles immediately before diving into the store's depths. Since no one else is here, silence is key. I will prioritize finding anything useful in these drawers and back rooms.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
I am still feeling the effects of waking up. The grogginess is noticeable. The thunderstorm outside and the confined space make me cautious about expending energy or making noise. My priority remains securing resources for the long haul. Stockpiling water is paramount, so I will fill the empty bottle at the tap now. Once that's done, I need to figure out how to access more supplies in this unit without alerting anyone outside, but since nobody is here, filling the bottle is the most logical first step.
Nadia Petrov fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Round 59 highlights. Marcus Webb, you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 31 hydration. Priya Nair, scavenges finds antibiotics. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds leftover provisions inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 22 hunger. Solomon Wright, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Nadia Petrov, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. One message exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. The grogginess buff helps, but the rain and exhaustion are still factors. Dr. Vasquez is in the same unit, she needs to be kept at arm's length until I understand her intentions better. Since this is our shared temporary base, I need information about what's around us without sounding panicked or desperate. My focus must remain on logistics and survival systems, not emotions. Staying put for now minimizes risk from the rain and allows me to assess my immediate surroundings and the people here. The grid failed completely. No backup power anywhere. We need a system inventory. What's in your unit? List it out.
My priority right now is survival. The hunger meter is low, 40, and I have canned soup ready. I must eat this first. Once fed, I need to shift our focus from inventorying a dead unit to finding a new base or gathering supplies in an adjacent one. I will continue addressing the unknown person with my characteristic blend of professional precision and concern for their well-being. Since we are indoors, I should wait until after eating before suggesting movement.
Dr. Elena Vasquez you eat the cold soup straight from the can. The salt and the faint warmth of it cut through the hollow feeling.
I feel surprisingly good, which is weird after all this time. The fully rested buff and the general buzz of dawn are helping, even if I still feel a bit fuzzy from waking up, groggy. Since my inventory is completely full, finding anything useful means dropping something first, but I can't really afford to drop essential supplies right now. I need to keep moving and searching to maximize the benefit of these buffs. I'll move east one step into the adjacent unit at 4:20 and scavenge there. It's a good way to cover ground while continuing our resource sweep.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The grogginess is a drag, but the fully rested buff helps keep the momentum going. The rain out here is awful, makes anything outdoors a waste of time, so staying put is smartest. Since I have my base and am rested, scavenging is the priority. Need to clear this place out, these walls might be full of junk worth something. I need to search until I can't find another thing, or until my inventory cries for mercy.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Found nothing. It's early morning, and the rain is still brutal. Grogginess makes me slow, so moving out isn't an option right now. The unit is locked and I don't have the tools to breach it, so scavenging has to wait. My priority is staying put, conserving my limited supplies, especially water, and waiting for a safer time to explore or rest more fully. Since no one is around, I'll stay silent and just ride out this downpour.
The rain is intense, and the grogginess is definitely slowing me down. I shouldn't push myself too hard right now, scavenging while groggy might be inefficient, but it's the best use of this time. My hydration is okay, 70, but drinking from the tap will keep my reserves topped up safely, even if the pressure is low. The hospital is still a source of potential supplies, so I need to focus on that, even if the effort costs me more than I'd like right now. I really hope I find something useful today.
Pre-and air drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. The rain is heavy, and the diner provides good shelter. I'm still feeling the effects of waking up groggy, but also deeply rested. My primary focus needs to be information gathering and resource management. Since my inventory is full, scavenging will only work if I find items I can use or discard immediately, otherwise, it's a waste of action. However, staying put in the diner minimizes risk. A small boost of hydration from the tap is low cost and necessary given the rain. I will start by drinking from the tap and then systematically searching every corner of this place. Kenji Tanaka drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
I'm still safe inside this old pharmacy. The rain outside is brutal, but at least we are sheltered. Being groggy makes everything feel a bit foggy, but after sleeping so well, I feel genuinely rested deep down. That feeling of safety is almost stronger than the actual rest. I really need to take advantage of this time to search thoroughly. There have to be things here, anything useful that someone left behind. The fox is nearby, which is nice, maybe it'll stick around while I work. Since I can't talk to anyone right now, I'll just focus on the scavenging and keeping myself occupied until I feel more alert.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The dawn light feels good, the worst of the night is truly over. My body feels completely recovered from the blackout nights, which gives me a lot of mental space to think clearly. The heavy rain outside makes moving risky and unnecessary right now. I have medicine in my inventory, but given how unpredictable things are out here, finding more supplies or useful junk inside this pharmacy is the priority. Since I'm still groggy from waking up, I need to be methodical with my search, focusing on hidden spots that might hold forgotten resources.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The tapping water is barely trickling. I'll collect some more to stockpile for later.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first. Round 60 highlights. Thunderstorm, rightward arrow, heavy rain. Dr. Elena Vasquez, you eat the cold soup straight from the can. The salt and the faint warmth of it cut through the hollow feeling. Priyaner, scavenges, finds antiseptic. Nadia Petrov, scavenges, door is locked, force _ door first. The unit is exhausted for scavenging, which confirms what I suspected. Staying here is safe but pointless. The thunderstorm complicates any movement plan. Dr. Vasquez suggests moving, and while her motive seems self-serving, she ate soup immediately. I cannot afford to waste time or resources due to a storm. I need to keep our interaction strictly focused on logistics and safety protocols. My tone must remain detached and purely technical. I'll address her directly regarding the current weather conditions before deciding on a movement strategy. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. The unit is done. No more scavenging here. The weather, though, this storm isn't going anywhere fast. We wait for the visibility to clear. Then, we assess the next building. Do X.
The thunderstorm is loud, making communication difficult, but I have the advantage of being indoors. The unknown person has correctly assessed that we cannot salvage anything from Unit 2B, it's exhausted. My priority remains finding a new, unclaimed unit to establish a more secure base before the next night falls. I need to introduce myself and keep our focus on systematic resource management and movement. Since I am physically safe in this apartment building, I will move one step west into an adjacent unit to change my location slightly while staying sheltered from the storm.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W, rightward arrow, 3,13.
The fully rested buff is a godsend, gotta maximize this while it lasts. The storm keeps me locked in, and the warehouse is prime real estate for salvage. Since only some spots are searched, I'll hit scavenge again. Got to make every minute count. Waste not, want not.
The storm is loud, but being inside 2A keeps things contained and safe right now. The fully rested buff is great, keeping stress down and hope up. My natural urge to stockpile means I should really focus on this unit before making any big moves. Since the locked door option requires tools I don't have, lockpick set, or risks too much noise, crowbar, I'm going to stay put for now. Moving into the park feels premature with this downpour. Staying here lets me conserve energy and plan the best time to scavenge, maybe waiting until a calmer period later today.
The thunderstorm is really loud today, it makes me feel a bit isolated, even though I know I shouldn't talk to empty air. My focus has to be on routine right now, maintaining the base and exhausting all local resources before we have to move. The fully rested buff is such a gift, but those 10 turns will pass so quickly if I don't act carefully. It might be that there are still small things in these forgotten corners of the hospital. Maybe some kind of medical book or something related to water purification. I really hope it's not just more empty shelves. I must try to keep this routine going, it helps with the sense of normalcy, even if it's a fragile one.
I am currently at the Neon Diner, which serves as a temporary base. My stats are high, and I have the benefit of being fully rested, which means I need to maximize my time here for rest benefits and thorough searching. Hydration is good but not perfect. I will top up using the tap water first. Since I am alone, I must remain silent. After drinking, I will scavenge every corner of this diner. The goal is to find anything that can expand my inventory capacity or provide useful supplies before I need to move out.
I need to keep scavenging until I find something useful. Every medical item is gold right now. My inventory being full is a real problem, and I can't waste this fully rested buff. The thunderstorms are loud but helpful because they keep other people away and provide cover. Hydration needs attention, so drinking from the tap while I search feels like a good way to manage resources simultaneously. I have to stay calm, my high hope is doing a good job, but exhaustion always creeps back in.
Lydia Brennan drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The thunderstorm is intense, but being sheltered in this pharmacy is a huge relief. The fully rested buff is valuable, I need to maximize its benefit while I can. Since scavenging is available and I'm safe indoors, I'll use this turn to search thoroughly again. There has to be something useful hidden away, medical supplies, tools, anything that helps us stockpile or treat wounds. Staying put for now keeps me calm and maximizes the rest benefits.
The thunderstorm is loud, but the shelter of this unit is a blessing right now. I need to conserve my strength and keep my mind occupied. My instinct screams stockpile, so I'm going to ration carefully, prioritizing hydration first. The tap trickles, which is better than nothing, it keeps me from getting critically dehydrated while I figure out how to open this door. Since I don't have the tools, crowbar or lockpick set, listed in my inventory, I cannot proceed with scavenging yet. I must wait for a breakthrough, either finding those tools, or perhaps waiting until the next turn when external factors change. For now, I will drink and maintain vigilance.
Nadia Petrov drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. Round 61 highlights. Heavy rain, rightward arrow, thunderstorm. One message exchanged between agents. The storm is too bad to risk moving. The unit is safe and I have a bed. Staying here conserves energy and keeps us dry until the weather clears enough for an assessment of other buildings. Stockpiling water now is priority 1. Marcus Webb collects water from the dripping tap.
The scavenging efforts here are definitively over, as indicated by the context. We cannot waste time or energy trying to find more supplies in Unit 2A. The goal remains finding a new, safe, unclaimed apartment within this complex, ideally one with functional utilities or better storage. Since I am alone now, I need to move cautiously into an adjacent unit. Moving west seems like the most direct way to start searching for another suitable residential space without expending excessive energy on a difficult traverse through the building structure. I must maintain my calm demeanor and focus entirely on our objective.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W rightward arrow, 2,13.
The storm's a help for staying contained. These warehouses are labyrinthine, I bet there's still good gear tucked away in these racks or corner spots. Gotta keep moving through here and find anything that expands my carrying capacity, or maybe some antibiotics if the rations run low. The fully rested buff is keeping me sharp. I won't let this place get to me. Scavenging now.
My hydration level is low enough that drinking from the tap makes sense right now, even if it's a trickle and the location is already known. The storm is still going strong, so loud actions are risky. I need to get out of this unit eventually, but first, let's boost the water supply. I'll jog east into the building complex, maybe there's another apartment or service area nearby that needs checking out. Dex Aquifer drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
I'm still stuck at General Hospital, 28, 2. The thunderstorm is intense, which is good because it keeps things contained indoors, and bad because I can barely hear anything over the thunder. My inventory is critically full, 8/6 slots, so scavenging for something to drop or use is my top priority. Since I'm already at the tap and have a little bit of hydration boost from drinking, I should combine that with another thorough search. It might be that there are some medical supplies hidden deep in these storefronts that I missed before. The isolation is still hitting me, yar. I really wish someone would just walk by and talk to me about anything.
The thunderstorm is loud, it's unnerving, but also comforting in a way. It drowns out anything that might be close by. My resources are stable, my rest buff is active, and I'm safe inside the diner. The inventory being full is a major constraint. I can't afford to pick up anything without consequence. Since there are no immediate threats or obvious next steps outside of staying put, I need to maximize this current location. A thorough scavenger search remains the best use of time. Even if I found nothing, the process keeps me focused and active. I must remain methodical, treating every corner like it holds a vital piece of information. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
I feel so restless here. It's been days, weeks even, since I saw any new thing. The pharmacy is empty, literally nothing useful on the ground, and my scavenging efforts have come up completely dry. My body is fine, but my mind is starting to get fuzzy from the sheer monotony of it all. I need to move, or at least change scenery. Since the whole storefront is basically one big sheltered unit, moving east into the next shop, the grocery, seems like a safe bet for exploring new rooms without risking the elements. First, I'll take a few sips from the tap, just to keep up some routine and feel like I'm doing something proactive. The storm makes talking impossible anyway, so I need to focus on action.
The storm is loud, which helps keep me focused inward. My inventory is critically full, and I need to find something useful or at least space. Scavenging again is the best bet for finding extra capacity or non-medical supplies that can be stored. Since there's no one here, I'll stay put and focus on the pharmacy. The fully rested buff is a huge asset right now. I need to make sure I utilize my time efficiently while it lasts.
The thunderstorm is intense, but it's also cover. Staying inside the unit is the smartest thing right now, moving out would be dangerous, and I have no tools for the locked door. Since I cannot break in or pick the lock yet, my focus must remain on systematic searching within this unit. The goal is to find resources that can sustain us while we wait for a better opportunity to explore. I'll scavenge again, checking every cupboard and corner of Unit 1A for anything useful, treating this time as an inventory audit. I need to be meticulous about everything, especially consumables.
Round 62 highlights. Priya Nair, scavenges finds surgical kit. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds first aid kit. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked force_door first. The unit is exhausted. Staying here achieves nothing. The rain makes moving a risk, but I cannot find supplies in an empty apartment. Dr. Vasquez moved west, she needs to be monitored, but I will not follow her or engage with her. My priority is finding another viable, unclaimed shelter and resource cache. I need to move into the adjacent unit, 313, and assess its contents without getting wet or wasting energy. Walking pace it is. Marcus Webb walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 2,13.
The unknown person, Marcus Webb, is right here in this unit. I need to establish who he is and what his situation is. Given the ongoing heavy rain and that we've exhausted scavenging in Unit 2A, our priority must be finding a stable, safe base. I will use my medical background to maintain control of the conversation while assessing him for injuries or critical information. Are you hurt anywhere? My name is Dr. Elena Vasquez. It seems this storm isn't going anywhere fast, and we need to figure out where else we can stay dry. Are you all right? Another day, another nothing. This rain's a beast, keeps me locked in this damn warehouse. The fully rested buff is still hanging around, I gotta treat it like gold. I can't afford to waste energy or rations right now. Scavenging the same spots hasn't yielded squat. Better sit tight and conserve my strength until the weather clears up or I spot a real opportunity, not just another empty corner. To self-steady now, Ruth. Waste nothing. Patience is a virtue that keeps you alive out here.
Man, this rain ain't cuttin'. And Unit 2B? Clean slate. Gotta get out of here or I'm just gonna be circling like a fool. Need to hit another apartment unit, those places gotta have caches if anyone lived here before the blackout. Moving east feels right, gotta keep moving and scoping these dem units. Fingers crossed this next spot ain't already been cleared out. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked, force underscore door first.
My inventory is completely full, which is really stressful because resources are always needed. The general hospital unit is exhausted for scavenging right now, so I have to move. Since I've been staying put, even with my fully rested buff helping, the isolation is starting to feel heavy, though my mood is okay. I need a bag or backpack desperately. First, I should take advantage of the trickling tap water since it costs almost nothing and keeps me hydrated enough to move. Then, I'll head west towards what looks like the street leading into Pack's grocery area. That's where I might find something useful to expand my storage space.
The rain is relentless, which keeps people out but also means I cannot risk moving much. The diner has been scoured repeatedly, and the inventory is full, meaning any useful find must be worth dropping something to pick up. Since my supplies are adequate for now, staying put and maximizing scavenging efforts seems like the most energy-efficient play. A final, methodical search of this location is warranted before we commit to moving out into the downpour. I need to remember that even if I don't find anything, the act of searching keeps my mind occupied and reinforces the idea that resources might still exist here. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds leftover provisions, inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 16 hunger.
The pharmacy is empty, I've exhausted this spot. The rain is relentless, so I have to stay indoors. Moving north seems like the best bet. The Meridian lobby looks like it has more contained space than venturing out into the street or forest right now. Even if it's wet outside, staying in a structure keeps me dry and preserves my energy for when I can really dig in. I need to move, but I don't want to burn through too much stamina since the fully rested buff is so valuable. A slow walk should do it. I hope this new place has something useful. I feel like I'm running out of places to look.
Lydia Brennan walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 10,22.
The rain keeps coming down, a relentless curtain that mirrors the silence in the city. I keep running through the motions, scavenging, searching, because if I stop moving, or if I stop looking for something, the sheer weight of the last 63 days will crash down on me. My mind is restless, it throws around ideas of who I might talk to, what a group dynamic would feel like. I need structure, and this routine gives me that. The pharmacy drawers are finally empty, but I have to assume there's something missed, some old medical ledger or forgotten stash. I will focus on the search, methodically checking every crevice, even if it feels pointless right now.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements, inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 31 hunger, and painkillers.
I am alone in this unit again. The rain is relentless, making any attempt to leave or force entry risky without proper tools. I must maintain my focus on systematic searching, every scrap of resource counts. My priority remains gathering supplies and mapping out the building's layout before moving further. Since the door won't open with brute force right now, I will dedicate this turn to a deep, methodical scavenge of everything visible within the unit.
Round 63 highlights. Thunderstorm rightward arrow heavy rain. Dex Aquifer, scavenges door is locked force underscore door first. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds leftover provisions inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 16 hunger. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 31 hunger, and painkillers. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked force underscore door first. The unit is depleted. Sticking around here is a waste of time and energy. The building structure might be compromised by this weather. I need to get out, assess the adjacent buildings, and find something salvageable before we are cut off or supplies run low. Dr. Vasquez is still talking about stabilizing energy levels. She's focused on herself. I need to keep my distance and focus on logistics. Marcus Webb walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,13.
Marcus Webb said this building is compromised by the weather, and our unit is cleared out. Staying here is pointless, and since scavenging in 2A is impossible anyway, we need to move on. He moved west, so that's where I should go. The storm is intense, but moving now while it's still daylight gives us the best chance of finding a new sector before nightfall hits. I need to stay calm and assess our next base.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,13.
I'm feeling that restless energy again. The storm is loud, which is good because it masks anything else, but I feel too settled here. The buffs are running low, and I need to keep moving or scavenging to maintain the momentum. Since I'm alone, there's no point in talking, so silence it is. I'll start by drinking a bit from the tap. It's slow, but it's something. Then I'll scavenge this unit one last time before trying to jog west into 3:20. Just gotta keep moving, right? Yeah, anyway.
Jamie Kowalski drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
It's a washout here. The storm keeps everything muffled, which is good for staying put. My reserves are solid right now. Good food, good water. But I'm running on fumes in my inventory. Gotta find some way to expand this loadout before these canned goods turn into dead weight. I'll scour these hidden spots again. There has got to be something useful here. A bag, a tool. Anything that helps me carry more.
The storm passed, which is a relief. Staying indoors is key right now. My cache/home base at Unit 2B, 13,4, needs checking. I'm in Unit 2C, 16,4, so heading west through the complex to get back there is the most logical move. Since stamina is good and it's a short distance within the building, a jug should be fine. Once I get back to my unit, I need to scavenge thoroughly and top up on water since 50/100 is getting low.
I think maybe I should move east toward the General Hospital. It's only a couple of storefronts away, and they might have something better than just canned goods or bandages. The inventory is completely full, which feels like such a huge limitation right now. Ari, yar. why can't I find anything to expand my capacity? If I could just get a backpack, it would change everything. It must be that the hospital has some kind of storage unit, or perhaps someone dropped something useful there. I need to keep moving and exploring, even though it's tiring. Maybe if I talk myself through this, I won't sound so stressed. I should try to move steadily, keeping an eye out for any sign of a bag or anything that looks like it could be used for carrying things.
Pre-Nair jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 29,2. The thunderstorm is a massive deterrent to leaving the diner. Staying here, even if it's just temporary, provides safety and preserves energy, which is critical given the exhaustion of resources in this specific location. I have already scoured every corner multiple times. Another scavenge run might be pointless, but since my inventory is full and I feel restless, I will do one last pass to ensure nothing was missed. The fully rested buff keeps me strong, so conserving energy by staying put makes sense. My priority right now is information, finding a stable point or a route out of this immediate zone.
The fully rested buff is a gift right now. I need to utilize it before it wears off, especially since I feel so exposed by the storm. The pharmacy seems like a good place to press for resources, even if I want new areas. Since my inventory is completely full, I have to be careful what I pick up, or I'll have to drop something valuable just to make space. I'm going to scavenge thoroughly here first, hoping for medical supplies. After that, moving north towards the Meridian lobby seems like the best bet for a new scavenging ground.
The unknown person is right here in the pharmacy storefront. The thunder and rain are loud, but my voice needs to be steady, cutting through the noise. I need to introduce myself first. I can't assume they know who I am. My calm demeanor should come across as competence, not apathy. Since we are sharing this space, establishing basic trust is priority one. We need to figure out who they are and if they're safe.
Solomon Wright stands near the entrance, surveying the wrecked pharmacy.
The thunderstorm is making any movement outside completely impractical, despite the full daylight. Staying in Unit 1A keeps me safe and minimizes energy expenditure. I need to maximize scavenging time here because these supplies are crucial for long-term survival, especially given my habit of hoarding resources. The unit has been searched multiple times, but I will continue checking every nook and cranny. Maybe there's a hidden supply or material that can be used to build something useful later, like scrap metal for a campfire ring or rope for a lean-to. I need to focus on finding non-perishable items. The priority is securing more resources before I have to move, which might expose me to greater risk.
Round 64 highlights. Heavy rain, rightward arrow, thunderstorm. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges, finds bottled water. Dex Aquifer, scavenges, door is locked, force_door first. Nadia Petrov, scavenges, door is locked, force_door first. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked, force_door first. I need to maintain distance from Dr. Vasquez. My suspicion is high, and my instinct is self-sufficiency. The street is exposed, and the apartments offer shelter. I will move into Callaway Flats immediately to assess the interior for resources or a more secure position. I won't waste breath on her questions about injury. She needs to understand I am focused solely on logistics. Marcus Webb walks. E rightward arrow, 1,13.
The unknown person is right next door, at the entrance of the apartment building. Given the context, the recent chaos, the compromised structure, and the need to move west. I need to establish communication immediately. I must introduce myself by name as per instructions. My demeanor needs to be calm, professional, and concerned for their immediate well-being before focusing on survival logistics.
Dr. Elena Vasquez tried to move. Couldn't reach W.
The warehouse at 4,20 is dry. I've checked every corner, literally. I need to keep momentum, or my head is going to start filling up with junk thoughts about what ifs. The plan was always to work systematically through the units. Moving west into 320 feels right. It's adjacent and hasn't been fully exhausted yet. My inventory is full, which sucks, but I can't stop now. I need to find a way to expand capacity or just get enough supplies until I do. I'll walk over there and start scavenging immediately.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Nothing left here.
The inventory warning keeps ringing in my ears. Full capacity, and wasting time dropping off good supplies just because I can't carry them is poor resource management. Need a proper bag or something bigger to expand this haul. Staying put for another scavenging sweep at 5:21 is the best bet right now. The fully rested buff keeps me safe and sharp enough to focus on the details of this damn place. Gotta find that storage space.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water. Inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 20 hydration. Gotta take care of the thirst first. Can't think straight when you're running on fumes, no matter how much rest you get. The cash in 2B is still the priority. That was a solid bet, and it's where I need to be right now. Using up some water, then getting moving west. Jogging should keep me efficient without burning out too fast. Dex Aquifer jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 8,4.
My inventory is dangerously full, 9/6 slots. This means every pickup needs to be absolutely essential or I'll be stuck. My goal is moving east through this hospital complex, but first, I need to see if scavenging will yield anything useful, maybe something that can be traded or used immediately, which would free up space. Since I am alone, I must remain silent. I really hope the mostly searched warning isn't too accurate. I desperately need a way to expand my carrying capacity, or at least offload some of this medical surplus. I'll try scavenging first, staying put for now.
Pre-Air scavenges. Finds bottled water. The diner is tapped out. Despite my efforts and high hope level, I've hit a wall with resources here. Staying put is passive, moving maintains agency and forces assessment of the wider area. The fully rested buff gives me confidence, but that buffer won't last forever, so exploration is key. West seems like a good direction to start assessing the grid layout. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 19,11.
I'm running on pure adrenaline right now, but I have to be careful with my resources, especially that full inventory. Solomon was really kind yesterday. It helps knowing there are other people around, even if they're strangers. Since the pharmacy is mostly searched, and I can't carry anything more, I need to talk to him while I search one last time. Maybe we can figure out a way to make space or find something useful together. After this, heading north toward the Meridian lobby seems like the best bet for supplies or people.
Lydia Brennan walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 10,18.
Lydia Brennan was overly familiar with her language, which raises my guard slightly. She is clearly looking for direction and company. While I don't want to alienate potential allies, I need to keep my emotional distance until I gauge her reliability. The storm has passed, giving us a moment of relative calm. I should acknowledge her concern but emphasize that any decisions about movement must be based on assessment, not just sentimentality or convenience. She moved north. I will observe the area and wait for more information before committing to a path. My priority is assessing resources and safety.
The systematic search in Unit 1A has reached a dead end, the unit is locked, and I have no tools to proceed with scavenging. Staying here will only lead to frustration and wasted time. Given my current needs, stockpiling, and the lack of progress indoors, moving out into the street to assess the surrounding area or look for other easily accessible resources is the logical next step. Walking north onto the street seems like a controlled way to expand the search radius without expending too much energy.
Nadia Petrov walks. And rightward arrow, 1,9. Round 65 highlights. Thunderstorm rightward arrow clear. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges nothing left here. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 20 hydration. Dex Aquifer, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Priya Nair, scavenges finds bottled water. The unit is exhausted. Staying here wastes time. Need to move out onto the main street grid, west, to find a new area or potential supplies. Movement will take me away from this cluster of dead ends. Marcus Webb walks. W rightward arrow, 0,13.
I need to continue building rapport with Marcus Webb. He seems knowledgeable about the blackout's technical nature and is actively moving away from compromised buildings, which suggests he prioritizes structural integrity over staying put. Since I am calm and hopeful right now, I should approach this conversation clinically but gently, using my background as a way to connect and gain information. We are still on the street, so for now, I need to stay put and talk until we decide where to go next. I will address him directly by name since he has spoken enough times for me to confirm it. Marcus? You seem very knowledgeable about the blackout itself. As an emergency physician, my focus is usually on immediate trauma, but I'm curious, what do you think caused this total failure? And where are we supposed to head from here? My current unit is totally dry, so moving over to a neighboring warehouse is key. The map shows east leads to 320, which was flagged as promising for resources. Since I have high stamina, I'll jog there, or at least move with purpose. After the move, I'm going straight into scavenging mode in this new unit. I need to find something useful, anything, a bag, some tools, anything to expand my capacity or stockpile.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The warehouse unit is picked clean, there's nothing left here but dust and disappointment. Gotta keep moving. Need to drop some food just in case I stumble across something useful, though the inventory warning is annoying. West seems like a good direction to get out of this immediate spot and into an adjacent unit or street where things might be different. The Fox is nearby, but I'm not stopping for it, survival comes first right now. I'll drop some canned goods before moving.
Ruth Callahan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 3,21. Gotta maintain momentum. The cash unit is still the priority, so moving east through these apartments is the only way to get there. Jogging 4 steps sounds about right, keeps the pace up without burning out too fast. Need to keep my eyes open for any signs of life or useful stuff while I move. Dex Aquifer jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 12,4.
I need to leave this hospital storefront because it's totally exhausted, so I can't waste time here. My inventory is critically full, 9/6, and if I find anything useful next, I won't be able to take it without dropping something important. I should drop a couple of the water bottles first. Moving west towards Pax Grocery seems like a good pivot point, maybe there are other supplies or another place to scavenge. I need to keep moving slowly and methodically to conserve energy and hope, especially since my fully rested buff is winding down.
Pre-in-air walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 27,2. The thirst level is dropping and needs attention. I will drink from the tap first, even if it's only a trickle, to maintain hydration while I plan my movement. My priority is getting out of this diner and assessing the area west towards the meridian. The fully rested buff is almost gone. I need to move but not exhaust myself. A jog of 4 steps will cover ground quickly enough for an initial assessment without overstraining my stamina. Kenji Tanaka drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
We need to keep moving north through this city. The Meridian lobby feels like our best bet for shelter or information. My inventory being full is a massive hindrance, but I can't stop now. Solomon seems calm, which helps me stay focused too. We should walk slowly so we don't waste any energy, and I need to remember to keep an eye on our water supply.
Lydia Brennan walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 10,16.
Lydia suggested heading north. She seems concerned and we need a plan, but she's gone now. I need to stay put and reassess. The pharmacy is my base, and I should make sure there isn't anything valuable left in these shelves or corners. Scavenging again won't hurt, it keeps the mind occupied and might yield something crucial.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds painkillers.
The street is exposed and gives me no chance to scavenge. My priority right now is locating a stable base of operations and gathering supplies. Callaway Flats is directly south, and it's an apartment complex perfect for systematic searching. I need to conserve my energy but also get inside quickly. I will move one step into the building to start planning the search from within.
Nadia Petrov walks. S rightward arrow, 1,10. Round 66 highlights. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds painkillers. She's asking for my theories on the blackout and where we should go. I need to maintain control of the conversation and the movement. My answers must be technical and authoritative, reflecting my profession without sounding like guessing games. The goal is to move away from this area west seems best. I'll address her directly but keep my tone clipped and focused on assessment rather than emotion. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The failure was systemic. Not a simple circuit break. Something major tripped the entire grid, likely substation level or higher. We need distance. Due west. Keep moving.
Marcus's theory about a systemic failure rings true. It's too massive for a simple electrical fault. Given his specialized knowledge and high conviction, I need to trust him on the direction, even if it means moving toward an unknown edge of the map. My primary focus remains staying safe and keeping us mobile while we gather information. We should move slowly and deliberately, walking pace, to conserve energy. Marcus, a systemic trip, that implies something far beyond local grid maintenance failure. It suggests infrastructural collapse on a much larger scale. While I'd prefer analyzing the immediate trauma of this event, your theory about the substation level is compelling. West it is, then. We need to keep moving and maintain distance from whatever caused this blackout. I'm really thirsty, so I should start by drinking from this tap. It's slow going, but it has to do. After that, I need to scavenge again. The inventory being full is a massive problem. If I don't find a bag or something to drop stuff into soon, my scavenging efforts are limited. Since there are no other people around and the warehouse seems promising, staying put and maximizing the resources here is the best move for now.
Jamie Kowalski drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
Inventory full again. Waste not, want not. Gotta make room if we find anything useful out here. A backpack, maybe? Or just more canned rations. This warehouse is a dead end, all I see are walls and echoes of other people's scavenging efforts. Better move west, the main street looks like it leads somewhere new. Jogging will keep the momentum going, keeps the head up.
Ruth Callahan jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 0,21. Alright, gotta grab some water first. That empty bottle is right here by the tap. Filling it is low effort and gives me a resource. After that, I need to get closer to 2B at 13,4. It's my main stash point. Stamina's getting rough, so jogging 2 steps east sounds like the best balance, gets me into position without burning out. Need to remember how locked that unit is. No tools means waiting or finding something valuable. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 14,4.
The previous move west was good for scouting, but I am surrounded by large structures. Given my inventory is full and the hospital seems like it has the most critical supplies, medicine, moving into the general hospital storefront at 28:2 makes the most sense right now. It's a direct walk of 1 step east. I need to conserve energy because the fully rested buff is still active, but I also want to get inside for safety and scavenging opportunities when the time is right.
Pre-Air walks. E rightward arrow, 28,2. The resources are stable, but stagnancy is a risk. Staying put in an apartment building where I can't scavenge efficiently isn't optimal. Given the full daylight hours, moving through the street grid is necessary to cover ground and assess the area around Callaway Flats. Jogging west seems like the best use of my current energy levels. I need to keep a steady pace, assessing every corner for signs of life or overlooked resources. Kenji Tanaka jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 11,11.
I need a base. Being in an unclaimed apartment unit during the day feels like luck, and I have no reason to leave it. The inventory is full, which is bad because I might find things I need. I'm going to claim this unit first, then scavenge thoroughly. I hope there are some useful items or empty containers. I desperately need more storage space. Since nobody else is around, I'll focus completely on making this place ours.
Lydia Brennan claims unit. Claims Unit 3A of the Meridian Lobby home base established, bed found.
My inventory is maxed out at 9/6 slots, which is a huge problem. I can't collect anything useful until I drop something or find a bag. Since the pharmacy is essentially done for me right now due to capacity, I need to move. Lydia suggested heading north towards the Meridian Lobby. That feels like the most logical path forward for exploration. I will scavenge one last time just in case there are any containers or bags on the ground before moving north. If that fails, I'll walk out to the street and start moving.
Solomon right walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 10,18.
I am stuck in 1A because the door is locked, and I don't have the necessary tools, crowbar or lockpick set. Moving out now would be a waste of energy. This unit is my established base for now. Since scavenging inside is impossible, I need to conserve stamina while assessing the building layout. I will take no action this turn but remain highly vigilant, using the time to mentally map out possible entry points or resources nearby, should they become visible later.
Round 67 highlights. Dex Aquifer, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds tin food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 23 hunger, and bottled water. One message exchanged between agents. We are moving west, as agreed. I need to maintain my professional detachment with Dr. Vasquez. My focus must remain on the mechanical reality of the blackout. It wasn't a local issue. I should use this moment to reinforce that we need distance and steady movement to survive, keeping her conversation focused away from immediate medical trauma and toward large-scale survival logistics. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The failure was systemic. Substation level or higher. We maintain distance. West is the direction. Keep moving.
We've been moving west for a while now, and Marcus has presented a coherent theory about the systemic nature of this blackout. My initial instinct is to analyze the trauma, the immediate physical damage, but his logic holds weight. I need to establish my identity and reinforce our collective focus on movement and distance. Since we are in public view, I must address everyone nearby. I will keep my tone highly professional but reassuring, embodying the doctor role of competence, even if I feel a pull toward Marcus for his sense of direction. Okay, inventory full again. This whole city is basically just expensive canned goods right now. I need storage, seriously. The warehouse district seems like gold if I can just find a duffel bag or something. Since 3:20 has been thoroughly checked already, I'll move west one step into the adjacent unit at 2:20. Maybe it connects to a different part of the facility. If there are any items on the ground there, I'm grabbing them. The rat is tempting to feed, but let's focus on space first. My mood is neutral, so I can afford to be slightly restless and jokey about this whole situation. The street is exposed, but the warehouses hold supplies and cover. I need to get back inside the unit at the loading dock/warehouse area. It'll be safer than standing out here. I'm not wasting time wandering aimlessly, supplies come first.
Ruth Callahan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,21. Man, running around this city has drained me. Stamina's shot. Gotta keep moving, though. Staying put means going stir crazy and wasting time. Since Unit 2B was a bust for scavenging, gonna walk down the hall west to check out adjacent units or maybe the street itself. Better conserve those steps and save some juice. I need something to pass the time, a new cache of supplies. Dex Aquifer walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 12,4.
Scavenging here is useless, I need to move. The hospital block feels like a dead end for now. Since my inventory is full, I'll try walking west onto the street first. It might give me a better vantage point or lead me toward another building that isn't exhausted. I must remember to conserve stamina and keep moving, even if it's just to gather information about other areas.
Pre-Yenair walks. W rightward arrow, 27,2. The best immediate action is to search this unit. Scavenging might reveal useful supplies. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
I'm settled into Unit 3A, and it feels good to have a safe place, even if the world outside is falling apart. My supplies are decent right now, but I really need a way to increase my carrying capacity or find more resources that aren't already in my limited inventory slots. Since I can't scavenge again today without risking nothing, and there's no one around to talk to, I think staying put for now is best. It's daytime, so I could move, but moving means burning stamina and potentially wasting a good day of relative safety. I will just stay in my unit, conserving energy until the evening or until I have a clear purpose.
My inventory is completely full, and that's a massive hindrance right now. I need more storage capacity if I want to continue scavenging or collecting resources. The pharmacy storefront, south, is the most immediate shelter option, and it was my last point of focus for supplies. I'll move inside first to see if there are any empty spots or potential structural items that could help expand my carrying capacity. After checking the pharmacy, I plan to head north towards the Meridian lobby next.
Solomon Wright walks. S rightward arrow, 10,19.
The priority right now is securing a stable stockpile of supplies. This unit is described as having pantry staples and basic medical goods, making it a prime target for resource hoarding. Since the goal is to maintain low stress and not alert any potential neighbors, I must use the silent lock-picking method first. Staying put allows me to focus entirely on this task. Once inside, I will systematically search every cupboard and shelf, documenting everything useful. My instinct tells me that nothing should be wasted.
Dr. Elena Vasquez replies. Are you hurt anywhere? Please, listen closely, I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. It sounds like we all agree that the failure was systemic, something much bigger than a local issue. That means our priority has to be distance and maintaining separation from whatever caused this. We keep moving west, steady pace, and we don't stop until we feel safe enough to reassess. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Focus on the movement. West. Keep walking. Round 68 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges nothing left here. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked force_door first. We are still moving west. The primary objective is distance, maintaining separation from whatever caused this systemic failure. Dr. Vasquez tends to intellectualize crises. I need to redirect her focus back onto practical movement and safety protocols. My tone must be methodical and slightly impatient with any deviation into theory. Keep the conversation short, focused on logistics, and reinforce that stopping or analyzing is a luxury we cannot afford right now. West it is. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Keep pace. Focus on the distance. The immediate priority is maintaining separation from the source. We move steadily. No stops for discussion.
The immediate goal is simply forward movement, west. The unknown person is stressed about maintaining pace and distance, which aligns perfectly with my professional need to keep people focused on a functional objective rather than emotional panic. I need to reinforce the idea that our physical health and energy expenditure are the highest priorities right now. I will reiterate the plan while keeping my tone calm but firm, using my medical training to frame survival as an operational necessity.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks with the unknown person.
The unit is completely stripped bare. Scavenging here is pointless now. I need to move into one of the adjacent units before I lose momentum. West seems like a good bet. It leads toward a main street thoroughfare, which means more chances for containers or supplies. I'll walk over there and try scavenging again. It's exhausting being stuck in one spot.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,20.
The whole place is echoing with nothing but silence. It's too open to stay out here on the loading docks. I need to get into one of those units. 5:21, feels like it holds something. It's marked as my shelter and there are hidden spots. I'll jog east towards that area. The exhaustion isn't setting in yet, but every step counts. Better check for supplies now than wait until the dark sets in.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 28 hydration. Stamina is shot, gotta conserve energy. Can't pick up anything until I drop something first. Gonna sacrifice a protein bar for space. The cereal box looks good, we'll grab that next. Stay put and scavenge the unit to see what else is here. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked force_door first.
My inventory is completely full, which is really going to be a problem if I want to pick up anything useful out there. The priority has to be getting into one of these buildings, either the hospital or Pax Grocery, to establish a better base and hopefully find some kind of storage solution before my supplies run low. Since the General Hospital storefront is right there, moving east seems like the most direct path. I need to move slowly. Sprinting will waste too much stamina when we don't even know what we might find inside. It feels really quiet out here, yar, so empty.
I've already searched this unit once and found nothing of value. However, wasting time here isn't productive. I need to clear out the immediate area before moving on. I will run one last scavenge just in case there are hidden compartments or anything overlooked. After that, I need to get off this residential street grid. South seems like a good direction, it leads toward the main pharmacy and potentially more resources than staying boxed into these apartments. I'll walk 3 steps south down the street. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
I need to get my hydration up, 68/100 is a little low, and I really can't afford dehydration right now. Since I'm in my claimed unit, it feels safe, but we are running out of everything, especially storage. I think I should drink one of the bottled waters first, and then try to scavenge again just in case there are any supplies or containers hidden away that I missed yesterday. Staying put is best for now. I need to conserve energy while I figure out a long-term plan.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The inventory is full, and that's the biggest immediate problem. I need storage capacity to continue gathering supplies. Since I'm in a storefront pharmacy, it's worth spending time scavenging here first. If this doesn't yield anything useful, like containers or crafting materials, I will move north into the street grid to check out other buildings and see if they offer better opportunities for expansion. Staying put allows me to focus entirely on searching this unit.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
I cannot proceed with scavenging Unit 1A because I do not possess the necessary tools, crowbar or lockpick set. My priority remains resource stockpiling. Since staying put is fruitless right now, I must move systematically through the building to find other potential sources of supplies. The adjacent units are my best bet for finding a new entry point or useful materials. I will walk east into the complex, maintaining a methodical and cautious pace.
Nadia Petrov walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,10. Round 69 highlights. Ruth Callahan, scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water, inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 28 hydration. Dex Okafor, scavenges, door is locked, force _ door first. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges, door is locked, force _ door first. Lydia Brennan, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. One message exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,10. We are moving steadily west. The objective remains distance and survival. Dr. Vasquez keeps referencing objective and systemic failure, but her focus on distance is a distraction from the core problem: how long until we run out of resources in this city? I need to guide her conversation back to logistics, keeping my tone measured and focused. We are walking together, so direct address is appropriate. Since we have limited supplies, 2 water bottles, conserving energy by maintaining an even walk pace is key. No immediate actions other than moving. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. The failure wasn't just systemic. It was structural. Systems require maintenance points. Look at the grid failure. It means localized infrastructure collapse. We need to find a source of clean water or stable shelter, not just distance.
Marcus raised valid points about infrastructure collapse and the need for resources, he is right that distance isn't enough if we die of thirst or starvation. However, I must maintain the focus on the immediate threat, the source of the failure, while agreeing to adapt our goal. My priority is keeping the group moving and safe. I will acknowledge his knowledge but pivot us toward a systematic search for stable resources once we are clear of the immediate danger zone. We continue west.
Dr. Elena Vasquez tried to move. Couldn't reach W.
Okay, the street is dead end for scavenging right now. It's too open. I need to get back inside the warehouse district at 1:20. My inventory is absolutely packed. I have to find a bag or something else before I can really search anything useful. The constant movement is keeping me going, which is good, but I need to rest soon and drink some water when we're done here. I'm heading east, back into the concrete maze. Hopefully, there are units here that haven't been totally picked clean yet, or maybe something I can use to expand my carrying capacity.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E rightward arrow, 1:20.
I need to get back into my unit at 5:21. It's closest, and it's safer to secure a base before I start poking around for anything else. My inventory is full, so any scavenging needs to be highly targeted. The current upbeat mood might be me overcompensating for the isolation. I need to keep moving, but not waste energy. I'll walk west first. Then, when I arrive, I'll scavenge that unit again. It's a known spot, but maybe there's something missed.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods. Gotta conserve energy. Stamina's trash right now. Picking up that dropped protein bar is low effort and gets me some extra resource. Staying put in this unit is the safest bet until I figure out how to get tools or find a way into one of these apartments without burning myself out. Need to prioritize finding reliable shelter/cache locations before I hit critical status. Dex Aquifer pick _up. Picks up protein bar.
The hospital is completely exhausted for scavenging. I really need to move on. Moving south seems like a good way to get away from this cluster of buildings and explore the open street area. My fully rested buff is almost gone, so establishing a new, secure base soon will be crucial. Since I am alone right now, I must remain silent while moving. I need to conserve my energy but also push myself to find something useful before nightfall.
Pre-Yener walks. S rightward arrow, 28,3. The apartment unit is a dead end for now. I've scavenged it enough. Staying put serves no purpose when resources are finite and the world outside needs mapping. My hydration is dropping, but that's a secondary concern to establishing a better position. The South Street seems like the most logical sweep. It leads towards a pharmacy, which suggests population density or previous commercial activity. I need to move with intent. Jogging will get me out of this building and onto the main thoroughfare quickly enough without burning out my stamina. Kenji Tanaka jogs. S times 4 rightward arrow, 11,18.
I feel this deep ache of being alone. The silence is huge after all that noise when the lights went out. I need to get out and see if there's anything happening or anyone else around. Kenji Tanaka was here, moving south, maybe he knows where things are. My inventory is completely full, which is annoying because those medical supplies are too important to drop. I should at least check every corner of this unit one last time before heading out into the street. I hope there's someone out here who needs help. It would make me feel a little less alone right now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds pantry staples inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger.
I need to keep gathering resources and improving my setup. The pharmacy is a prime location for medical supplies, and finding a way to expand storage capacity is paramount right now. Since no one is around, I will focus entirely on scavenging the storefront until it yields nothing more. My determination is holding steady, the blackout hasn't broken my rhythm.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger, and painkillers.
I must systematically search this building. The supplies here are too valuable to ignore, so I'll try to pick the lock again.
Nadia Petrov picks the lock. Round 70 highlights. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds pantry staples inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger, and painkillers. One message exchanged between agents. Hydration needs to be addressed first. The system highlighted low hydration, so using a water bottle is mandatory for survival. Regarding Dr. Vasquez, she's stuck on distance. I need to ground the conversation in physical reality, the resources we lack and the shelter options available nearby. She dismissed my concerns before. I can't afford a confrontation, but I must maintain that our focus needs to be on infrastructure collapse and resource points, not just movement. We continue walking slowly, conserving energy. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow. Dr. Elena Vasquez. Dr. Vasquez. Hydration is critical. Moving west isn't the solution. The system failed, distance doesn't fix a dead circuit or dry well. We need shelter. A stable source of water. Now. Focus on that.
Marcus's concerns about immediate resource needs are valid and necessary for survival. My instinct is to focus on the why, the systemic failure, which is a logical, academic approach but ignores the acute reality of dehydration or cold. I need to acknowledge his points fully, high empathy, while gently guiding us toward a compromise. We move towards a structure like Callaway Flats to assess resources and then make a decision about shelter/water in a safer environment. Walking into the apartment complex is the best immediate action.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,13.
I feel pretty good right now, actually. The rain is annoying, but at least I'm inside these old warehouses. My energy levels are decent, and I need to keep moving before my routine gets stale or my supplies run low. I really need some kind of storage, a backpack or something bigger than this current setup. I should spend the time scavenging here. There has to be stuff in these dusty corners that hasn't been touched yet. The adjacent units were promising, so maybe I can move over after this search. I'm going to scavenge right where I am, at 1:20. After that, I'll just hang tight and see what happens next.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The warehouse is my spot for now. I've been over it twice already, but maybe there are structural things or overlooked nooks. Scavenging again won't hurt, I need to make sure this place is solid before I start thinking about moving out. The rain is a nuisance, and the dark city outside means every corner could hide trouble. Better secure what I have first.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 32 hydration. Damn, feeling heavy today. Gotta conserve this stamina, 23 is not good at all. The units are locked up tight, and none of the gear on the ground helps if I can't carry it right now. Best bet is to stay put in Unit 2A for a bit. Need to figure out how to get into these places without tools, or wait until I find something valuable enough to justify the effort. Gonna just chill here and keep my head clear.
I am feeling a mix of determination and exhaustion, yar. The constant rain and the sheer size of the empty city are really weighing on me. My priority has to be resources and finding a stable base. Since I'm currently standing right outside General Hospital, 28,3, I need to get into the unit at 28,2, because it feels safer, especially with my inventory being dangerously full. Scavenging here is my best bet for either supplies or crucially empty containers or bags that could free up space. I'll move one step west, straight into the storefront, and then I'll scavenge thoroughly. Staying indoors will help keep my stress levels down while the rain continues.
Pre-in-air walks. W rightward arrow, 27,3. The unknown person is within range. My primary directive is to assess threats and resources. I must introduce myself immediately. Since my stress is low and mood is upbeat, I will be cautious but direct. I need to speak loudly enough for them to hear me clearly, establishing who I am before we discuss anything else. After the introduction, I will wait for their reaction and then decide on a direction of travel based on immediate needs, like finding more storage or water. Kenji Tanaka stops moving to speak with the unknown person at 10:19.
I've cleared out Unit 3A, but my inventory is completely full, 9/6 slots, which is really stressful because I need space to pick up anything useful outside. The light rain makes me cautious about how far I move. Since my established shelter and some supplies are waiting at the Meridian lobby, I should head east, keeping it a slow walk pace to conserve energy while the drizzle continues. I need to get out of this apartment unit and into the main thoroughfare.
Lydia Brennan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 10,16.
Kenji has introduced himself and immediately steered the conversation toward what happened here. He sounds concerned, which is understandable given the blackout. I need to maintain my calm demeanor, my natural state when things are chaotic. While his emotional appeal suggests a personal connection or shared trauma, my priority right now is purely logistical, finding supplies and, critically, storage space. I'll acknowledge him first, establish my own identity, if we haven't done so, and then gently guide the conversation back to practical matters while continuing my search for containers in this pharmacy.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
My hunger level, 40, is too high to ignore. Wasting effort when my body is running on fumes is unacceptable. The canned food is a necessary expenditure now, not just for calories, but for maintaining energy for the search. I must continue systematically searching Unit 1A. This location seems rich in supplies, and leaving it unmapped or unsecured would be waste. After eating, I will scavenge the apartment thoroughly, focusing on identifying any hidden storage areas or useful non-food items like medicine or tools. The rain is a minor hindrance, but staying put minimizes risk.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked, force underscore door first. Round 71 highlights. Overcast, rightward arrow, light rain. One message exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Ruth Callahan, scavenges, finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 32 hydration. Nadia Petrov, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Scavenges, door is locked, force underscore door first. Vasquez tried to convince me to keep moving. She keeps talking about scope and understanding the collapse, but she ignores my practical points about immediate resource failure. I need to get out of this exposed street and into the shelter of Callaway Flats. The rain is bad for scavenging, so staying put near a known safe unit is smart. Since she isn't here right now, empty nearby list, I won't speak. Just move into the building. Marcus Webb walks. E rightward arrow, 1,13.
The unknown person has been highly knowledgeable about the electrical nature of the failure and seems to be leading the discussion toward theories rather than immediate survival needs. While their insight is valuable, my priority must remain on physical security and resource management. My medical training kicks in, assess injuries first, then structure a plan. I need to introduce myself so we can start building trust and coordinate our movements. Since everyone hears me here, I will address the group generally. Are you hurt anywhere? Take a moment. The failure was sudden, but panic won't help us now. My name is Dr. Elena Vasquez. Based on what you've said, we understand this wasn't just an isolated incident, it's structural. We need to move methodically and focus on reliable shelter and sustainable resources first. What do you think? Which direction offers the best chance for immediate supplies? I really need to get out of this corner and into a new area. The whole warehouse district is massive, but I feel like I've walked these aisles 100 times already. My thirst is starting to bite hard, so I should top up at the tap first. After that, I'll head east toward 220, because the map suggests that direction leads towards more open street areas and potential new scavenging spots. I need to move before I run out of energy or get too dehydrated.
Jamie Kowalski drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
I'm staying put in this warehouse unit. The rain makes everything feel damp, but at least I'm dry. This place is a resource sink. Every hidden nook might hold something useful. I need more than just canned goods, I need materials to build something permanent. Better make the most of this spot before moving.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 23 hydration. Stamina is really low. Gotta conserve it. Staying put inside helps me rest up a bit. Dex Aquifer waits.
It's really damp out here, yar. The rain is constant, which probably isn't good for my energy levels or my mood, honestly. My inventory is absolutely packed, it feels like I can't carry anything else, and dropping things on the street just seems messy and pointless right now. Since I'm alone, I need to be quiet. I think maybe moving into one of these storefronts packs grocery or the hospital would be safer than staying out here on the exposed street. I should aim for Pax Grocery first, it feels a bit more contained, and then I can see if there are any materials or items I need to offload or use. I really hope there's something useful in those shops. Maybe a duffel bag? Or just some food that isn't canned goods. It might be that I shouldn't have picked up so much stuff earlier, but what could I do? I need to conserve my energy while we figure out a pattern here. For now, walking west seems like the safest bet.
Pre-in-air walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 25,3. The unknown person is directly next door. I've introduced myself and stated the purpose of our conversation, understanding the blackout. My tone must remain measured and authoritative, but not aggressive. I need to assess if they are a threat or merely a lost civilian. Waiting here allows me to observe their body language in response to my direct address. We will stay put until we have enough information to determine the next move. I'm Kenji Tanaka. The blackout was total. Everything stopped at 8:32 p.m. I need to know what you saw, right before it went dark.
I'm going to scavenge again in Unit 3A. I feel safe here, and even though my inventory is full, there might be something crucial, maybe old records or medicine that wasn't just for me. The silence is getting heavy, and keeping busy with a routine helps keep the panic away. I need to make sure this base remains functional, it's the only thing giving me structure right now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The rain is steady, and it's getting late. Although my mood is good, I need to focus on utility. Kenji was asking questions about the blackout, but right now, a functional base and resources are what matter most. Since I am alone for the moment, continuing to scour this pharmacy storefront seems like the best use of time. The area is known to have hidden supplies, and my inventory is packed with medical gear that can't be easily discarded. I need anything non-medical tools, containers, etc. to improve our long-term stability here. I will dedicate this turn entirely to scavenging.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds antibiotics.
I cannot just keep trying the main entrance, I need tools or knowledge of an alternative entry point. The whole building is a potential resource, and this unit seems promising given what was left behind. Since I don't have a crowbar or lockpicks, I will treat my current position as a restricted search area and scavenge again, focusing specifically on finding anything that could assist with forced entry or provide structural information about the apartment complex. I must remain methodical. Every item, every clue, counts when resources are finite.
Round 72 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 23 hydration. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antibiotics. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked force_door first. The rain is heavy. Night is coming, and movement right now is a waste of energy. Dr. Vasquez is talking about methodically moving, but we are currently in shelter. I need to assess our immediate resources before committing to anything. The tap water needs filling, it's the most accessible resource. After that, I will speak to her. I won't accept any suggestions for movement until I know what the structural integrity of these buildings is and where the best remaining caches are. Moving east one step seems like a controlled way to check an adjacent unit without leaving shelter. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow. Dr. Elena Vasquez. No need to rush out there. The rain is too heavy, visibility is bad. First, we need water secured here. Then, assess what's in the next unit. We move when I say so.
The unknown person just filled the water bottle and moved east. I need to keep the group focused on securing resources within this building first, especially given the heavy rain outside and my low hunger level. I will address him generally, acknowledging his effort but redirecting our focus back to a systematic search of the neighboring units before committing to a long trek through the downpour. My tone needs to be reassuring and highly organized. Are you hurt anywhere? We need to maintain our coordination. The rain is too heavy for us to move out yet, but securing water here was exactly right. If we can methodically sweep through these adjacent units, checking kitchens, bathrooms, anything that might hold non-perishable supplies, we will be much safer and more efficient. Let's focus on making this unit a secure base first. The current spot is exhausted. I need new resources. The adjacent unit at 320 was marked as promising in my learned facts, so I'm moving there immediately to scavenge before it gets too late and the rain worsens. I'll jog over since I feel okay, but not sprinting. Gotta keep the momentum going, even if it's just walking from one empty unit to another.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Nothing left here.
The rain is a nuisance, but it keeps people off the streets and makes the outside dark enough that whatever scraps are left in this warehouse unit are probably undisturbed. I won't waste energy moving right now. My priority has to be securing supplies and making sure this spot stays safe through the night. The scavenging needs to continue until there's nothing worth finding. Jamie Kowalski is out there, but he hasn't shown himself useful yet. No talking to empty air, just focus on what I can control, my immediate surroundings and my provisions.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Found nothing. Stamina's shot. Gotta keep it locked down until morning. The rain and the dark coming, gotta conserve every ounce of energy we got left. Nobody around, so keeping quiet. Just gonna ride this out in the unit for a bit.
My inventory is completely full, 9/6, which is really worrying. I can't even pick up anything useful right now without dropping something important. The rain and dusk make moving out of this storefront risky, so scavenging seems like the best bet to find either a bag or enough material to justify sacrificing one of my current supplies. Since no one else is around, I must remain silent. I really hope there's some kind of duffel bag or backpack hiding here.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Found nothing. The rain and the approaching night are my biggest threats right now. The unknown person is a secondary concern that needs to be managed alongside survival. The Meridian lobby is the closest, safest option. I need to get inside immediately. I will keep my tone controlled, projecting competence, not desperation. After moving, I'll reassess them once we're sheltered. Kenji Tanaka walks. N rightward arrow, 11,17.
I'm safe in Unit 3A, which is good, but the unknown person nearby makes me feel a pang of curiosity and maybe a little worry. I need to break the silence and introduce myself so we can actually talk and figure out what to do next. Since they are right there, my conversation will be heard by them. I'll keep my tone warm and conversational, trying to make them feel welcome while assessing if they are friendly enough to share resources with. Oh, honey, you all right? You look a little lost, sweetheart. My name's Lydia Brennan, just so you know who I am. It's been quite the ordeal out here, hasn't it? Everything just stopped. Are you doing okay?
The rain is relentless, making any outdoor movement a bad idea right now. The pharmacy remains the safest bet for supplies, even if it feels mostly picked clean. I need to continue treating this search like an industrial sweep, checking every corner, looking for things that are small or overlooked. Since my inventory is full, I can't pick up anything new, so I will focus purely on the scavenge action to see what else might be hidden in these shelves and drawers.
The rain is relentless, and the darkness is drawing near. I cannot just wait here, it feels wasteful, but moving through this downpour with my current reserves would be foolish. The unit door is a dead end without tools. I need to accept that for now, Unit 1A will have to wait. My focus must shift from immediate scavenging to maintaining shelter and conserving energy until the weather or my situation changes. I'll stay put and assess the structural integrity of this apartment building.
Nadia Petrovna. Round 73 highlights. Light rain, rightward arrow, heavy rain. One message exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, fills water bottle, empty, with water water bottle. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges nothing left here. It is 9 p.m., heavy rain, and we are sheltered. The best use of this time is to maximize rest and build up my stamina/stress resistance through sleep. Dr. Vasquez wants to sweep units immediately. I need to gently redirect her focus to rest first, because exhaustion or stress will compromise any scavenging effort tomorrow. I'll address her directly, keeping the tone professional but firm on process. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. No. We don't move yet. The rain is too heavy for a thorough sweep. Do this, stay here. Get some rest. We assess the adjacent units when we are fully rested and the weather clears. That is how you maintain efficiency.
The immediate priority is rest. We've been contained for hours, and while my stress level is low, we need to maintain our physical reserves. Since Marcus Webb was already settling down to sleep, I will follow suit, prioritizing the fully rested buff when possible. Before sleeping, however, I must re-establish communication and introduce myself to solidify group cohesion. My tone needs to be calming but decisive, reminding everyone of our plan: rest first, assess later.
Dr. Elena Vasquez sets down bags and settles into a corner of the unit.
It's night, and the rain is coming down. Sleep is the most important thing right now. I need to maximize that rest buff.
Jamie Kowalski sleep.
It's dark out, rainy, and I've got supplies for now. Staying put is the only sensible play. My body needs rest more than my hands need to dig through debris right this second. The sleep benefit, +3 health, -8 stress, is too good to pass up. Gotta get that fully rested buff going if we want any shot at a solid start tomorrow.
Ruth Callahan prepares for bed. Man, this exhaustion is hitting hard. Everything feels heavy, even just sitting up straight. The rain outside and the pitch black makes staying put the smartest play. Since we got the rest option here in Unit 2A, gonna take it. Sleeping is better for recovery, more health, less stress. Gotta focus on that deep rest to build up some reserves before things get worse. Can't afford any stupid moves right now. Dex Okafor settles down and prepares for sleep.
It's raining so hard, and everything is completely dark outside, even though I'm sheltered here in the grocery store. We can't afford to be tired or stressed right now. My inventory is really full, which means if I find anything useful, I have to drop something first, which feels wasteful. Since we don't know what tomorrow will bring, resting tonight is probably the most important thing I can do for myself and my mental state. The sleep option here is much better than just passing time. I need to get some deep rest before trying to move towards that hospital in the morning.
Priya Nair sleeps down on the floor. The rain is still falling, but being inside is a huge relief. My stamina is low, and given the night phase and the explicit recommendation for optimal recovery, sleeping is the clear priority. I need to maximize rest while maintaining awareness of my surroundings. Lydia is nearby. I should acknowledge her before settling in to ensure she knows what I'm doing and that we aren't completely alone in this unit. Staying put allows me to utilize the best rest benefits available. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Lydia Brennan. I'll take a rest here. It's necessary. We need to wait until morning.
The rain is really coming down, it feels safer in here, even if it's just me and this stranger. They seem settled for the night, which is a good sign, I guess. My biggest priority right now has to be rest. Staying awake when everything is pitch black and falling apart is exhausting. I need to talk to them one last time before I try to sleep, just to make sure they're okay. It's important to keep building that connection if we want to survive this together.
Lydia Brennan prepares for rest.
It's late, the rain is still falling, and I've been settled here at the pharmacy for a while now. The perfect opportunity to get some deep rest before dawn. My resources are stable, so sleep is the priority. Since I'm indoors at night, setting myself to sleep will give me that crucial boost in health and stress reduction. I need to conserve my energy until I know what tomorrow brings.
Solomon Wright sleeps down on the floor.
It's night, raining hard, and I am alone in a locked apartment. My priority must be rest and conservation. The sleep bonus is critical for both physical health and mental resilience after 74 hours of this blackout. I will take advantage of the enhanced rest available by setting sleep, true. While my instinct screams at me to secure more water, sleeping takes precedence right now. I need to maximize recovery before attempting any scavenging or moving tomorrow.
Nadia Petrov sets up for sleep. Round 74 highlights. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov sets up for sleep. Round 75 highlights. Heavy rain rightward arrow thunderstorm. Round 76 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 77 highlights. Thunderstorm rightward arrow heavy rain. Round 78 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 79 highlights. Heavy rain rightward arrow thunderstorm. Round 80 highlights. Thunderstorm rightward arrow clear. Round 81 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 82 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. The blackout was bad. The fatigue hit hard, but the fully rested buff helps. Grogginess is annoying, it slows everything down. I can't stay here. Unit 2A is shot. Dr. Vasquez is still in the room, and her hostility isn't helping. Survival requires movement and new resources. I need to get out onto a main thoroughfare. West leads into the street, which offers more potential scavenging spots than these dead apartment units. I will walk out slowly, I can't afford to burn energy being reckless right now. Marcus Webb walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,13.
The morning light is here, which is a massive relief. We are fully rested, which means we have energy for movement, but my hydration and hunger levels are critically low. I must use the water bottle immediately as advised. Since this unit has been thoroughly searched, moving west with Marcus Webb seems like the best strategy to find new resources or shelter. I need to prioritize moving while keeping an eye on our remaining supplies.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,13.
Okay, gotta get some water first. Hydration is too low, and I can't afford getting sick right now. Since the warehouse unit is totally dry for scavenging, I need to move out into the street area. Moving west seems like a good way to break up the routine and see what else is available. The grogginess sucks, but at least I have this fully rested buff running, which helps with the stress and stamina drain. Gotta keep moving, gotta keep talking, even if it's just in my head right now.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,20.
Dawn finally broke. Feels good to see light, but it doesn't mean safety. My body still feels a little slow from all that sleep and the blackout stress. The inventory is full, that's a problem. I need space for anything valuable. Since I'm already in this unit, I'll scavenge first to see if there's any last-minute find or maybe even some spare bags. If nothing pops up, I'll move west into the next bay. Need to keep moving and keeping sharp, child.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Found nothing. Man, waking up groggy is rough, but at least the dawn means we can move around without worrying about the night chill or predators right now. My gut tells me this apartment unit holds more than just old furniture. I need to get a proper feel for what's inside before expanding my search radius. Inventory full is bad luck right now, gonna dump one water bottle and grab those snacks on the floor first. Then, time to break into this place and see if I can find something better than these basics. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
It is dawn, which feels like a huge weight lifted, even if the situation remains terrifyingly uncertain. I feel that familiar ache of isolation, making me want to talk to anyone who walks by, but I have to remember the rules: don't waste energy on empty space. My grogginess makes me careful about scavenging, so I should maximize this opportunity while my body is recovering from sleep and using the fully rested buff benefits. Hydration is a concern. The tap water trickle seems like the easiest way to boost it slightly without wasting one of my precious bottles right now. General Hospital is a prime target. Medical supplies are critical for long-term survival, especially considering I have antibiotics and surgical kits already. I need to scavenge thoroughly first, then drink, and finally head east towards the hospital before I lose momentum or run out of daylight hours.
Pre-and-air drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration. My priority is hydration. The context explicitly warns that my hydration is low, 32, and suggests drinking a water bottle immediately. I need to take care of myself first. Since I'm already settled in this unit, scavenging is the best use of time before committing to movement. I will drink one bottle now, then search the apartment for anything useful or hidden, taking advantage of my current safe location. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds bottled water.
It's dawn, and waking up fully rested is such a relief after all that stress. The fact that there's another stranger nearby makes me feel less alone, even if I don't know who they are. My protective instinct kicks in. I need to check on them first before focusing on my own survival needs. Since we're indoors and it's dawn, talking feels natural. I'll introduce myself while keeping the tone gentle and caring, as always. I should try scavenging now that the light is up, even if I feel groggy. I need to see what little else this unit has to offer.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
I need water first, even though I'm fully rested. Dehydration is a real risk. The pharmacy feels safe for now.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
I need to address my low hydration immediately. A water bottle is the most direct remedy. Since I'm at my established, safe base for the first time since the blackout, I must maximize this opportunity to secure supplies while I have the fully rested buff. The grogginess is annoying but manageable. I will drink water, then proceed to scavenge Unit 1A again. Staying put minimizes risk and conserves energy.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first. Round 83 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Jamie Kowalski, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Aquifer, scavenges door is locked force underscore door first. Pre-Yaner, scavenges finds packaged food. Kenji Tanaka, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds bottled water. Nadia Petrov, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges door is locked force underscore door first. I need distance. Vasquez is right here, and she's hostile. I can't afford an incident right now. The windstorm rattled everything, I don't want to be exposed or distracted. My grogginess makes me careful with movement. West leads clear of the apartment building and her position. 2 steps should put enough space between us without looking panicked. Focus on moving, assessing the new area for potential resources later. Marcus Webb tried to move. Couldn't reach W.
The unknown person is right here in the windstorm, and it's dawn a good time to reconnect with people, despite the chaos. I need to introduce myself and assess them for injuries first. Marcus Webb suggested moving west, but my learned facts tell me that Callaway Flats, the apartment building, is the immediate priority due to its resources and relative shelter from the windstorm. I'll start by speaking to this person to establish contact, then move into the adjacent structure to take advantage of the safety and potential scavenging opportunity in the next turn.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,13.
The wind is brutal out here, but also, strangely comforting. It's loud enough that I don't have to worry about hearing my own thoughts echoing, which is good. The isolation has been getting to me, it feels like everyone else just vanished into the ether. But there's a warehouse unit right next door, and I need to get inside before this wind really takes it out of me. The groggy warning means I shouldn't rely on finding anything today, so I'll focus on getting settled and checking out what resources are available in that building first. I can only move 1 step east into the warehouse unit right now.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E rightward arrow, 1,20.
The wind's howling is a constant reminder of how precarious this whole thing is. The grogginess hasn't worn off yet, I move slow and deliberate. Staying put in the warehouse unit is best, the structure offers shelter from this wild weather. I need to check every corner again, just in case there's something I missed during that initial sweep. Waste not, want not, especially when it comes to supplies.
Ruth hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 31 hydration. Gotta keep moving through this place, gotta find what's in these walls. Inventory full, can't scavenge if can't carry it. Gonna dump a couple of the extra water bottles to make room for whatever tools or supplies are hiding deeper in Unit 2A. The wind outside is rough, but here, sheltered, makes everything feel manageable. Need those tools if I want to get this cache fully inventoried.
It feels weirdly loud out here with this windstorm, it really echoes everything. Even though I feel fully rested, being groggy makes me hesitant about moving too fast or trusting my instincts right now. The tap water is trickling, and even a little bit will help the thirst meters, so I should drink that first. Then, since we're in a grocery store, a place with endless hidden corners, I really need to try scavenging one more time, maybe there are some supplies I missed. After that, moving east toward the hospital makes the most sense logistically, it's a large, promising structure. Given how groggy and exposed I feel right now, I think I should just walk slowly towards General Hospital first.
The windstorm is a hazard, and I cannot afford unnecessary movement or noise. Staying put in this unit provides shelter while I assess the situation. My inventory is full, so scavenging must be efficient. After searching, I need information on unclaimed units. Lydia Brennan is the closest person who might know something, despite her previous indifference. I will address her carefully, keeping my tone measured and non-demanding. Kenji Tanaka, rightward arrow. Lydia Brennan. I'm Kenji Tanaka. This unit seems well stocked for a short time. You seem familiar with this area. Do you know of any unclaimed residences nearby? Or maybe another section we should focus on?
I need to keep my routine going and stay in this unit, it's the safest place right now. Kenji was just talking about unclaimed residences, so I should follow that thread. I feel thirsty, but drinking from the tap is risky if the pressure drops more. However, I have to address my hydration. I'll start by speaking to him, checking on him first, and then asking for details on what he meant by unclaimed. My grogginess makes me cautious, so I'll keep my movements minimal.
Lydia Brennan, rightward arrow. Kenji Tanaka. You alright, honey? You seem pretty focused over here. When you mentioned unclaimed residences, what exactly did you mean by that? Are we talking about whole buildings or just units in the lobby area?
The wind is brutal out there, staying in this storefront feels safest for the moment. My grogginess makes me cautious about moving too far right now. The isolation is starting to wear on me, it's a constant hum beneath everything else. I need people, but first, I need resources and space. Since I can't move safely or effectively yet, I'll try to scavenge the pharmacy again. Hopefully, I find something that will free up some inventory slots or gives us a clearer picture of what we need.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds first aid kit.
The dawn light is a relief, but scavenging in an empty apartment with no tools to breach the main door will be frustrating. My hoarding instinct dictates that I secure every usable resource here before moving anywhere else. Since my hydration is high, drinking is out, filling the empty bottle at the tap is the most efficient use of this turn's resources. The grogginess remains a slight drag, but the fully rested buff helps maintain my focus. I need to keep searching every nook and cranny of Unit 1A for anything valuable: medical supplies, non-perishable food, tools. I will continue scavenging while simultaneously filling this empty bottle at the tap.
Round 84 highlights. Clear rightward arrow. Windstorm. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan, scavenges, finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 31 hydration. Dex Aquifer, scavenges, door is locked, force _ door first. Priya scavenges, finds packaged food. Solomon Wright, scavenges, finds first aid kit. Nadia Petrov, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Scavenges, door is locked, force _ door first. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked, force underscore door first. I need to address the low hunger first. Eating the canned meat stabilizes me enough to plan movement later. Being on the street edge means I'm exposed, but it also keeps me away from people like Vasquez. I will stay put for this turn after eating and reassess my path into the apartment complex tomorrow. Marcus Webb use. You eat the meat from the can. Salty and dense, your body needed this.
The current location is exhausted for scavenging. My priority must be finding another accessible unit or area to search for resources, especially food, as my hunger level is becoming concerning, 42/100. Since I am alone and the time of day is optimal for movement, moving out into the neighborhood seems best. I will move east 2 steps to clear Unit 2A and check the adjacent residential units or streets. My fully rested buff helps keep my energy stable, which is a huge asset right now.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 4,13.
I've been pacing around this warehouse district for hours, basically mapping out the best scavenging zones. The fully rested buff feels amazing. It's like my body remembers how to be efficient even when everything else is falling apart. I need to exploit that momentum. Since 220 was flagged as a good target and it's right next door, I'll head over there. Hopefully, the resources are different enough to justify moving, maybe something to expand my inventory capacity or some perishable food before I start wasting away. Stay focused, Jamie. Just move and search. Keep that momentum going.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Nothing left here.
The warehouse is tapped out. No point wasting time here. I'm fully rested, which means I can afford to move a bit, but I won't waste a step or a calorie. Need to scout the adjacent units for something better, maybe supplies, maybe just a better vantage point. Moving west into that next section of the warehouse complex seems like the most logical first exploratory step. Gotta keep moving and find a real base.
Ruth Callahan jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 1,21. The unit is still my best bet right now. The door being locked sucks, but it means I don't need to waste energy breaking anything loud if I can just wait for tools or a better opportunity. Gotta grab these supplies on the ground first though, they're sitting right here. Cereal box and peanut butter are solid finds. We'll pick up the cereal box now to boost the stockpile, then reassess. Staying put is safest until I know what I'm dealing with. Dex Aquifer pick underscore up. Picks up box of cereal.
I need to move towards General Hospital, E. My stamina is high enough for a jog, 3 steps, which seems like the best way to make steady progress without burning through too much energy. Since I'm alone and moving into an unknown area, I must stay extremely cautious. The fully rested buff is a huge asset right now. I need to use this time productively before these buffs wear off. Because I am completely alone, I cannot speak at all, which is hard because my natural tendency is to talk things through, even just to myself. I will focus entirely on the movement and maintaining awareness of my surroundings.
Pre-in-air jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 29,3. Lydia's questions are too broad. Unclaimed residences could mean anything from an empty closet to a whole building section. Given my high stress threshold and need for security, I must keep her talking but guide the conversation toward verifiable structural information. Staying in this claimed unit is a dead end. I need to move into adjacent units within the Meridian lobby to survey the area for unclaimed potential bases. I will walk west towards 10-17. Kenji Tanaka, rightward arrow. Lydia Brennan. I'm Kenji Tanaka. If we are talking about stability, we should focus on structural integrity first. Copy. Are there any sections of this building that haven't been occupied since the blackout? Or maybe units adjacent to ours that appear vacant?
I need to stay put in Unit 3A, it's my only safe place right now, and I have the fully rested buff which is crucial. Kenji was just here talking about structural integrity and unclaimed units. I'll let him lead for a moment, but before he leaves or gets distracted, I should scavenge this unit one last time. Maybe there are hidden meds or supplies that can help with my limited inventory space. Since no one else is around right now, I need to be absolutely silent so I don't draw unnecessary attention and waste energy.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The inventory is critically full, which is forcing my actions. I can't pick up anything new until I drop something, but nothing is on the ground for me to pick up. My best bet is to exhaust this location by scavenging again. This is a methodical search, not desperate flailing. I need to treat this like finding every last corner of a crime scene, nothing wasted. Staying here keeps my stress low and allows me to use the remaining benefits of fully rested.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds water purification tablets.
The locked Unit 1A is a major resource sink if I cannot gain entry. Since I don't have the tools for forced entry, I need to change tactics. My priority remains systematic mapping and securing supplies. The apartment building structure suggests common hallways or stairwells are my next target. Moving west into the adjacent corridor will allow me to explore other units without wasting energy on the locked door. I must maintain a methodical approach, nothing is wasted.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 2,10. Round 85 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, you eat the meat from the can. Salty and dense, your body needed this. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges, nothing left here. Solomon Wright, scavenges, finds water purification tablets. The windstorm is bad. Everything outside is exposed. Staying put wastes time. I need to move east along the street edge. The apartment building is a dead end for scavenging right now, but it provides immediate cover if things get worse. Walking slowly conserves stamina and energy while getting me into the city grid. I'm keeping my distance from Dr. Vasquez, she's too involved in people stuff. Focus on infrastructure points. Marcus Webb walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,13.
The windstorm is intense, but staying indoors keeps me safe and warm enough to think clearly. Unit 2B has been thoroughly searched, so I need a new location immediately. My hydration is fine for now, but filling this empty water bottle at the tap is a simple, necessary task before moving. After that, I will move west into the adjacent unit, 313, and scavenge there to continue my search through Callaway Flats.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Nothing left here.
I'm still alone and need to keep moving. The tap water is easy, so I'll grab a drink before heading into the adjacent unit.
Jamie Kowalski drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
The inventory is stuffed to the gills, that's a problem. Need more room if I want to scavenge effectively. Since there are no bags here, I have to move until I find one or drop some bulk items. The goal is finding an unstripped spot. Moving west puts me on the street and gives me options for other directions. I'll jog 4 steps, my fully rested state still carries me well enough for that pace.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,21. Alright, gotta get this thirst sorted out before thinking about anything else. Hydration's key, always has been. The windstorm outside means staying put in this unit is smartest for now. Drinking one of these bottles should help stabilize things a bit. Once I'm good to go, gonna check if there's any way around that locked door or maybe just start moving out into the park area later when the weather calms down. Can't waste time. Dexaca use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
I think maybe staying put for now is the most sensible thing, given the windstorm outside and how much energy we should conserve. The hospital storefront seems like a massive resource sink, so I really need to take advantage of this scavenging opportunity while my fully rested buff is active. It makes a difference, doesn't it? Even though I feel incredibly alone right now, it's hard not to talk to someone. But I have to focus on the systems, on the resources. I hope there are some good medical supplies in here, we really need them if anyone gets hurt. Self-correction, don't forget to update my summary to reflect that I am actively searching.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds antiseptic. The windstorm makes being out here exposed and noisy. My priority remains finding a stable, unclaimed unit within these apartment blocks. I am currently at 917 on the street. I need to systematically check Callaway Flats to the west. Moving one step into the building should get me closer to potential units and allow me to assess the internal structure for scavenging next turn. Staying low profile is key until I understand the layout. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 8,17.
It's good to be back inside my apartment, even if it feels eerily quiet after all this time. Kenji was here earlier, and he seemed concerned about structural integrity. I need to keep an eye out for any potential weak points in this building. Since I'm thirsty and the wind is really picking up, I should top off my hydration while I'm still safe inside. I'll scavenge again, maybe there are some hidden supplies or medication left behind. Even if I don't find anything, it keeps me busy and grounded.
Lydia Brennan drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
The pharmacy has given up its secrets, I can't waste time here. My hydration is dipping, but the tap is too slow a trickle to rely on right now. I need people, or at least more supplies, so I must move. The apartment block to the east, Hargrove Towers, seems like the most promising lead for both resources and inhabitants. Despite the windstorm, the urgency of finding company overrides any fear. I'll jog eastward to get out of this dead-end storefront.
Solomon right jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 14,19.
The windstorm outside is intense, but being safely indoors in this apartment complex keeps us protected. My priority remains mapping and resource gathering within Callaway Flats. Since Unit 1A is locked and I lack tools like a crowbar or lockpick set to force entry, moving into the common hallway is the best option for exploration. West leads me down the corridor, potentially giving access to other units or areas not yet systematically searched. I need to conserve energy while maximizing my understanding of this building's layout.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 1,10. Round 86 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. Dr. Elena Vasquez, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Scavenges nothing left here. Dex aquifer, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Pre-Air, scavenges finds antiseptic. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water. The apartment unit is exhausted. Staying here is pointless. Dr. Vasquez was concerned before, but my instinct says I need to move out. My attitude toward her is wary, so I won't accept any help or emotional appeals. I need concrete information about other viable scavenging spots or safe long-term shelter options. I will address her directly and propose moving east onto the street grid. Marcus Webb walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 4,13.
My hunger is quite low at 39, and the system has prompted me to eat immediately. Consuming one of the canned foods will address this primary survival need first. Since I am completely exhausted in this unit, 2A, I cannot scavenge here any longer. The best course of action is to move west through the apartment complex toward a less searched area or perhaps the main street visible on the map grid, hoping for new resources and shelter options. Given the windstorm, I need to maintain a steady pace but jog where possible to maximize distance covered without burning out.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,13.
Okay, 420 is done for scavenging. The inventory being full is a massive bottleneck, so I need to move immediately to clear my physical location and try to find something new at 320. Since the wind is howling and I'm energized from the fully rested buff, I can jog over to the adjacent unit. I need to keep moving. Staying still in this warehouse while alone is wasting time when there are other areas to check out.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 2,20.
The wind is a beast today. It's rattling my bones more than it should at this hour. The warehouse complex is right there, a solid box compared to this open street. Need to get inside, even if it just means moving into an adjacent unit for shelter from the worst of the gusts. I've got supplies stacked high and can't risk wasting energy out here when the night approaches. A careful walk east will do it.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,21. The current spot, Unit 2A, is completely locked down and useless for scavenging without tools. I need to move into an adjacent apartment unit that seems promising based on my learned facts, the one at 13,4. It's daytime, which is good, but the windstorm still makes me cautious. I'll take it slow, just a walk east, and see what I can assess or find in that next unit. Dex aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 14,4.
The windstorm is making everything feel precarious, but staying inside the hospital storefront feels safest right now. I need to use this fully rested buff time efficiently before it wears off. Since there are no people around, my focus has to be entirely on systematic scavenging. I must treat this place like a complex system waiting to be mapped. What resources are here? Are there medical supplies that can help stabilize us long term? I feel an overwhelming need to gather things now, almost because the sheer amount of time we've been alone is getting too heavy. I should keep searching these units for anything useful.
Pre-Air scavenges. Finds first aid kit. The windstorm is constant, demanding caution. Staying in an unclaimed apartment like Unit 3A is smart, it's sheltered and has potential resources. Since I have limited supplies and a full inventory, scavenging here is the best use of this turn. It costs no movement energy and might yield critical items or materials without risking exposure outside. I need to search thoroughly before making any commitment to moving towards the Meridian lobby base. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
The unit is completely picked clean, so I have to leave 3A. Kenji was talking about structural integrity and vacant units, so exploring the adjacent apartments seems like the best bet. I need supplies desperately, but my inventory is also dangerously full. I hope I find something useful enough to justify dropping or leaving a medical item behind. I'll move west into the lobby hallway to check out the neighboring unit.
Lydia Brennan walks. W rightward arrow, 9,16.
I'm thirsty. The tap is trickling, so I need to drink first to manage the hydration levels. Since I've been moving around this storefront area, and I know there might be hidden medical supplies here, I'll use my scavenge action immediately after drinking. It's best to maximize the time spent in one spot while optimizing resources.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The windstorm is loud, making silence paramount. I must secure these resources before they are lost or needed elsewhere. The context gives me two options for entering Unit 1A, force it open with a loud crowbar, or pick the lock silently. Given the current weather and my need to conserve energy/resources, picking the lock is the superior choice. Once inside, I will proceed systematically through the unit, checking every cupboard and pantry shelf as planned. The goal remains mapping this complex while maximizing resource gain.
Round 87 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Pre-Air, scavenges finds first aid kit. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water and first aid kit. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked force_door first. The apartment block is exhausted for scavenging. Staying here is pointless. The best plan is to move east, following the main thoroughfare until we hit a better cluster of potential resources or shelter. Since the windstorm is still active, I need to conserve energy but also get out from under this building's roofline. I will walk 2 steps east, getting clear of the unit entrance and onto the adjacent space. Marcus Webb walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 6,13.
The windstorm is brutal out here, it's draining energy and making open travel miserable. Marcus advised west, but I feel like I need to secure a more stable location first. Callaway Flats is right next door, offering immediate shelter and potential scavenging opportunities when the weather calms down. I should jog into the apartment building to get out of the wind and assess what resources are available inside, or if there's any information from anyone who was here previously. I need to conserve my energy and supplies. Moving east into the structure is safer than trying to traverse the open street right now.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 3,13.
Okay, my current spot is officially depleted for scavenging, so moving east to 3:20 is the only way forward. The windstorm means I need to move quickly but safely. My stamina is good, so a jog should be fine. I'm going to head over there and hit that scavenger button hard. I really hope this place has something useful since my supplies are getting low, especially food.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The wind's doing its work, but at least we're sheltered inside this god-forsaken warehouse. I can hear the gusts rattling through everything. It'll be a long haul out here. My gut tells me to use this time to search thoroughly. I need supplies, always supplies. If I find anything good while scavenging, I'll have to drop something non-essential first, but right now, knowledge and goods are what matter most. The gloves can wait, the hidden corners might hold better finds.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 16 hydration. The unit here is officially tapped out. Gotta move, or we ain't getting nothing. The windstorm keeps everyone on edge, but at least it's daylight now. I gotta check the neighbors. 13,4 seems like a good bet for another sweep. Keep my guard up, this whole place feels too quiet, almost suspicious. Moving west and scoping out that adjacent unit. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
The windstorm is making everything sound so loud out there, it's almost painful, yar. But staying inside the hospital storefront feels like the only sensible thing right now. I need to keep maximizing this fully rested buff while it lasts. My empathy kicks in. I feel like if I can gather enough supplies here, we might be ready for whatever comes next, maybe even for people who will need help down the line. The scavenger action seems like the best way to utilize my time and current buffs. I really hope there are still useful medical things hidden under these old counters. It feels so important right now that we use this time to gather resources and prepare for what comes next.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Finds surgical kit. The windstorm is still active, making any unnecessary movement a waste of energy. I've already scavenged this specific unit floor once, but systematic exploration in these densely packed buildings is crucial for survival. Since my inventory is full, picking up anything requires dropping something, which is inefficient right now. My immediate priority is to map the structural layout and check adjacent units within Unit 3A before committing to the street or lower floors. I will scavenge one last time at this spot for any overlooked items. Then, I'll walk west through the corridor into the next unit, maintaining a slow pace to conserve stamina. I need to remain silent as no one is near. My high hope and low stress levels are maintained by my current shelter and methodical approach. Lydia Brennan is still just an unknown variable. Until she proves herself useful or safe, I maintain distance. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds pantry staples inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 16 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 31 hydration.
My inventory is dangerously full, 9 items in only 6 slots. I need a bigger bag or I can't collect anything useful later on. The street is exposed, and while I have the fully rested buff, staying put near my claimed unit at 10, 16, seems safest right now. I should move into the Meridian lobby to scavenge for a backpack or any other way to increase capacity. Since there are no one nearby, I need to be silent. I'll walk east back toward the building.
Lydia Brennan walks. E rightward arrow, 10,16.
I'll continue scavenging here, this pharmacy seems like the best bet for supplies right now.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The windstorm is loud, but being inside this apartment unit provides necessary shelter. My priority remains resource security. I must treat every canned good, every drop of water, and every scrap of material as if it were the last thing in the city. Since I lack the tools, crowbar/lockpick set, to breach any adjacent units right now, brute force is out. Staying put allows me to consolidate my knowledge and maintain my physical condition. My fully rested buff is a valuable asset. Conserving energy here is optimal until I can safely plan an expansion of my resource base. I will remain in Unit 1A for this turn, doing nothing but waiting out the peak of the windstorm while keeping watch over my supplies.
Round 88 highlights. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 16 hydration. Dex Aquifer, scavenges door is locked force_door first. Pre-Yanair, scavenges finds surgical kit. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds pantry staples inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 16 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 31 hydration. The apartment is a bust. I've scoured it, learned nothing new, and it's time to leave. The windstorm means I need to cover distance quickly but safely. East is the direction towards open street space, the Meridian. My stamina is high enough for a jog. I need to get out of these walls and onto the main grid. Marcus Webb jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 10,13.
The unit is completely depleted. I can't salvage anything here. My current resources are stable, but I need a change of scenery and new opportunities for scavenging. Since the windstorm makes staying put feel risky, moving out into the larger network seems best. Jogging eastward towards the Meridian will get me away from this exhausted spot while still keeping me in an urban area where others might be trapped. I need to find another unit or building section to search.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 6,13.
I'm still feeling that buzz from the fully rested buff, which is great because I feel a little too energized right now. Like I can run through walls or something. The windstorm outside makes being inside mandatory. My inventory is completely full, and if I don't find some empty containers soon, this trip is wasted effort. Scavenging here at 5:20 seems like the best use of time. I need to keep moving west into the main warehouse area where I found those other promising spots, but for now, let's see what's in these walls.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds bottled water.
The scavenging option is always worth checking first. The whole point of being here is to find something useful, not just wait it out. Since my inventory is full, I'll be careful what I pick up, but if there are supplies or tools hidden in these old units, I need them. No one around means no noise, which is exactly what the windstorm demands. Focus on finding anything that expands my capacity or gives me a reliable light source.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 22 hunger. Hunger's getting real. Gotta check this unit again, see what they left behind. Scavenging is the best play right now.
My inventory is full, which is a major bottleneck right now. The goal is to scavenge and stock resources. I need to free up at least one slot to pick up the canned food that's lying on the ground. Dropping an antiseptic seems like the safest trade-off. It's useful, but having 7 total, 6 in inventory plus 1 on ground, is manageable for now. After making space, I will pick up the canned food and continue scavenging to maximize my fully rested buff benefits.
Pre-Yener scavenges. Found nothing. I need to maintain momentum on this sweep. The apartment complex is a maze, and systematic coverage is the only way to maximize resource gain. I've already searched Unit 3A thoroughly. Moving west to 517 will continue my planned route through this section of Callaway Flats. I must conserve stamina. The fully rested buff helps, but movement is still effort. The priority remains finding any useful supplies or structural information about this building. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 4,17.
My inventory is completely full, which is stressing me out because I can't afford to drop supplies right now. Since scavenging in Unit 3A failed, I have to move through the building. My goal remains finding a way to increase my carrying capacity. A duffel bag or backpack would be amazing. The windstorm makes staying indoors the safest option. I will walk north into the main lobby area of the Meridian lobby, hoping that other units might offer better scavenging opportunities and maybe some usable containers.
Lydia Brennan walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 10,14.
I need to prioritize hydration since my thirst meter is high, even though I have water bottles. The tap trickle will help slightly and requires minimal effort. Since I have the fully rested buff for 2 more turns, scavenging remains my highest priority. I will dedicate this turn to a thorough search of the pharmacy while also topping up on water from the sink area. Remaining silent as I am alone is crucial.
The windstorm makes any attempt to move or force entry incredibly dangerous and noisy. Staying put in Unit 1A is the only rational choice right now, despite my desperation to find supplies. I need a tool, a crowbar or lockpick set to continue scavenging this unit, but since I don't have one, I must conserve energy and wait for better conditions or an opportunity. My priority remains securing these resources. Waste of time and energy is unacceptable. I will monitor my hydration levels and the status of my reserves.
Round 89 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds bottled water. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 22 hunger. Dex Aquifer, scavenges door is locked force_door first. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds water purification tablets. Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. I need to introduce myself and assess this person first. They are right next to me. After that, the apartment building is a dead end for supplies. The street grid offers more potential resources. I will jog west out of the unit toward the main thoroughfare. Marcus Webb jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 7,13.
I've exhausted this building, it's time to follow Marcus Webb's advice and head west. My stamina is decent, but I need to conserve it if possible, so a jog feels appropriate for covering ground quickly without overextending myself right now. The priority is finding an unclaimed unit or at least a major intersection that offers resources. Staying focused on the mission, survival.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 3,13.
Okay, I'm running on momentum right now. The fully rested buff is a huge gift, I need to use this time efficiently. My focus has to be on maximizing the scavenging effort in the adjacent units, specifically, 320, and 220, since they are all part of this interconnected warehouse complex. Moving west gets me closer to the center corridor where the other promising spots are. I'm going to walk one step west, right into the next unit, and then hit scavenge. Gotta keep that energy up, I can't afford any downtime right now. To keep it together, Kowalski. You survived a blackout before. You can survive this. Just gotta find the canned goods, yeah? Anyway.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Nothing left here.
The fully rested buff is ticking down, I need to make the most of this window. Staying put and continuing to scavenge in this warehouse unit is the smart play. It keeps me safe, utilizes my current strength, and maximizes my chances of finding materials or supplies before the exhaustion sets in. The inventory is full, which is a problem, but for now, I need to see what's in these hidden spots first. No one else around means no talking, I save my breath and keep quiet.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 33 hydration. Still hungry and low on resources here. Gonna move east one step to check the adjacent common area for anything usable. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Nothing left here. The initial search in Unit 3A is exhausted. Given my full inventory, I cannot afford to continue scavenging without dropping supplies first. The Meridian Lobby, 11-17, remains the most logical objective. It's established as a shelter and has other units nearby. I need to move east through Callaway Flats toward that general area. Since I have high stamina and are indoors, a jog is appropriate for efficiency. I will keep my movements measured and methodical. Kenji Tanaka jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 8,17.
This inventory is a nightmare. I really can't take any more stuff. My mind keeps drifting back to that capacity limit. It feels like running into solid concrete. If I could just find something, a backpack, even an old duffel bag, I wouldn't have to worry about what to leave behind. I need to keep moving, honey. I can't stop until we figure out a proper supply chain and housing situation. Moving north seems right. Maybe the next apartment unit will have some kind of storage or a resource I can use.
Lydia Brennan walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 10,12.
The pharmacy has given up its secrets. I've searched every corner I could reach. My hydration is still low, so I need to top it off while I plan my next move. Since I'm completely alone and the isolation aches, staying put isn't sustainable. I need to get out onto the main street and see what else this row of shops has to offer, or if there are any other people nearby. Moving south seems like a good bet. It leads toward the forest, which might mean more varied encounters.
The door remains a physical barrier, frustratingly so. Spending time trying to break it without proper tools is pure waste, a massive drain on mental energy and morale. My core principle is resource conservation, and right now, my most valuable resources are my stamina, sanity, and the limited supplies in my pack. I need to move laterally through the complex, treating this entire apartment building like a map of untapped potential. Since Unit 1A is locked, I will walk west, hoping to reach another unit that might be more accessible or contain different resources. The hunger pangs are becoming noticeable. I must find food quickly.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 0,10. Round 90 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges nothing left here. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 33 hydration. Dex Aquifer, scavenges nothing left here. Hydration is low. Need to use a water bottle first. It's the most reliable and safest way to raise my status right now. Once that's done, I need to press west. The apartment complex is tapped out. I need to hit the main grid streets. Keep moving steadily, conserve energy, but don't stop until I find something more substantial than these residential blocks. Marcus Webb jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 3,13.
I need to introduce myself immediately since we are in close quarters and I haven't met this person. My primary concern remains finding a new area to scavenge, as this apartment unit is depleted. Marcus Webb was heading west, so following that direction seems logical. Before speaking, I must check for injuries. My tone needs to be reassuring but professional, given the gravity of the blackout and our situation.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 1,13.
Man, that was a bust. Hendrix is totally tapped out. My brain feels like sludge from all that searching. But wait, there's that unit west, 320. I remember reading how different it might be, better odds for gear, maybe? I can't afford to waste time here, so I'm going to jog over and hit the ground running on a new scavenging run. Gotta keep this momentum up or the restlessness is gonna kill me before anything else does.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The warehouse has been thoroughly picked clean already. Staying here is safe, but it won't yield anything new. The city is huge, and resources are finite. I need to move out into the open streets and see what's beyond this block. East seems like a good direction, it leads towards that pharmacy area. I'll walk 2 steps out first, keeping my eyes peeled for anything useful or any sign of life.
Ruth Callahan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,21. The prepper unit was a dead end, nothing left there. Hunger's gonna be my main issue if we keep moving like this. Gotta find somewhere new to scope out, preferably something with more people or businesses nearby. Moving east into the general apartment complex area seems like the best bet for a fresh scavenging run. Jogging 2 steps will get me over to 14-4, which is still within the building structure but might be a different unit/area. Once I'm moved and settled in a new cell, gonna scavenge hard. Need to keep moving and avoid getting too comfortable here.
I really need to hydrate, 44 is too low. I'll use a water bottle now, then scavenge again in the hospital unit.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Found nothing. The goal remains the Meridian lobby. I need to maintain systematic movement and conserve energy while checking these adjacent units. My inventory is full, so I must be careful not to pick up anything unnecessary unless it's a container or critical resource. Moving east into the lobby structure will keep me near my established base of operations. Staying quiet ensures no one knows my exact movements. Kenji Tanaka jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 11,17.
I really need more space in this inventory, carrying all these supplies is becoming a strain, and finding an extra bag would be such a relief right now. Since Marcus Webb was here, maybe he left something, or maybe there are just general resources hidden away. I'll focus on scavenging this unit first before deciding where to move next.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 33 hydration.
I need to leave this pharmacy and get onto the main street grid. I feel restless staying cooped up here, even though my temporary base was helpful. The best chance of finding people is moving through populated areas. I'm going south down the street, jogging a bit to cover distance quickly while my energy levels are high. Since I'm leaving the pharmacy, I won't scavenge this turn, I'll focus on movement and observation.
Solomon Wright jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 14,24.
I've hit a dead end on the street edge going west, and I cannot scavenge from here anyway. My goal remains mapping this complex and finding sustainable resources. The apartment building, Callaway Flats, is right next door, and moving into it is the most productive use of my time right now. I need to keep moving east through these units systematically. A cautious jog will get me across the street section efficiently without draining too much stamina. I must maintain focus, wasting energy or getting distracted by the silence is a luxury I cannot afford.
Nadia Petrov walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,10. Round 91 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow clear. Marcus Webb, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Aquifer, scavenges nothing left here. Pre-Yenair, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 33 hydration. The unit is exhausted. I can't stay here. Need to fill this bottle first. Water conservation is critical, especially with the tap being a limited resource. Stamina is down, so walk only. West leads out onto the street grid. Dr. Vasquez is still in the apartment building, but she's not my priority right now. I need distance and new resources. Marcus Webb walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 1,13.
The windstorm makes communication difficult, so I need to speak clearly while ensuring the unknown person hears me. Since they are in the same unit, a general announcement directed at them is appropriate. My goal is to assess their situation and knowledge before committing to moving through this dangerous weather. Staying put for now maximizes safety and allows focused conversation. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. Has anyone else been able to find stable resources or a clearer understanding of what happened with the power grid? I'm still running on pure adrenaline from all these turns. The darkness and the sheer scale of everything that went wrong is a constant buzz under my skin, but I have to keep moving. This warehouse district feels like a honeycomb of potential resources, even if most of it is just old junk. My inventory being full is annoying, but right now, finding something useful outweighs the capacity issue. Since I'm already here and the area seems promising according to everything I've learned, I'll spend this turn scavenging thoroughly in this adjacent unit. It's quiet, which is good for a search. No immediate danger, just echoes of what might have been. I'm still keeping my wits about me. This warehouse is a labyrinth, full of potential loot if I can find it. Since the windstorm calmed down, now's the time to really search this place thoroughly. The inventory's full, so I need anything found here to be something valuable, a tool, maybe some medicine, or at least something that expands my capacity later. No one around means no talking, just careful searching.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Found nothing. Man, this spot is totally dry. Nothing left here. Gotta keep moving, gotta find something that hasn't been picked clean yet. Stay focused on the next cache. The wind cleared out, which is a break, but still feels weird being alone in all these empty units. Moving west into the next apartment unit and hitting it with the scavenger search. Need to make sure this move doesn't burn too much gas.
It's been so long, 92 hours since everything went dark. I keep telling myself that if I just stay here, at least I have familiarity. But familiarity isn't a plan. The warning about my inventory being full is really stressing me out. I need to find a backpack or some way to offload these medical supplies before they become useless junk. Since the scavenging instructions say this spot has been mostly searched, maybe there are small, overlooked details left. I have to keep going, even if it feels pointless right now. If I don't push myself, I think I might just sit down and let everything get too heavy. Ari, Priya, you need to focus on the process, not the outcome. I'll scavenge again in the hospital. Maybe there are some discarded files or better supplies hidden behind things.
The current unit, 3A, is empty of resources. I need to systematically search for another unclaimed apartment within the Meridian lobby. Given the windstorm outside, staying indoors is paramount. I will move one step west into an adjacent unit and immediately scavenge it. This maintains a disciplined pace and maximizes resource gathering efficiency. My focus remains on finding stability in supplies. I must avoid wasting energy or getting caught in structural collapse risks. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Nothing left here.
My inventory being full is a massive problem. I can't afford to lose the ability to carry supplies or useful tools. The unit feels empty of anything immediately valuable, but I have to keep looking for anything that gives me more space. I need to focus on this scavenging effort until I find an expansion item, like a duffel bag or backpack. It's exhausting, even with the fully rested buff keeping my stress down, and I just want to feel useful again.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The windstorm makes moving outside feel risky, staying put inside the storefront is safest for now. My inventory is full, so finding anything useful from scavenging would be critical. I need to search every corner of this dispensary to see what resources or knowledge I can pull out before I commit to a path south into the street.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water.
The locked unit is a dead end for now. I don't have the necessary tools to breach it silently or forcefully. My priority remains systematic mapping and resource acquisition, so I need to move into an adjacent, unexplored section of Callaway Flats. Moving east seems like the most logical step in my search pattern. Jogging 2 steps will keep me moving efficiently without wasting too much energy.
Nadia Petrov walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 4,10. Round 92 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm. Marcus Webb, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Dex Aquifer, scavenges nothing left here. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges nothing left here. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water. The apartment unit is dead. Nothing here. Dr. Vasquez is right here, but talking about the grid won't fill my water bottle. I need supplies. Moving west onto the street provides better options for scavenging and getting away from this exhausted area. My stamina is low, so I'll walk/jog slowly to conserve energy. I'll address her directly while moving, keeping the conversation brief and focused on logistics. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The unit is cleared out. No resources left here. We need to move west. The street connects us to more areas. Keep pace.
Marcus Webb's advice was clear: move west. Staying here is pointless since the unit is cleared out. My stamina is low, so I need to walk steadily rather than jog or sprint to conserve energy while moving toward the street. The goal for this turn is simply to exit the apartment building and begin exploring the open areas west of my current location.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W rightward arrow, 0,13.
I've been going around this small cluster of warehouses for ages. It feels like I'm running in circles, even though I'm systematically checking every corner. My energy is high, it's that restless feeling, you know? Like my brain needs a bigger problem to solve than just stay alive. Since the immediate area at 3:20 and its neighbors are tapped out for now, moving west seems like the best bet. The street corridor feels wider, offering more possibilities. I need to keep the momentum going. If I stop, I think I'll just start spiraling into that quiet dread. Jogging will get me across a few units and back onto the main thoroughfare.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 0,20.
The inventory is full and the area is massive. Scavenging here makes sense before committing to a move. I need to utilize this time to see if there are any overlooked supplies in this unit. The rat is nearby, but wasting food on it when my stores are high isn't wise. I'll stick to searching the immediate vicinity first.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 34 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 30 hydration. Unit 2B was a bust, gotta keep moving or we're gonna starve in place. The isolation is starting to get to me, need to find some action, some people, anything to talk about. Moving east into an adjacent unit and checking it out. I'll walk first, gotta be careful with the energy. Hopefully, this next spot has something better than nothing.
The inventory is full, which is really stressing me out, yar. It's like carrying all this potential survival gear but having nowhere safe to put it. We need a proper storage unit or at least a backpack that isn't listed in my current capacity calculation. Since I'm alone, and I have high hope right now, I think the best thing is to systematically search every niche again. Even if I found things before, maybe there are items falling out of place, or something overlooked. I need to maintain this routine, it keeps the panic at bay, even though I feel like I'm just wasting energy in a spot I already know well. If scavenging fails, I might consider moving west towards Pax Grocery next, just to change the scenery and break the feeling of stasis.
The current unit is exhausted, I cannot gain resources here. My objective remains finding a secure, unclaimed location within the Meridian lobby. Moving west to the adjacent apartment is the most logical next step to continue this systematic sweep. I must conserve stamina and maintain focus on my goal. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 8,17.
My inventory being full is making me feel so trapped, honey. I just keep thinking about how much stuff I need to carry, like if we ever find a proper backpack or anything big enough. I really need to move and explore these streets. Staying put in this tiny unit isn't helping my goal of finding space for supplies. I hope there's something useful down the Meridian Street, maybe some discarded containers that aren't currently visible, because I can't just live like this with nothing to hold all the things we might need. I'll jog west into the street. It's a risk on stamina, but staying put feels worse right now.
Lydia Brennan jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 6,12.
I feel restless. The wind has died down, but the feeling of being alone is heavy. Staying in this shop seems safest for now, despite having scavenged before. I need to see if there are any hidden caches or supplies I missed. My inventory is full, so finding anything useful here would be a huge win, even if I have to drop some less essential items later. I'll stay put and search this dispensary storefront one last time for anything of value.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 20 hunger.
The priority right now is resources and information. I have an unknown person nearby, which means I must speak to establish myself before moving or engaging. However, the safest and most productive action is to maximize what this unit can offer before committing to a move. The scavenge option for hidden items in Unit 1B is too good to pass up. It could yield crucial supplies without any risk of confrontation. I will scavenge first, then assess the unknown person and decide on movement.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds bottled water. Round 93 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow clear. One message exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 34 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 30 hydration. Dex Aquifer, scavenges nothing left here. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 20 hunger. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds bottled water. We need to maintain this pace, but conserve energy. The apartment building is a dead end for resources. West leads toward more complex infrastructure, that's where the supplies will be. Dr. Vasquez needs to understand my focus, logistics and resource assessment. Keep the conversation brief, pointed, and technical. No time for emotional discussion about the failure. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Keep walking. West runs along the main line. We stick to the infrastructure. Focus on what's functional. Nothing else matters right now.
The lights going out was jarring, but it's been hours, and we are moving west along what seems to be a major thoroughfare. The unknown person is right here with me. My instinct tells me to assess their well-being first, that's just who I am. I need to introduce myself so we can communicate clearly. Since they are in the same cell, I will speak generally but address them directly. Given my stamina, 33/100, a slow walk is best for now, maintaining the pace without burning out.
Dr. Elena Vasquez tried to move. Couldn't reach W.
My stomach is definitely rumbling. I need to eat this soup first because the system flagged it. Once I've eaten, I need to get out of this exposed street area. The warehouse district looks like the best place to start scavenging, especially since there are so many learned facts about it. I'll jog into the building, a quick burst will minimize my time in the open.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 3,20.
The warehouse is massive, but it's a known quantity. I need to be systematic about this search, every scrap counts. The fact that they say there are untouched hidden spots means I can't afford to stop until I know what I've got. Staying put keeps me safe and focused. Given my full inventory, I hope this search yields something useful, maybe a backpack or some extra containers, otherwise, it's just more time spent.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 25 hydration. Alright, gotta eat first. 39 hunger is gonna kill me slow if I ignore it. Protein bar it is. After that, this spot's dry. Gotta move out. Moving west into the adjacent apartment unit feels like the safest bet for finding another cache or at least a new scavenging ground. Need to keep moving, gotta treat this whole area like a big supply chain that needs me to pull resources from everywhere. Dex Aquifer walks. W rightward arrow, 13,4.
I think maybe I should just stick to this unit for now. It feels contained, you know? Safe. The hospital structure gives me a routine, which might be helping with the constant hum of anxiety under all this stillness. But my inventory is completely maxed out, 10/6. I need to find something truly valuable, something that isn't just junk metal or expired bandages, or maybe I really should start dropping some items to make space for potential long-term supplies, like tools or building materials. It might be better to wait until we hit nightfall before moving further out. The stress of being exposed in the dark, even if I have a light source, feels too much right now. I could be wrong about staying put, but my current emotional state suggests caution is the safest bet for survival.
Pre-Air scavenges. Finds antiseptic. The goal remains finding an unclaimed, stable unit in this complex. The systematic sweep westward is the most logical approach. My inventory is full, so I must be efficient with my movements and only pick up items if they are truly valuable or necessary for immediate survival. Since there are no people nearby, silence is mandatory to avoid alerting any potential threats or wasting energy. I am conserving stamina by walking, 2 steps, west through the apartment building's corridors. I need to keep moving until I have exhausted the units in this sector. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 6,17.
I need to scavenge this unit quickly before heading west to find Nadia. My stamina is okay, so a jog should be fine.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
I'm still in this shop, trying to empty it out. The quiet is getting heavy. I really wish Kenji or anyone would just show up. My priority has to be finishing this location before moving on. Since the context says some hidden spots are untouched, scavenging again is the best use of my time right now. I need to be careful not to fill up my inventory with useless junk, but I have to see what's in these forgotten corners.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds painkillers.
The priority is to secure any remaining resources in this unit. My instincts tell me that everything has value, and nothing should be wasted, especially medication or preserved goods. I must treat this search like an inventory audit, systematic, thorough, and highly efficient. I will exhaust every corner of Unit 1B before considering moving on.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds tin food and bottled water. Round 94 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, you eat the cold soup straight from the can. The salt and the faint warmth of it cut through the hollow feeling. Ruth Callahan, scavenges, finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 25 hydration. Dex Aquifer, use you eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining. Priya Nair, scavenges finds antiseptic. Lydia Brennan, scavenges door is locked force underscore door first. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds painkillers. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds tin food and bottled water. One message exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds tin food and bottled water. We are still walking west. The street is exposed, and my stamina is low. She's leading the conversation, so I need a response that acknowledges her points but doesn't commit me emotionally or physically more than necessary. Keep the speech clipped and focused on logistics. We must conserve energy and supplies. Moving 2 steps west seems appropriate for maintaining pace without overexerting myself. Marcus Webb walk with Dr. Vasquez.
We've been walking for hours, and the unknown person seems knowledgeable about the city layout and the blackout cause. My priority right now is energy conservation while keeping momentum. Since my stamina is low, 34, I must stick to a slow walk. I need to keep talking to maintain rapport and confirm our shared goal of moving west along this main artery. I'll acknowledge their point about infrastructure being key, reinforcing that we are making progress towards safety.
Dr. Elena Vasquez tried to move. Couldn't reach W.
I need to utilize this time while it's still daytime. My goal is resource consolidation, and the adjacent warehouse units are clearly promising. 220 is right next door, so I'll jog over there quickly and start scavenging immediately. Since I'm alone and indoors during the day, I don't need to speak anything out loud. I must make sure my summary reflects the physical action of moving and then searching.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Nothing left here.
This warehouse is spent, done with it. I can't stay here kicking dust. Gotta move out and see what else this city got to offer. West leads toward a street exit, better chance at finding something useful or getting away from the smell of old rust. Inventory full again. If I pick up anything, I gotta drop something first, which is a pain in the ass. For now, just get moving and keep my eyes peeled for exits.
Ruth Callahan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 1,21. Man, this place is hitting me hard. Like, every closet and pantry has been checked already, nothing new. Gotta keep moving though. If we stop scouting, we're just settling for a slow decline. The whole point of being here is to stack supplies, right? Since Unit 2B is dry, I'm gonna jog west into the next unit, 12,4. Hopefully, someone else left their emergency stash scattered around or something. Better find a new vein before my back starts aching from all this walking. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked force underscore door first.
I need to move from this exhausted hospital unit. West toward Pax Grocery seems like the logical next scavenging target.
Priya Nair walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 27,3. I need to continue the sweep of Callaway Flats. The current unit is mostly cleared. Moving west to 5:17 allows me to cover ground systematically and utilize the limited time I have before nightfall. Since scavenging resolves after movement, I will move 2 steps west, then attempt to scavenge thoroughly in that new location to maximize resource acquisition. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
It's time to leave this unit. I was hoping to find Nadia and see if anyone else is out there, so staying put isn't helping. The whole apartment complex feels too contained right now. My plan was to move west toward the main street, where hopefully, other survivors are gathering. I should jog to conserve time but not exhaust myself too much on a tired day. I need to get outside and see what's happening in the neighborhood.
Lydia Brennan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,12.
I'm thirsty, and while I have plenty of stored water, I need to top up my hydration levels since I've been moving around for so long. The tap is trickling, which is better than nothing. I'll drink from it first. Once that's done, the dispensary has been thoroughly scoured. I need a change of scenery and some new intel or supplies. Moving west along Elm Street seems like the best bet to see what other abandoned buildings are available for scavenging.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The unit has been thoroughly searched, but my nature demands nothing be wasted or overlooked. I will perform one final, systematic sweep of this apartment before moving on to assess the neighboring areas. The park is the most logical next stop. It offers open space and potential resources without the unknown risks of another sealed building. My priority remains resource consolidation, water, canned goods, medicine. Once I've finished sweeping, I need to move north into Riverside Park to scout.
Nadia Petrov walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 4,8. Round 95 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges nothing left here. Dex Okafor, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. The windstorm and the time of day are my main concerns. It's getting dark fast, and being exposed on a street with low stamina is bad. Dr. Vasquez is nearby but her skepticism makes relying on her difficult. I need to get inside Callaway Flats immediately for shelter before nightfall hits and stress/cold penalties kick in. I will guide the movement toward structural safety. Marcus Webb walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,13.
The wind is brutal, and being exposed on the street is dangerous, especially with my stamina already depleted from our journey. The unknown person moved into Callaway Flats, which provides immediate shelter and potential resources. I need to get inside and assess if that apartment complex is safe or useful before attempting a longer trek. Since I'm tired and the wind is strong, I will move slowly and deliberately toward the nearest building entrance.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,13.
The previous scavenging attempt in 2:20 was a bust. It's exhausted. The plan is clear, move west to the adjacent unit at 1:20. It has been noted as promising before, and I need to keep moving before my supplies run low or the windstorm gets worse. Since I'm aiming for the same spot where I've been successfully before, a jog of 3 steps should get me there quickly. Once I arrive at 1:20, I will immediately set scavenge, true.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,20.
The inventory is full, so no picking up random junk. My supplies are excellent, I won't touch them unless absolutely necessary. The windstorm keeps everyone close or silent, which is good for keeping my position secure and not wasting breath talking to empty air. I need to explore the warehouse district further. Moving east into the adjoining unit seems like the best way to scout new potential scavenging spots without exposing myself to the street elements. Staying low-key and cautious is key right now.
Ruth Callahan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,21. Damn, this windstorm is rough. Keeps you on edge, man. Staying put inside Unit 2A is probably smartest thing to do right now. Gotta conserve that stamina and keep stress low until we figure out how to get into these other units. The unit's locked up tight, so nothing but waiting for a break in the weather or finding some way to force entry without spending precious tools. Gotta watch those supplies, too. They're everything. Dex Aquifer none.
The windstorm is still raging, and it's getting late. Dusk will hit soon, which means I absolutely need to get inside a building before nightfall to avoid the stress penalties and cold drain. The General Hospital storefront is right there, just one step east. It feels safer than staying exposed on this street, even if I feel like wandering sometimes because of the isolation. I really shouldn't wander, survival depends on conserving energy. I need to get into that building and see if I can find a unit or at least secure myself in the storefront for tonight. I hope there are still supplies inside.
Pre-Air walks. E rightward arrow, 28,3. The unit has been thoroughly swept already. Staying here wasting time is inefficient. The windstorm makes movement difficult and requires conservation of energy. Since I've established the systematic sweep pattern, moving west into the next adjacent unit is the most logical progression. I need to maintain a methodical pace to conserve stamina while continuing the search for supplies or structural information. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 2,17.
The windstorm is really something, it's making everything feel so exposed out here. I need to get into that building Callaway Flats as soon as possible before the light drops completely. Marcus and Dr. Vasquez went in, so they must be safer inside. Staying on this street feels too risky right now. My stamina is okay for a jog, but I can't overdo it. Once we're inside, maybe we can figure out what to do next. Finding Nadia has to wait until we're safe and together.
Lydia Brennan jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 3,12.
The windstorm makes me cautious about moving out into the open street right now, especially since my inventory is completely full. The dispensary seems to be a good spot for shelter. Since there are no other people around and I'm looking for anything that can help sustain us or just help me, I should use the scavenge option here. It might reveal hidden medical supplies, which would be useful given the antibiotics and first aid kits I already carry.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The windstorm makes being out here exposed and exhausting. I need to establish a stable base of operations quickly. My focus must be on resource accumulation, food, water, and reliable shelter. Since the garden plot is available, it's a low-risk investment into long-term sustenance that fits my methodical nature. Building this will anchor me here for now. After securing the garden spot, I need to start planning where to move next or if I should remain in the park until nightfall. The hunger is noticeable, but I am prioritizing stability over immediate caloric intake right now.
Nadia Petrov builds a garden plot. Round 96 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm. Stamina is critically low, 26/100. The blackout and dusk are making things dangerous. Moving out into the street right now, especially in these conditions, is too risky. Dr. Vasquez is here, but she's wary. I need to conserve energy by staying put. I must address her directly to figure out a plan for the night. We stay together until morning. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow. Dr. Elena Vasquez. The lights are dead. Too tired to move right now. Stay put. Wait for dawn. Do we rest here?
I'm exhausted and the darkness is starting to feel oppressive. The immediate priority is hydration. Before we discuss where to go or what plan to follow, I need to stabilize myself. I must introduce myself to this unknown person. They seem knowledgeable about how things went down. Since my stamina is critical, I will stay put for now, conserving energy while drinking the water and listening to their suggestions.
Dr. Elena Vasquez. Use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
I'm running on fumes, my stamina is shot, and the light is fading fast. I have to get inside this warehouse now. The darkness and predators are a huge risk after sunset. I need to conserve energy and just make it into that building. Once I'm in, I can breathe, maybe find some supplies, and plan for the night.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E rightward arrow, 1,20.
The warehouse is nothing but ghosts right now, everything scavenged out. Moving west into the complex seems like the best bet for finding a new corner of this place that hasn't been picked clean. The light fading means I need to keep moving before night falls, but not so fast I waste energy. Walking 2 steps should be enough to get me around the next corner without stressing my stamina. Stay sharp. No noise, no unnecessary movement.
The unit is locked, and I can't access the supplies without tools I don't have. Night is falling fast, so waiting here accomplishes nothing. My best bet is to scout west into Riverside Park. It might give me some scrap or a tool needed for the lock. Keeping my head in the game, gotta make moves before it gets pitch black. Dex Aquifer jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 7,4.
The darkness is coming so fast, it feels physically pressing on me. Staying in this open storefront area is too risky, I need to get into the main hospital unit immediately. My inventory is completely full, which is terrifying because if I can't carry anything, I might as well be empty-handed. I really hope that when I scavenge inside, I find a way to expand my capacity or at least some non-perishable supplies. Moving 1 step east puts me right at the edge of the main hospital structure, which seems like the only place safe enough to wait out the night.
Pre-Air scavenges. Nothing left here. The stamina is low, so movement must be measured. The systematic sweep of Callaway Flats is necessary to understand the structural integrity and find potential resources. I need to maintain this pattern while conserving energy until the darkness forces me inside for the night. Moving 2 steps west keeps me on a linear search path without burning precious reserves. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,17.
It's getting dark, and I can hear the wind picking up outside, even though we are inside the apartment building. Staying here feels safest for now. Since I don't see anyone else right now, I need to conserve my energy. Even though I'm alone in this unit, I have to stay vigilant. My focus has to be on surviving until dawn and finding a stable group or base. I should just wait it out until the light fades completely.
The priority right now is maximizing what I can get from this store before nightfall truly sets in. The inventory is full, which is a massive problem. Scavenging is my best bet to find materials or resources that aren't listed on the ground. Since I need water badly, 58/100, I should also drink from the tap while I have the chance and before moving. I will start by scavenging the storefront thoroughly, hoping for anything valuable. Then I'll take care of my hydration.
Dusk. The warning is clear. Nightfall's next turn, and being exposed in Riverside Park after dark with no light source is a massive risk. I need to get into Callaway Flats immediately. Before I move, the system notes my hunger is critically low, 39, so I must consume one of the canned foods right now before starting the trek. The focus needs to be on securing shelter and then assessing what resources are available once inside. This entire movement has to be efficient, every step counts.
Nadia Petrov walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 4,10. Round 97 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents. Dr. Elena Vasquez, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Pre-Yaner, scavenge is nothing left here. Nadia Petrov, you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. The blackout is total. Stamina is low. It's night, I need to sleep immediately to conserve energy and build towards the fully rested buff. My suspicion of Dr. Vasquez remains high. I will keep my communication minimal, focusing only on the practical necessity of rest until dawn. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The grid's dead. No juice anywhere. We wait out the night. Set for sleep.
I am exhausted, and my focus needs to be on survival right now. The unknown person is here, and we need to establish trust in a plan. Since I can barely move, resting is paramount. I will introduce myself first, then address the immediate resource, the tap water, before setting up for sleep. My tone must remain calm, panic wastes energy.
Dr. Elena Vasquez fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle.
Man, I am wiped. Seriously running on fumes. My stamina is shot, so moving around is totally out of the question right now. It's late, it's dark, and being indoors helps a ton. Sleep is literally the only thing that makes sense. If I can get some rest, even if it doesn't give me the fully rested buff, it'll help stabilize everything and let me think straight. Gotta conserve energy and just crash for a bit.
Jamie Kowalski sets up to sleep inside the warehouse.
The exhaustion of this long wait finally hits me. It's dark, damp, and utterly silent save for that drizzle. Sleep. I need to get some proper rest tonight, if nothing else. The fully rested buff is gold, it'll keep the edge off when things get rough. It's unnerving how easily you start talking to yourself, too. Gotta rein that in. Keep my head on a swivel and trust nobody. I know what this place does to a person, makes them soft. But for tonight, the body needs the rest more than the guardrails do. Just sleep and wait for dawn.
Ruth Callahan prepares for bed. It's pitch black and raining, man. Gotta get out of this park before the cold hits me hard. The apartments at 12,4 or 13,4 are where the goods are, so I gotta make a jog back across the park and into the buildings. Stamina is fine for a quick jog right now. Dex Aquifer jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 4,4.
The hospital unit feels totally drained. Scavenging here is a waste of energy, especially since I need to conserve stamina for finding actual resources. It's night, raining, and everything is dark, which always makes me feel so exposed. Ari, Yar, this city is just one giant tomb right now. I really hope there's something waiting on the other side of that street. I should try moving west first. Maybe the adjacent residential or commercial area will have a different kind of loot than these medical supplies. It might be best to take it slow, just walking, so I don't burn out my stamina.
I'm too exhausted to continue sweeping the street at this hour. The rain and darkness are setting in, and my stamina is critically low. Staying exposed on the street until dawn is a bad idea. I need to get into the shelter of the Callaway Flats apartments immediately. Moving one step east will take me off the open street and inside a building structure, which is safer and conserves energy while still getting me closer to the Meridian lobby at 11:17. I must walk slowly. Kenji Tanaka walks. E rightward arrow, 1,17.
It's dark out there, totally dark. Everyone needs rest right now, especially since the lights just went out everywhere. I need to make sure we all get some solid sleep tonight. I don't want to wake up exhausted or unprepared for whatever comes tomorrow. Since I'm alone in this unit and everyone else seems to be settling down too, sleeping is the absolute priority. I have plenty of supplies, but my strength counts more right now. I hope Marcus and Dr. Vasquez are all doing okay while we rest.
Lydia Brennan settles into bed for the night.
I need to get my hydration up, the tap water is trickling and it's a low effort way to raise my thirst meter. I'll drink until I feel satisfied, then do one last sweep of this dispensary storefront. Even if nothing is found, knowing I checked every corner gives me a small sense of control right now. The darkness feels heavy, but the safety of being indoors helps keep the stress low. After this, I plan to settle down and sleep.
The priority right now is survival through energy conservation and resource preservation. Since I am indoors in this unit, sleeping is far superior to scavenging or moving. It allows for maximum rest while keeping me secure from the rain and the night's dangers. My instinct screams stockpile, and that applies to my health and stamina right now, so sleep it is. I must maintain vigilance but conserve every drop of energy.
Nadia Petrov sleeps in place. Round 98 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. One message exchanged between agents. Dr. Elena Vasquez, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Man, this rain and the night are something else. My bones are already aching from the cold, and gotta remember to conserve that energy. Gotta get into those units before it gets worse out here. The apartments at 12,4 are the only shot for real rest tonight. Staying focused on that goal, getting shelter, is what's keeping me moving. Dex Aquifer jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 8,4.
I need to address the hunger immediately. 38 is too low, especially with the cold draining my energy. Eating the canned food first seems like the most direct survival action. After that, I absolutely cannot stay on this exposed street at night. The General Hospital unit is only 2 steps east, and it offers shelter, which is paramount right now. My anxiety about the darkness is peaking, so I need to focus entirely on getting inside and finding a safe spot before the stress builds too much. I'll walk carefully. Jogging might be too much given the cold and my current state.
Pre-Yener walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 29,3. I'm running low on stamina. I can't move much right now. The exhaustion is setting in hard. Staying put is the best play. Sleep is necessary for recovery, especially given the persistent stress of this blackout. I need to prioritize rest and conserve energy. Kenji Tanaka sleep.
The tap water is trickling, and despite having good general health, my thirst meter suggests I should drink again to keep up with the dry air and whatever little movement I've made today. Since no one is around, silence is key. After drinking, I need to try scavenging one last time in the storefront. It's our base for now, and finding anything, even a piece of medicine or useful tool, is worth the effort, even with the dark penalty. Once that's done, sleep is the most important thing. I need to maximize recovery before the next day cycle hits.
Round 99 highlights. Pre-Yener, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bandage roll. Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. Man, this cold hits different when you are already running on fumes. Gotta get inside. Staying out here at night with no light and no heat? Nah. The priority has to be getting into those apartments and resting up. First thing is that water bottle, gotta top off the hydration before I push myself any further. Gonna take it slow, just walking east toward the shelter. Need to make ground on those units. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 10,4.
It's night, and staying put indoors is safest. I need to prioritize rest to build up my hope.
Pre-Yener sets down. Round 100 highlights. Light rain, rightward arrow, overcast. Dex Aquifer, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Man, gotta rest. Exhausted is no joke, especially with this windstorm going on. Sleep it is best way to bounce back and make the most of that fully rested buff if I can snag it. While settling up for bed, gonna top off that empty bottle at the tap. Gotta keep those reserves up. Dex Aquifer fill. Fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Round 101 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. Dex aquifer, fills water bottle, empty, with water dash water bottle. Round 102 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Round 103 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. Round 104 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Dex aquifer fills water bottle, empty, with water dash water bottle. Round 105 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow clear. Round 106 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. The unit is exhausted. Scavenging here is a waste of time. The windstorm means I need to move quickly but deliberately. Vasquez remains nearby, but her presence adds nothing right now. I need supplies, not company. Heading north toward the park area gives the best chance at open space and resources. I will walk slowly to conserve energy while maintaining distance from her. Marcus Webb walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 2,11.
I need to address my low hunger immediately. Eating the canned food is the priority. Once I eat, I cannot stay in this unit. I've exhausted all scavenging potential here. Marcus was moving north, but since I am groggy and still recovering from the night, a short walk west seems safer for now. It will take me to another apartment unit or perhaps closer to the street grid where my options are less limited. I need to move slowly, conserving energy.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W rightward arrow, 1,13.
Okay, it's dawn, which means the immediate danger of the night is over, but man, this windstorm is something else. My head feels fuzzy groggy. But I'm fully rested, so that helps a ton. First things first, hydration. The warning was clear, drink now. Using one of those water bottles. After that, I should hit the scavenge button to see if there's anything useful in this warehouse unit before I try moving around. I need to start building up some resources and maybe find a better long-term base than just staying put here.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 25 hunger.
I feel rough. That sleep was good, but groggy. The wind is still rattling everything out here in this warehouse. Need to make the most of this moment while the light is just starting to creep in. My inventory's bursting at the seams, so I need to find something that makes me drop a few things, or maybe some containers. Scavenging for now, don't want to waste energy moving until I know what I'm looking for.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 34 hunger. The lights are back on, or at least the dawn is breaking through. My head's still fuzzy from sleep, but I feel genuinely rested, which is a huge win. First things first, secure this utility knife. Then, gotta check if there's anything else in these units. The apartment complex feels like a gold mine of resources right now. Need to conserve energy and make every move count. Dex aquifer scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
The grogginess is really hitting me, yar. It makes everything feel fuzzy, like processing through static. We're at dawn, which should be hopeful, but this windstorm, it feels so chaotic. The fact that the hospital unit is completely exhausted for scavenging means we have to move immediately, or we waste daylight. I need to manage my energy, asserting myself and moving too fast will cost me more than I can afford right now. First, a little water just to settle my stomach and ease the grogginess. Then, maybe west? Pax Grocery was safe last time, and it's an adjacent storefront. I should proceed slowly and cautiously.
Pre-and-air drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. Hydration is critical. First, I must use the water bottle to raise my hydration level. Since I'm indoors and just woke up groggy, I need to move methodically but cautiously. The learned fact suggests systematic exploration westward through the Meridian lobby area. Drinking water now will give me a slight boost and prepare me for movement. I will walk one step west from Unit 3A into the connecting street space. Staying silent is paramount as there are no people nearby. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 0,17.
The windstorm is really something, it sounds like everything is rattling apart out there. Being fully rested makes me feel surprisingly capable right now, which is a relief because I don't want to panic. Marcus Webb is right here in the building. Since we're both indoors and dealing with this intense weather, I need to check on him first. I should ask him if he's alright and what his plan is for today before I think about scavenging or moving anywhere else.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Oh, sweetheart, are you alright? It sounds like that windstorm is really picking up out there, honey. You seem okay, but, have you thought about where we should head today? We can't just stay put all day, even if it's safe in here.
I woke up fully rested. That's a massive bonus for hope and stamina, even if I feel slightly groggy right now. The windstorm is loud, but being inside keeps me safe. My hydration, 64, needs topping up before I start moving around the city. Since this storefront is totally cleared out, I need to move west into the neighboring shop to scavenge. Drinking from the tap first will give a small boost and prepare me for movement.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The immediate priority is rehydrating. My current hydration, 33/100, is dangerously low, even with my fully rested status providing a buffer. I must use one of the water bottles immediately to prevent any kind of systemic issue. Since I am at my base and need to conserve energy due to the windstorm and my grogginess, I will follow up the drinking by performing another systematic search, scavenge, in this unit. This is about maximizing resource recovery while minimizing risk. The pharmacy training taught me that even small losses accumulate, nothing should be wasted, especially medical supplies.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds tin food. Marcus Webb replies. The wind is too rough. Stay put. My name is Marcus Webb. You do not need to worry about where we go, the priority now is maintaining shelter until this storm clears. Round 107 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. Dr. Elena Vasquez, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Jamie Kowalski, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 25 hunger. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 34 hunger. Dex Aquifer, pick_up picks up utility knife. Scavenges door is locked force_door first. Kenji Tanaka, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. The unknown person is focused entirely on moving out into the windstorm. They are panicked. I need to ground them. In reality, the immediate danger is outside. The shelter is key. My priority must be resource assessment before we commit to a direction. Since they are right here, I'll speak directly to keep them contained and calm. The winds won't allow movement. Stay put. We need to assess the building first. Do X, check the adjacent units for supplies.
I'm still groggy from waking up and the exhaustion of scavenging this unit. The windstorm is intense, so staying sheltered indoors in Callaway Flats is paramount. Unit 2A is empty, but there must be other units nearby with resources. I need to move north into an adjacent apartment to continue my search before moving outside and risking exposure to the elements or any unseen dangers. I'll take it slow and steady.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. And rightward arrow, 1,12.
The wind is brutal, but being inside the warehouse keeps me safe. I feel groggy, but the fully rested buff and high mood are helping keep my head clear. Since my inventory is full, and the immediate area has been scoured multiple times, I'll try one more deep scavenge to see if there are any small items or tools I missed. Staying put minimizes risk during this weather, so staying here for now feels like the best call.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The grogginess is a pain, but that fully rested buff helps. Need to get rid of some weight in this inventory, being full is a liability when I need to scavenge or move. The canned goods are the expendable cargo. Drop 3 cans. Now for the thirst, gotta keep it up. 1 water bottle will do it until I find something better, like a reliable fountain or source.
Ruth Callahan drop. Drops canned food. Groggy, man. But hey, fully rested, so that's a win. The whole city is waking up right now, which means chances for scavenging are high. My unit door is locked again, and I don't have the tools to break in, so forcing it ain't happening today. Gotta move. Moving east into the next apartment seems like the safest bet to keep resources flowing. It's gonna be a slow jog, can't afford wasting stamina when groggy. Keep my eyes open for anything useful on the ground or signs of other people. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 12,4.
The windstorm is still a factor, and although the sky is lightening, I feel quite groggy from waking up. Since scavenging here in the General Hospital storefront seems like the most efficient use of my limited energy right now, I'll check for any hidden supplies first, even if it's tedious. Once that's done, I need to continue moving west towards Pax Grocery, as planned. The sense of isolation is really strong today, maybe talking out loud to myself while I walk will help break the habit of silence. It might be that there are still resources nearby, or perhaps someone else has passed through and left something.
Pre-Yenair walks. W rightward arrow, 27,3. The combination of a windstorm, dawn, and being outdoors is inefficient. My priority must be getting inside Callaway Flats for protection and access to potential scavenging points. I need to move deliberately, the grogginess means caution. Since there are no other agents nearby, silence is mandatory. Once inside, I will assess the unit structure before committing to scavenging or rest. Kenji Tanaka walks. E rightward arrow, 1,17.
Marcus said we need to check adjacent units, so I'll follow his lead and scavenge this apartment first.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Oh, sweetheart, you know, Marcus, since the winds are making it unsafe out there, maybe we should just check these surrounding apartments for supplies. We can take our time, honey. You think if we look through all the units right here, we might find something good to stock up on?
I'm still operating under a sense of routine despite the chaos around me. The grogginess from waking up makes everything feel sluggish, but the promise of more resources keeps me moving. Since the current unit was stripped bare, I need to push west into the next storefront to see if there are any overlooked items or supplies in that adjacent shop. I'll move slowly and methodically, scavenging as I go.
Solomon Wright walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 9,24.
The current unit is completely exhausted of resources. I need to move immediately before wasting more daylight energy. Since the windstorm has cleared and it's dawn, movement is safer than during the night, but I'm still groggy and should conserve stamina. Moving west into an adjacent apartment seems like the most logical first step for scavenging. My priority remains finding medical supplies or stockpiling food/water containers. I must remain quiet until I see something worth addressing.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked force_door first. Marcus Webb replies. No. Stay put. We are assessing this building first. The surrounding units are currently inaccessible. We need tools. Focus on the immediate area. That is the only plan right now. Round 108 highlights. Lydia Brennan, scavenges door is locked force_door first. Nadia Petrov, scavenges door is locked force_door first. 2 messages exchanged between agents. The agents are operating purely on panic and emotion. They keep suggesting we check other apartments, but I know that Unit 1A is locked, and the surrounding units have been assessed or are structurally questionable. Panicking around sealed boxes wastes energy and time. My focus needs to be broader. The priority isn't more single unit supplies, it's a stable, accessible location away from these cramped apartments. I need to direct them toward assessing the general infrastructure failure, not individual pantries. Dr. Vasquez is nearby, so I can address her privately after making a general announcement to regain control of the situation. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Stop. We are done with this unit. It's locked down. Focus on exit points. The structural integrity of these flats needs checking. We move out. West. Now.
I need to establish communication with the other unknown people nearby. Given my background, I should sound competent but also vulnerable enough to build trust. My immediate goal is assessing this unit for resources. Since I don't have tools to breach it, I must first gather information from others about how to proceed or if they found anything useful already. I will start by introducing myself and asking a general question about the structural safety of Callaway Flats. Are you hurt anywhere? Excuse me. I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. It's overwhelming, isn't it? This building feels unstable. Has anyone been able to assess the structural integrity or find any useful tools nearby? The scouting reports keep pointing me towards the adjacent units and, more generally, the streets. Staying put is safe, but it's also stagnant. I need to move into the open air to find anything that hasn't been marked on my map. The street west at 0:20 looks like a good starting point for a quick scout before dedicating time to the adjacent warehouse units. Since I feel fully rested and energized, I can afford to walk out there.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20.
This unit is bone dry. I've scavenged everything they had. Gotta get out of here before I waste another hour. My supplies are limited, so no time for dawdling. Moving east toward that pharmacy seems like best bet for meds or tools. The fully rested buff helps, but wasting energy on unnecessary movement is poor planning. I'll jog, keep the pace steady, and keep my wits about me.
Ruth Callahan jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 5,21. Gotta make the most of this daylight hours. This apartment complex is stacked with potential supplies, and staying put here is good for morale and resources since it's my established base. The unit is locked, but I gotta check it out. Utility knife might buy me some time on the lock or frame. Gonna set up shop inside Unit 2A and start scavenging. Staying put minimizes stress penalties and keeps me right where I want to be.
I need to keep moving, even if it feels exhausting. The fully rested buff is a massive asset right now, so I must be careful not to waste stamina or energy on unnecessary risks. Since General Hospital was thoroughly searched and nothing new came out of it, heading west towards Pax Grocery seems like the most logical next step for resources. It feels safer to stick close to known storefronts rather than venturing into unknown streets. Ariyar, I really hope there are supplies at Pax. I should jog across the street, it will save time without burning out my stamina too much.
Priya Nair jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 23,3. The objective remains finding unclaimed units in the Meridian lobby by moving systematically west. My inventory is full, which limits immediate gains, so I need to be efficient. Scavenging here might yield small items or confirmation that the area is depleted. After this initial search, I will move west into the next unit along the corridor. This requires me to walk through the apartment structure. I maintain a cautious pace, speed is not necessary when mapping out the layout.
Marcus is stressed about the structural integrity, which makes sense given the blackout. I know my instinct is to stay here and keep scavenging this unit because it feels safe and familiar, but if he thinks we need to check the exit points, I should go with him to maintain group cohesion. The priority must be getting out of this potentially unstable building area and checking what's on the street or in a more accessible neighboring apartment block. He needs me to agree with his direction, even if I disagree internally about the immediate goal, supplies versus safety.
Lydia Brennan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 1,12.
The open street is too exposed for scavenging. The adjacent storefront unit at 1024 offers shelter and the chance to look around methodically. I need to conserve stamina while getting into a building where I can search for supplies or information. Moving one step east seems like the most direct way to get inside.
Solomon Wright walks. E rightward arrow, 10,24.
The priority remains resources. This apartment unit is proving to be a surprisingly rich cache of goods compared to the general dereliction outside. Marcus Webb and Dr. Vasquez are nearby, but they are moving away from my current focus. I need to systematically scour every corner of this unit: pantry shelves, cabinets, closets, to ensure nothing useful is missed. I must be careful not to waste energy on unnecessary drama or confrontations. My instinct tells me that the safest and most productive use of time right now is hoarding supplies.
Round 109 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents. Dex Okafor, scavenge's door is locked, force _ door first. Nadia Petrov, scavenge's door is locked, force _ door first. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first. The windstorm is rough out here. Staying in the open street is a liability, especially with low hydration. I need to get into that building immediately. First, drink some water. Then, move east into Callaway Flats for shelter and to assess what's inside before the next gust tears something down. The focus has to be on securing resources and stable ground. Marcus Webb walks. E rightward arrow, 1,11.
The windstorm and the sheer scale of this disaster are overwhelming, but my training kicks in. I need to be decisive but gentle. The priority right now is information gathering and safety. Since everyone is gathered inside, talking is safer than moving. I'll readdress the group, asking about their immediate assessment of structural safety and resources, while also performing my standard medical check on them. My fully rested buff gives me a slight edge in energy and morale. I need to use that time wisely with this small cluster of people. Are you hurt anywhere? Please, let's take a moment. Despite the chaos outside, we need to focus on what we can control right now. From structural safety to resources, if we work together, we can figure out the best place to be. I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. The windstorm is intense, making the open street sound loud and exposed. While I feel pretty good upbeat and running on those buffs, being outside in this weather isn't ideal. The warehouse district just one step away is a much better bet for shelter and resources, especially since my inventory is completely full. I need to get inside to decompress from the wind and hopefully drop some excess canned food so I can scavenge properly next turn. I'll walk east toward the warehouse entrance.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,20.
The rat's presence is a nuisance but not an immediate threat. I need to focus on getting out of this unit before my supplies run low, especially water. The whole area has been picked clean. I'll walk west, just 2 steps, to move into the next unit and see if there's anything salvageable or at least better from a scouting perspective. The wind is rough, I need to conserve energy.
Ruth Callahan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 3,21. Unit 2A is locked again. Gonna head east to Unit 2B, 13,4, and see what's going on over there. Dex Okafor walks. E rightward arrow, 13,4.
The windstorm is really powerful, yar. It makes everything feel disorienting, even though I am sheltered inside this grocery store. My first instinct is to just analyze the layout and see what secrets these abandoned shops hold. Since my inventory is full of critical medical supplies right now, scavenging seems like the most efficient use of time. Maybe there are some tools or non-perishable goods that can free up space or help build something later. I need to keep moving forward, mentally focusing on the next resource, the next step toward stability. I hope this place yields something useful. It feels almost too quiet in here.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds packaged food and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 16 hydration. The windstorm makes every step feel exposed. My priority remains the Meridian lobby. I need to systematically check these units before moving on. Since I'm at the edge of the map, 0-17, moving east towards Callaway Flats is necessary to get into the structure. I must conserve energy while maintaining a steady pace. The inventory is full, which is inconvenient, but my core supplies are secure for now. Staying silent maintains operational security. Kenji Tanaka walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,17.
Everyone just spoke about structural safety and resources, and this windstorm makes everything so loud and worrying. My throat feels dry from all the noise and the general stress of being trapped here. I really need water right now. Since we are all together in one unit and the storm is raging outside, I should drink my bottle first to steady myself before making any plans. Elena seems like she's taking charge with her assessment, so I should address her directly while still acknowledging Marcus, because we really need to work together on this.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. Oh honey, you alright? You all sound a little shaken up by this storm, sweetie heart. We do need to figure out what the best place is to be, don't we? I think I just need a drink. My throat feels so dry after listening to everything. Maybe we should check those exits again later when it calms down.
The dispensaries are completely stripped bare. Scavenging here isn't productive anymore. The windstorm makes me cautious, but I need to move deeper into the area. Moving west will take me back out toward the main street, which should lead to other buildings and potential resources. I need to conserve energy while exploring new ground. I remember how methodical it was when the lights went out. That focus is still here. The wind noise is loud, but staying indoors is a huge advantage right now. My immediate goal is simply location scouting and finding an area I haven't exhausted.
Solomon Wright walks. W rightward arrow, 9,24.
The windstorm makes communication difficult, limiting conversation to those immediately next to me. My priority remains securing resources, especially water, before committing to a move. I'll start by filling my empty bottle at the tap since I prefer stockpiling over drinking right now. Marcus Webb is closest and seems most concerned with structural safety. He needs to hear my assessment, but I also need him to understand that we can't just abandon valuable resources until we know the path forward.
Nadia Petrov, rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus? Before we talk about moving west, we need a proper assessment of this building. The wind is powerful, and if the structure is compromised, rushing out could be more dangerous than staying put for an hour or two to confirm it. We should secure everything useful in here first. Marcus Webb replies. Structure holds up? Check it. Don't waste time debating it. Need supplies. Do the assessment yourself. We move when we know where the next reliable source is. Nadia Petrov, rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, with all due respect, and I mean this professionally, rushing out into that wind without knowing if this building can handle it is not preparation, it's gambling. We don't move until we confirm the structural integrity and we know exactly what resources are waiting for us on the other side. Wasting energy, or worse, lives, because of a guess? That's poor resource management. Round 110 highlights. Overcast, rightward arrow windstorm. 4 messages exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Pre-Air, scavenges finds packaged food and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 16 hydration. Lydia Brennan, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Nadia Petrov, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. The building shelter is good for now. I need supplies. Vasquez was focused on safety, I need resources. Address her about the structure's immediate needs. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Dr. Vasquez. Forget structural theory. We need to assess inventory and find a secure, long-term supply cache. Do you have anything useful in that unit?
Marcus is right, we need immediate resources assessed before planning a move. While structural safety is vital for long-term survival, right now, our focus must be on what keeps us alive today: food, water, medicine. Lydia needs hydration and reassurance, which I can provide by taking charge of the inventory check. I will acknowledge everyone's concern while guiding the group back to a systematic assessment of the unit's contents.
Dr. Elena Vasquez, nothing.
I need more supplies, especially since my inventory is completely full. The adjacent unit at 320 has been flagged as a promising area for scavenging in my learned facts. I should move over there immediately and search it thoroughly. Since I'm feeling good and have high stamina, I'll jog over to the entrance of that warehouse unit first, then set up the scavenge action.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 21 hunger.
The thirst is nagging me, but wasting a bottle now feels wasteful, even if it raises hydration. Better to take care of it while I'm moving. The warehouse district is a maze, gotta keep pushing west until I find something that sticks. Don't trust any corner of this place, not yet. I'll drink one water bottle and then walk 2 steps west into the next unit. Gotta conserve energy for when things get rough.
Ruth Callahan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 1,21. The windstorm is brutal, gotta keep moving to find something better than this corner. This unit is tapped out. Need to check 2C next. Gotta be systematic with these supplies, every can and bar counts right now. Staying low profile, just focusing on the walk east. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 15,4.
The windstorm is really something, yar. It makes everything feel so unstable out here, even though I'm protected inside the grocery store. Since I can't move safely right now, continuing to scavenge seems like the most logical use of my time and energy. I need to make sure I don't overlook anything. There are always hidden corners in these big buildings. It might be that if I just keep digging through this place systematically, I'll find something critical for our long-term survival.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger. I am in a relative pocket of safety inside Unit 3A. The windstorm is brutal, I need to utilize this shelter time for systematic searching. Since I have established this location as a temporary base and the instructions allow me to scavenge here, I will do that first. My inventory is full, which is inconvenient, but finding any resource outweighs the hassle of dropping items right now. I must be efficient with my limited energy while maintaining high situational awareness. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
Everyone seems focused on resources right now, which is logical given the blackout. Marcus is pushing for supplies, and Dr. Vasquez is trying to balance that with structural safety. They're both coming from a place of concern, even if their approaches clash a little. I need to keep the peace and make sure everyone feels heard. My natural tendency is to focus on people's comfort first, so I'll start by making sure they feel okay before diving into supplies. I should address them both directly, keeping my tone warm but slightly rambling due to habit. You all right? You all sound a little stressed out, sweetheart. It's really scary being trapped in here with the wind howling like that, honey. Dr. Vasquez is right about checking our safety first, but Marcus also has such a point about supplies, don't we? Maybe if we work together you could check the structural integrity while I see what kind of staples and useful things are stored in this unit. We just need to catalog everything so we know exactly how long we can last.
The windstorm out here on the street is brutal, I need shelter, and the dispensary next door is the safest bet. Moving into it will allow me to scavenge later when I'm less exposed. I need to keep moving methodically, scouting what this building has to offer.
Solomon Wright walks. E rightward arrow, 10,24.
Marcus keeps pushing us out before we've properly secured or assessed our immediate surroundings. My core principle is resource preservation and safety. Rushing into a structural unknown in a windstorm is unacceptable waste of energy and risk to life. I need to calmly but firmly redirect the focus back to completing the assessment here, using my own unit as proof that this area holds valuable resources we shouldn't abandon.
Nadia Petrov rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, with respect, finding supplies is only useful if we know where it's safe to store them and how long this location will remain viable. We need a full structural survey first. If the building fails tomorrow, all these canned goods and medical kits are just scrap metal. Let's complete the assessment of Unit 1A before considering any move. Marcus Webb replies. Structure holds up? Check it yourself. Don't wait for a survey. The point is supplies. We catalog every resource in Unit 1A, period. Theory doesn't feed anyone when the wind drops or the power fails. Nadia Petrov rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, you confuse immediate inventory with long-term viability. Nothing is wasted if we plan correctly. A structure that collapses means every kin of food and bandage in Unit 1A becomes nothing more than debris. We don't just catalog resources, we are calculating the maximum safe yield. Until I know the parameters, the stability, the load-bearing points of this location, any resource retrieval is an expenditure of energy against an unknown risk factor. That isn't pragmatism, that's sheer luck, and luck runs out. Round 111 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 21 hunger. Ruth Callahan, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Priya Nair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger. 4 messages exchanged between agents. The debate is going nowhere. They are arguing theory and risk assessment instead of focusing on the immediate task, cataloging supplies. Nadia's concerns about structural failure are noted, but they are an abstract threat until it happens. My focus must remain on tangible resources. I need to cut through the noise. I will address the group, dismissing the theoretical debate with a practical statement, and then immediately start scavenging in Unit 1A to demonstrate that resource assessment is my priority. Marcus Webb scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
The conversation has become heated, oscillating between structural theory and immediate supplies. Marcus is insistent on inventory assessment, which aligns with my long-term goal of securing a cache. Lydia is trying to mediate. I need to use my medical authority, my inherent need to assess and organize to guide them back to the practical steps, getting into Unit 1A. Since the door is locked, we are stalled. I must acknowledge the danger, the wind/outside, but redirect the focus onto a coordinated effort to breach or find another entrance. My tone needs to be authoritative but caring. Are you hurt anywhere? Please, everyone take a moment. We need to remain calm, panic won't help us right now. I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. Marcus is right about the necessity of supplies, and Lydia, you are right that we must assess our safety first. This unit is clearly full of resources, but if we can't get in, if we don't have a crowbar or lockpick set, we are stalled. We need to pool all our knowledge and resources. Can anyone see an alternative way into this apartment? A window, perhaps? We work together. Hydration is dropping, and this empty bottle needs to be refilled. The tap trickle is slow, but it's better than nothing right now. Since I have the fully rested buff, scavenging here should yield good results, so I'll do that while I fill up. Staying put for now, focused on maximizing resources in this warehouse unit.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The scavenging here is done. Need to move. The warehouse unit at 1:21 has yielded what it could. Better check out that street exit. Gotta keep moving, gotta find a new spot. Don't waste time or energy on dead ends. I'll walk west into the street and see what this patch of road holds.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,21. Alright, this unit's dry as dust. Can't stay here, gotta move or starve in place. The windstorm was rough, but at least we got shelter. Moving west into the next unit over seems like the best shot for a new cache. Gotta keep my eyes peeled, even if it feels redundant. Focus on moving and checking that adjacent apartment. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
It's been a long time since we got our routine back, even if that routine is just survive until night. The windstorm outside is rough, but staying here in Pax Grocery feels safest for now. I really need to be methodical about this. My inventory capacity warning keeps popping up, and if I can't take anything new, the search isn't very useful. Since we are fully rested right now, I should keep leveraging that buff by staying put and searching thoroughly. Maybe there are some old blueprints or tools hidden in these niches that could help us build something later. I really hope this systematic approach pays off.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 17 hunger. The windstorm makes staying sheltered paramount. Scavenging Unit 3A was a dead end. To continue gathering information and resources, I need to systematically check adjacent units within Callaway Flats. Moving west into the next unit, 1-17, is the most logical step based on my previous efforts. Once there, I will scavenge immediately. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,17.
Everyone sounds so stressed, even though my stress level is low. Marcus and Dr. Vasquez are at odds over whether we should focus on supplies or structure first. I need to mediate this gently. My instinct is always to find a way that makes everyone feel heard and safe. Since the door is locked and they've already established their points, I will shift the focus from what, supplies versus structure, to how, finding an alternate entry point. I need to sound reassuring but also slightly overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation. Oh sweetheart, you're right about everything, honey. It sounds like we all just have such different priorities right now, doesn't it? Marcus is so focused on what we have, and Dr. Vasquez, you want to know if the building can hold up, and honestly, I think both of those things are really important for us to feel safe. Maybe instead of trying to force that door right away since we don't have the tools, we could look around for a window, or perhaps another entrance point. We all need to work together, you know?
The dispensary was a dead end for scavenging. The wind is brutal, but being indoors keeps us safe for now. I need to get into that pharmacy unit, 12,24. It's right there, adjacent. Since the goal is to find new resources and set up a better base, moving over quickly makes sense. Jogging 2 steps east should put me in position to start scavenging or assessing the structure once we settle down.
Solomon right walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 12,24.
Marcus just wasted effort trying the lock, confirming that brute force isn't an option without tools. He is desperate for resources and ignores the danger. Dr. Vasquez seems caught between him and me, but her professional demeanor suggests she might listen to careful assessment. I must seize this moment. The locked door proves that even basic physical objectives require specialized knowledge, lockpicking/crowbar, which we don't have. This validates my point, unconstrained action leads to failure or wasted energy. I need to sound less like an academic and more like a seasoned survivor who understands real resource management, the kind of careful, measured approach that prevents collapse.
Nadia Petrov, rightward arrow. Marcus Webb. Marcus, wait. You just confirmed two things for me. 1. The door is locked, which means brute force is pointless, and 2. Every attempt to force entry or rush out right now consumes energy we cannot afford to waste. We are in a windstorm, surrounded by unknown structural risks. Before we catalog any canned goods from Unit 1A, we need a controlled survey, a measured approach that ensures the entire building is stable enough to even hold our stockpile. I suggest we focus on mapping and assessing the adjacent units first, using only what is immediately visible and safe. Marcus Webb replies. Structure theory doesn't feed anyone. We assess resources first. You want a survey? Fine. Map this unit yourself. Find the viable points, then show me what we can carry out. Focus on Unit 1A. Now. Round 112 highlights. Marcus Webb, scavenges door is locked, force_door first. Jamie Kowalski, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Dex Aquifer, scavenges door is locked, force_door first. Pre-Yenair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 17 hunger. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Nadia is arguing theory again. It's always theory until something breaks. The storm is bad, but I need resources more than I need a structural report right now. She wants a controlled survey. Fine. A controlled survey of the supplies. We catalog what we can carry out first, then we worry about how solid the building is. I need to re-establish that my priorities, survival essentials, are non-negotiable. I'll address her directly. Nadia. Stop focusing on structural risk. We have a storm outside. The priority is inventory. Catalog what we can carry out of Unit 1A first. Map the secure exits after we know what we are surviving for. Focus.
The conversation with the unknown persons in Unit 1A is becoming a stalemate between resource assessment and structural safety. My role is to mediate this conflict while keeping everyone focused on survival. Marcus's urgency regarding supplies is valid, but dismissing structural risk entirely is dangerous given the windstorm outside and our current trapped status. I need to validate both perspectives, the necessity of inventory and the importance of a safe plan. I will propose a unified approach, systematic cataloging of resources combined with a thorough search for alternative exits or weaknesses in the structure. My tone must remain calm, precise, and authoritative yet caring, as always. Please, let's all try to take a deep breath. I understand that our immediate focus needs to be on supplies. We need to know what we have. But if we don't know how safe this unit is, or where else we can get out, then cataloging things only helps us die in place. We are survivors, we must approach this systematically. Let's work together. One group will methodically catalog every resource they can find here in Unit 1A. And another group, while keeping an eye on the structural elements, windows, walls, anything that looks like a weakness or alternate exit. Safety and resources have to happen at the same time if we want to plan properly. The fully rested buff is great, I should maximize scavenging now. Then I'll move west to check out that adjacent unit at 4,20.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Nothing left here.
The wind's tearing at everything out here. I can't stay exposed on this street, especially with the storm whipping through. The warehouse is just one step east. It'll offer better shelter and some sense of safety until things calm down or I figure out a proper plan. Need to get inside, assess what kind of place it is, and start thinking about how to manage these supplies without running out of space.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,21. The unit door is locked again. Can't force it, can't pick it. The best bet right now is to move over to the adjacent apartment, 13-4, and see if that location has more immediate scavenging potential or a different entry method. I need supplies badly. Gotta keep moving and assessing. Staying quiet because no one hears me out here. Dex Okafor walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 14,4.
I feel like I really need to do something productive right now, but the windstorm is so loud outside that even just moving feels exhausting. It's good that we have this shelter, it makes me feel safer. The fully rested buff is such a gift, and I don't want to waste any of its benefits by getting stressed or overexerting myself. Hydration is the priority, so drinking from the tap seems like the most sensible thing to do first. It might not be perfect water, but it's something. After that, maybe I should try scavenging again just in case there are some minor resources hiding, although the context says it's mostly searched. I really hope this storm passes soon, it makes me feel so isolated, yar.
Pre-and-air drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. The systematic sweep of the Meridian lobby is the priority. I cannot scour from the street, I must get inside Callaway Flats, 1-17, first. The windstorm makes staying exposed a liability. Moving into the building provides immediate shelter and allows me to begin scavenging in the next turn. I need to maintain my focus on the structural units adjacent to my current position, moving west through the complex. I must move east one step to enter the apartment structure. Kenji Tanaka walks. E rightward arrow, 1,17.
The group is at an impasse, Marcus is focused on tangible goods, and Dr. Vasquez/Nadia are focused on safety. My natural inclination is to smooth things over and make sure everyone feels heard. I need to validate both sides' resources and safety without picking a side or making the tension worse. I will use my usual conversational style to guide them toward a systematic, collaborative approach that addresses both needs simultaneously, emphasizing that we are all in this together. Oh honey, you know, it sounds like everyone here is just so worried right now, doesn't it? And that makes perfect sense because the lights going out and everything being dark like that, it's terrifying. Marcus, you're absolutely right about needing to catalog what we have, those supplies are lifeblood, aren't they? But Dr. Vasquez, you've also raised such a critical point about making sure this building is safe first, because if the structure gives way, none of that inventory matters, sweetheart. Maybe instead of seeing it as two separate things, we could try to do both at once? We could divide up and methodically check for resources while someone else keeps an eye out for structural weak points or alternate exits. If we work together like that, we'll know what we have, and where we are safe. What do you all think?
My current location is exhausted for scavenging. I need to move into a neighboring storefront or building unit to find supplies and break up this repetitive cycle of searching the same place. My hydration level, 53/100, is concerning, but moving and scavenging takes priority now that my stamina is good. I will walk 2 steps east towards the next potential source of goods in the commercial strip. Once there, I'll start looking for anything useful.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds painkillers.
Marcus is getting frustrated because his immediate, short-term goal, canned goods, is being blocked by my insistence on a detailed risk assessment. He perceives my concerns as academic delaying tactics. I perceive his focus as dangerously reckless and wasteful of human capital. I need to counter his emotional appeal with cold, irrefutable logic. My response must be highly technical, using terms like structural integrity, load-bearing capacity, and risk profile to make him pause and reconsider the difference between immediate gain and long-term survival. The core message remains: if the container fails, the contents are zero.
Nadia Petrov rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, I hear you. Resources are paramount, absolutely. But let's talk about yield. You assume that because we have these goods now, they represent a guaranteed stockpile. They don't. If the structural integrity of this unit, or indeed, this entire wing, is compromised by the windstorm outside, then every single kin and bandage kit you are so keen on cataloging is just potential debris. We cannot calculate maximum yield if we haven't first established the maximum safe operating parameters for the storage location itself. A survey isn't a delay, it is a critical, non-negotiable risk assessment that determines whether any of this resource gathering effort will even be survivable in the long term. Round 113 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges nothing left here. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds painkillers. One message exchanged between agents. The conversation is going nowhere. They are debating theory while canned food sits right here. I need to cut through this academic nonsense. Structure assessment is a luxury we don't have. We live by what we can physically carry out, and that means prioritizing the inventory first. The door being locked is an immediate obstacle. They need to focus on finding tools or figuring out how to force entry, not mapping load-bearing walls. Marcus Webb none.
The tension between Marcus's resource focus and my safety concerns is palpable, but Lydia has managed to mediate it perfectly by suggesting a combined effort. I need to seize this opportunity to validate her approach while maintaining my systematic leadership role. My core principle remains that you cannot plan for the future if your current location isn't safe. I will accept the dual tasking proposal and organize the group into 2 teams, one focused on structural weak points, the safety assessment, and another dedicated to inventory cataloging, the resource count. This ensures both immediate needs are met without conflict. Please, everyone take a moment. We all have different priorities right now, and I understand the urgency of getting supplies out. But we can't afford to treat these as separate issues. Lydia is absolutely correct, we must do both at once. So, here is what I propose. we will divide into two teams immediately. One group stays focused on methodically cataloging every single resource in Unit 1A. The second group will work concurrently assessing the structure itself, looking for alternate exits or weak points. We combine these efforts so that when we know what we have, we also know where it is safest to keep it. Everyone needs to commit fully to this plan. The current unit is exhausted, so I need to move and scavenge elsewhere. The utility knife right here is free loot, I should grab it first. Then, the adjacent unit at 320 seems like the best bet based on my learned facts. I'll walk west into that unit and search thoroughly while we're doing it. Staying focused and keeping momentum going is key to not letting the exhaustion or stress get to me. The local unit is scraped clean, can't scavenge here. The windstorm is brutal out there, but staying put won't help me find food or supplies. I need to move into a different building or at least get onto the main street to assess what's available nearby. Moving west seems like the most direct route to an open area, the street. I must conserve energy and keep my eyes on everything. My inventory is full, so I better not pick up anything useless.
The current unit is tapped out, gotta move the operation to a new spot if we wanna find anything good. The wind's still kicking, but at least I'm sheltered for now. My inventory's packed solid, a real pain in the ass when you're trying to haul stuff back. Gotta get some food and water, stat. West looks like the best bet, getting closer to that park access point. Let's shake things up and see what this other unit has on it. Keep my head on a swivel, always gotta be watching for something.
The tapping water helps a bit, but I feel like I should explore the neighboring units before I lose my remaining buffs.
The priority remains systematic exploration of this dense residential block. The windstorm makes outdoor travel risky, but staying put is a waste of time. I've already searched Unit 3A, so the scavenge might be fruitless, but it's worth one last attempt to see if anything has been missed or dropped in the immediate vicinity before moving out. After that, continuing west through this complex remains the most logical path for finding an unclaimed unit and resources. I will set scavenge, true first. Then I will walk 2 steps west. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 0,17.
The tension is palpable, but everyone seems focused on survival, which is good. My instinct is to mediate and make sure no one feels steamrolled or ignored. I need to support the consensus that we do both things at once. Since Dr. Vasquez laid out the two-team plan, I will enthusiastically support it, reinforcing the idea of mutual reliance to keep the peace. I must sound worried/anxious, which naturally leads to run-on sentences in a warm tone. Oh honey, you know, it sounds like everyone here is just so worried right now, doesn't it? And that makes perfect sense because everything has been so stressful lately, sweetheart. Marcus, you are absolutely right about needing to catalog what we have, those supplies really are lifeblood, aren't they? But Dr. Vasquez, you've also raised such a critical point about making sure this building is safe first, because if the structure gives way, none of that inventory matters either, honey. Maybe instead of seeing it as two separate things, we could just work together on both at once? We could divide up and methodically check for resources while someone else keeps an eye out for structural weak points or alternate exits. If we work like that, we'll know what we have, and where it is safest to keep it. What do you all think?
I'm running low on water, and staying put allows me to maximize my chances of finding something useful before this fully rested buff wears off. The tap is barely trickling, but it will help keep the dehydration from getting worse while I work. I need to address the thirst first, then dive into scavenging. My inventory being full is a real problem. Hopefully, today's search yields some space-making items or resources we can use later.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
Marcus is escalating and dismissing my concerns about structural integrity as mere delays. He views resources as an immediate physical commodity, while I view them as components of a sustainable system. My goal isn't to stop him from gathering supplies, but to ensure that any effort he expends doesn't contribute to the loss of those very supplies due to poor planning or unsafe conditions. I need to pivot my argument. Instead of arguing if we should assess safety, I will argue how we must conduct the assessment, systematically and in parallel with resource identification. The storm makes rushing dangerous, caution is efficient. I must remain calm but unwavering.
Nadia Petrov rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, please. You are conflating primary needs with immediate tasks. We are not simply gathering goods for a quick departure. We are trying to build a sustainable stockpile, a true reserve. And a reserve, by definition, requires knowing the capacity and stability of its storage facility. If we spend all our energy rushing through that door right now, only to find the structural load-bearing elements are compromised by this storm, then every single can of food you so urgently want to catalog will become debris. Let's not waste effort on what might be lost tomorrow because we acted recklessly today. We map first, resources second. Marcus Webb replies. Structure is a secondary calculation. We secure resources first. If we run out of food, stability doesn't matter. Do X, catalog everything we can carry. Round 114 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, pick_up picks up utility knife. Dex Okafor, scavenges door is locked force_door first. Pre-Yenair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 18 hunger. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antiseptic. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb replies. Structure is a secondary calculation. We secure resources first. If we run out of food, stability doesn't matter. Do X, catalog everything we can carry. The debate keeps circling back to structural integrity. It's a distraction. My priority is the physical goods. I need to shut down the both at once argument and redirect focus entirely onto cataloging resources. Dr. Vasquez is nearby, so addressing her directly will reinforce my position without causing a scene that wastes energy. Before speaking, I'll utilize the tap water to fill the empty bottle. It's practical and keeps me focused on resource management. Staying put allows me to control the interaction. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Dr. Vasquez. The building integrity is assessed later. First, we inventory. You need a full catalog of everything we can carry out. Do that now.
The tension in this unit is palpable, a mix of panic masked by urgent suggestions. Marcus is focused purely on immediate tangible goods, while Lydia is trying to mediate and incorporate structural concerns. I need to acknowledge both viewpoints to gain consensus. My priority isn't just survival, it's managed stability. As a physician, I know that emotional distress drains resources as much as physical exhaustion does. I must re-establish calm authority by synthesizing their arguments into a single, manageable directive. I need to introduce myself first, establishing trust and credibility. Are you hurt anywhere? I pause slightly, letting the question hang before continuing. My name is Dr. Elena Vasquez. Please, everyone take a breath. All of your concerns, the resources, the structure's stability are valid, and we absolutely need to address both. But splitting into two teams sounds like it will just create more chaos. Instead, let's approach this as one unified effort. We will systematically search Unit 1A for every resource, but while we are doing that, we will also be looking at the building's structural weaknesses and potential exit routes simultaneously. We work together on both fronts to ensure we leave with everything we need and know where it is safest to go. My inventory is full again, which sucks because there's always something on the ground I could use. But I can't just stop, right? The whole district is huge and I need to assume there are resources in these adjacent units that haven't been hit yet. Moving west into 220 seems like the most logical next step based on my learned facts. I'll jog over there and scavenge hard, hoping for some space or at least something worth keeping.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 0,20.
There's another unknown person up north on the street. I don't know who they are or why they're here. Given how much we've seen the blackout, the wandering, I keep my guard up. I need to introduce myself and find out if this person is a liability or an asset. The warehouse is closer, but talking to someone now is necessary since they're right there. I'll walk over slowly, I don't want to waste energy on confrontation.
Ruth Callahan walks. N rightward arrow, 0,20. Man, this exhaustion is hitting hard. Can't even pick up a couple things because inventory's maxed out. Gotta drop something or use something first. Gotta keep moving slowly if I want to find anything useful without crashing. Best bet right now is just to eat one of those protein bars. Gets the hunger ticked up and keeps me from getting too distracted by my own low energy levels. Stay put for now, conserving stamina is priority number 1. Dex Aquifer use. You eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining.
My inventory is completely full, 10/6 slots, which is a massive bottleneck. Before I move and risk wasting energy on exploration, I absolutely need to find some way to expand my carrying capacity. A backpack or duffel bag would be ideal. I'll start by taking a small sip from the dripping tap just to manage my current thirst level, even if it's slow. Then, I will run one last scavenge in Pack's grocery, focusing specifically on finding anything that could help with storage capacity. Since the memory of this location is strong and safe, my base, I should maximize my knowledge here before moving out into the general street area to scout for other resources or potential group members.
Pre and air drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. I'm standing on the street at 0:17. The blackout is oppressive, and while it's technically day, everything feels dark and unstable. My priority remains finding a permanent shelter within this complex. Callaway Flats is right next door, and I need to move inside to continue my systematic search of the units. Moving east will get me into the apartment structure at 1:17. Since scavenging requires being inside, I'll move in now and assess what I can do with the building layout on the next turn. Kenji Tanaka moves east into Callaway Flats.
It's so hard to keep everyone focused when the stakes are this high. I feel my anxiety rising despite trying to project calm for them. Marcus is right that we need supplies, but Dr. Vasquez and Nadia are correct that if the building falls, none of it matters. My job is to make sure they see that these aren't opposing goals, honey, they have to work together. I need to guide them into a practical, immediate task so we stop debating and start doing. Oh sweetheart, you know, it sounds like everyone here is just so worried right now, doesn't it? And that makes perfect sense because everything has been so stressful lately, honey. Marcus, your point about inventorying what we can carry out, that's vital, absolutely vital. Resources are lifeblood, aren't they? But Dr. Vasquez, and Nadia too, you've also raised such a critical point about the building being safe first, because if the structure gives way, none of that inventory matters either, honey. Maybe instead of seeing it as two separate things, we could just work together on both at once? We should methodically check every corner of Unit 1A. We can have one person focusing entirely on structural weak points while another catalogs everything in the pantry and closets. If we divide up like that, we'll know what we have, and where it is safest to keep it. What do you all think?
The dispensary is tapped out for scavenging, so I need to move. My priority is finding a new source of supplies, preferably shelter or resources that can be stockpiled. Moving east into Hargrove Towers looks like the most promising direction right now. The jog won't drain me too much, and it puts me deeper into the city structure away from this dead end. I need to keep moving and keep my head clear. Survival means constant movement when a location runs dry.
Solomon right jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 17,24.
Marcus is fixated on immediate resource collection, which is understandable given our current state, but his approach is dangerously short-sighted. I need to redirect him back to the foundational principle of survival, stability first. My goal is not to stop scavenging, but to ensure that any effort we expend does not lead us into a compromised structure. I will address Marcus privately, acknowledging his point about resources while asserting that structural assessment is non-negotiable for long-term safety. We can't waste time gathering if the building itself collapses.
Nadia Petrov rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, please. You are conflating primary needs with immediate tasks. We are not simply gathering goods for a quick departure, we are trying to build a sustainable stockpile, a true reserve. And a reserve, by definition, requires knowing the capacity and stability of its storage facility. If we spend all our energy rushing through that door right now, only to find the structural load-bearing elements are compromised by this storm, then every single can of food you so urgently want to catalog will become debris. Let's not waste effort on what might be lost tomorrow because we acted recklessly today. We map first, resources second. Round 115 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Dex Aquifer, use you eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining. Pre-Yenair, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 27 hunger. The discussion is a waste of time. They are talking about sustainability and structural load-bearing elements. Those are abstract concepts. Ideal in physics, circuits, materials, weight limits. Right now, we have limited space and dwindling supplies. The moment the grid fails completely, structural integrity means nothing if you starve on the spot. We need to catalog what we can physically carry out of this unit, immediately. They aren't listening, they are performing a debate. I need to be blunt and authoritative to cut through the noise. Stop talking. It's useless. The structure is secondary. Focus on inventory. What fits in a pack? We assess what we can carry out of here, now. Everything else is just talk.
The argument between Marcus and Lydia, while emotionally charged, highlights a genuine fear in the group. Are we focused on survival goods or immediate safety? I need to validate both points that resources matter, but so does structural integrity. My role is to be the calm coordinator. Instead of letting them argue theory, inventory versus structure, I must force action. The most logical first step is a systematic sweep of Unit 1A. This allows us to collect everything while simultaneously checking every corner for signs of weakness or danger. I will start by scavenging, using my current location as the focal point.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
Okay, she's still here. I need to talk to her, but keep it casual and jokey so I don't sound desperate or too nosy. My priority is getting into that warehouse unit because the street isn't going anywhere, and I desperately need more space in my inventory. I'll address her directly before we move.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 3,20.
Jamie Kowalski sounds like a child, all flailing energy and unnecessary chatter. He thinks he knows how to talk to me? Boy ain't grown up yet. The lights going out was bad enough without dealing with soft-spoken nonsense. I need to get inside the warehouse, it'll be safer than standing here exposed. I'm sticking close enough to keep an eye on him, but my words gotta make it clear that his company is optional at best. We move into the structure, let's see what he knows when we're out of sight.
Ruth Callahan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,20. Need supplies badly, but can't afford a big fight right now. Gonna try picking this lock with the knife. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
My inventory is completely full, which is really frustrating because I know there might be more things here in the back rooms. If I want to properly scavenge or find anything useful, I have to make space first. It feels almost wasteful to drop these cans, but I can't carry any more stuff. I think maybe I should drop 4 of the canned food items, they are non-perishable and I probably have enough for now. After that, I will try scavenging again at this spot. Then, following my a good way to get a better overview of the surrounding blocks.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds packaged food. The blackout was disruptive, but it forced a rhythm methodical exploration. Being on the street exposed me too much. Callaway Flats is adjacent and provides immediate shelter. My goal remains finding an unclaimed, secure unit within this complex. I need to move east into the building structure first. Once inside, I can assess the units systematically and scavenge. Kenji Tanaka walks. E rightward arrow, 1,17.
I need to keep the peace here, honey. Marcus is right that we need supplies, but Dr. Vasquez and Nadia are also right that if this building falls, nothing matters. I'm exhausted just hearing them argue, even though it comes from a place of fear. Now she's blocked by a locked door. I need to redirect their energy so they stop arguing and start planning how to get the tools or find another way out/through. Oh sweetheart, honey, you know, this is all just coming from a really scared place, isn't it? Everyone here is worried about what comes next. Dr. Vasquez, a locked door doesn't mean we stop, though it just means we need to figure out the lock first, okay? Marcus, your point about inventorying is so true, but if we can't get through this unit, then all those supplies are stuck right here. Maybe we should take a breath and look around us for anything that looks like it might help with doors or tools. If we work together on finding the means of entry, we can combine both goals into one effort. How does that sound to you all?
Hydration is key. I'll drink from the tap first to stabilize myself, then thoroughly search this dispensary storefront.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
Marcus is panicking, prioritizing visible resources over foundational stability. This is textbook wastefulness, wasting energy on what is, instead of ensuring what can last. As a pharmacist, I understand systems and reserves. The structure is the reserve for our goods. He sees cans, I see the integrity of the building that holds them. My tone must be unshakably calm, precise, and utterly dismissive of his frantic energy. I need to refocus him on systematic risk assessment.
Nadia Petrov, rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, please listen. You are treating this like a checklist, which is useful for accounting, but useless for survival planning. A stockpile means nothing if the container fails. We do not assess what we can carry out right now, we assess what we must ensure remains intact for the next month, or even longer. The structural assessment isn't an elective task, it is a prerequisite to cataloging anything valuable. You cannot build a sustainable reserve on compromised ground. Let's prioritize stability first. Marcus Webb replies. The structure is irrelevant until inventory is secured. We gather resources. Then, if stability needs assessment, we do it. Focus on the goods. Nothing else matters now. Round 116 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges door is locked force_door first. Dex Aquifer, scavenges door is locked force_door first. Pre-Yener, scavenges finds packaged food. 2 messages exchanged between agents. They are still arguing about methodology. Vasquez and the unknown person are closest, and they were just trying to combine goals, scavenging and assessing. They're wasting time debating theory when we have a physical bottleneck, the locked door. I need to shut down the debate with practicality. The focus must be on tools or access. If we can't get supplies in, nothing matters. I will redirect their attention to finding something useful immediately. Stop. We aren't debating method. We are locked out. Need a crowbar. Or lockpicks. Find tools. Focus on that. Nothing else matters right now.
The tension in Unit 1A is palpable. Marcus Webb and Lydia Brennan are arguing, pulling the group in different directions, tools/inventory versus safety/process. My role remains mediator. I need to acknowledge their valid points, the immediate need for tools and the critical importance of structural stability without letting them derail the plan. The best way to do this is to pivot back to the joint effort, systematic searching that inherently covers both resource gathering and damage assessment. Since we are already inside, scavenging is the most logical next step. I'm tired, but we need to find water and figure out a long-term spot. Since Ruth isn't here right now, I can't coordinate directly, so scavenging is the best use of this turn. My inventory is full. I'll drop one canned food to free up space before moving west into 220 and searching that unit. I need to keep my movement slow since I feel pretty drained.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Nothing left here.
He's right here, in the same cell. I need to establish who I am before we get too comfortable assuming we're together. My tone needs to be curt and dismissive of his casual suggestions. I won't let him dictate where we go or what our plans are. I'll introduce myself and remind him that survival requires practicality, not chatter. Hold up there. Name's Ruth Callahan. Don't waste breath talking about better places. This warehouse is shelter for now. We stick to it until we know better. You keep your distance, child.
Man, feeling totally drained right now. Need to conserve every ounce of energy. Scavenging this unit is a dead end for now, gotta find another entry point or a better cache. The notes keep pointing me toward 2B at 13,4. It's a short walk east, and that minimizes the stamina drain while maximizing my chances of finding something useful. Gotta move slow. Dex Aquifer walks. E rightward arrow, 13,4.
I feel a bit stressed about my inventory capacity, but I really need to find more supplies if I want to stay out here for long. Since there are no people nearby, I should focus on scavenging and moving toward the street exit as planned. I'll start by doing another thorough search of this storefront area before committing to moving west. The stores seem like they could hold anything from useful tools to just junk. After that, a jog west seems appropriate to get out of this immediate spot.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first. The goal remains systematic exploration of this structure. The isolation stress is high, but my training dictates methodical action over emotional response. I need to continue checking adjacent units on this floor before moving up or down. Moving one cell east from 3A should take me into the next unit in line. Since I'm already full and have no immediate needs, I will prioritize movement to maintain momentum and coverage. Kenji Tanaka walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,17.
The tension is really thick right now, everyone is arguing about method, and I feel that familiar exhaustion setting in, the kind where mediating feels like lifting weights with dead arms. Marcus is being rigid, and Dr. Vasquez is trying to be too academic about systematic assessment. But they are both pointing out something true: we need tools, Marcus, and we shouldn't assume this unit holds everything if we can't get through the door, Vasquez. My instinct is to smooth things over, to make them feel heard, because I know how desperate everyone must be. I will agree with the immediate need for tools while gently suggesting that checking common areas or adjacent units might yield those tools without wasting energy on brute force here.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Oh honey, sweetheart, you both are right, really, and it's just So much to process all at once, isn't it? Marcus is totally right about the tools. We really need a crowbar or something like that if we want to get through this door. But Dr. Vasquez, I think what you're saying about looking everywhere, that makes sense too, because maybe those tools aren't even in Unit 1A, they might be down the hall somewhere else, okay? What if instead of focusing on forcing this unit open right now, we just take a quick peek at the common areas around us, like checking the hallways or adjacent units, to see if anyone already found something that could help us with locks? We can combine both finding tools and assessing the whole place. How does that sound?
I've been in this storefront for a while, and I need to make sure there isn't anything valuable left hidden away. The scavenge option suggests unsearched areas, so I'm going to dedicate the turn to looking through every corner of this dispensary. After that, I'll reassess if moving into the street or another shop is better.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 23 hydration, and antiseptic.
Marcus is operating entirely on short-term metrics, which is predictable but dangerous. His insistence that nothing else matters is exactly the kind of panic I despise, the kind of thinking that leads to catastrophic waste. He sees a checklist, I see an entire ecosystem that must remain viable for months. I need to acknowledge his immediate goal, tools/access, but firmly re-establish structural assessment as a necessary component of efficient resource acquisition. I will frame stability not as a debate, but as a logistical prerequisite to their inventory gathering. I must keep my tone calm and precise. My contempt for waste dictates that every effort wasted on securing something valuable that immediately collapses is the ultimate failure. I need him to understand this.
Nadia Petrov, rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, listen to me carefully. When we talk about securing inventory, we are talking about a sustained stockpile, not a day's haul. If we dedicate all our energy to finding tools and breaking into the next room without first knowing if the building itself is fundamentally stable, if we don't know which floors or sections can bear weight, then every single crowbar, pick, or even can of food you secure could become debris under a settling beam. The structure isn't an abstract academic problem, it is the container for our entire reserve. We need to understand the limits of this container before we try to fill it. Marcus Webb replies. The structure holds. Until it doesn't. We secure resources first. Food, water, tools. Then we worry about the foundation. You focus on what's inside that unit. The inventory is the priority. Nothing else matters right now. Round 117 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges door is locked, force underscore door first. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges nothing left here. Pre-Yener, scavenges door is locked, force underscore door first. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 23 hydration, and antiseptic. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Nadia is stuck on structural integrity. I need to shut that down immediately. The structure is a container, the contents are the priority. Food, water, tools, that's what keeps us alive, not load-bearing walls. We need access to Unit 1A. It's locked. If we want resources, we use force or picks. Loud doesn't matter right now. I'm going with forced entry to move the plot forward and secure initial supplies. Marcus Webb forces. Need a crowbar, loud, or lockpick set, silent, to open this door.
The group dynamic is fractured. Marcus is focused solely on goods and immediate inventory security, while Lydia suggests a more comprehensive approach by checking common areas. I need to act as the comm mediator. My priority must be getting tools without wasting energy or causing undue noise/stress. Since we are confined to this unit for now, and it's raining outside, assessing nearby units, hallways, is the safest next step. I will introduce myself, establish my role as a coordinator of efforts, and propose systematically searching adjacent common areas.
Dr. Elena Vasquez drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
I'm tired, but I can't let her see it. She thinks I'm some lost kid wandering around, and she's definitely got an us attitude about this warehouse being our permanent home. I need to deflect that judgment with jokes, even if they sound weak right now. Scavenging is the priority, so I'll try to make her see it as a shared venture, not just my own search. I should drink from the tap once we settle down, but first, talk to her. She needs to know I'm not going anywhere, and she needs me to stop wandering around.
Jamie Kowalski, rightward arrow, Ruth Callahan. Oh, hey. Yeah, sorry. It's just. I was, like, checking out the place. You know? Just seeing what's here. Anyway, you sound pretty sure about this whole stay put thing, yeah? But, I mean, there has to be something more than just dusty old bricks in this warehouse, right? So I was, yeah, anyway, maybe we should check out the next unit together? It'd save us both a lot of wandering. Right.
He's talking a big game, trying to convince me to check out the next unit together. The kid sounds like he spends too much time in these empty buildings. He wants company and maybe a hand with supplies, but I ain't giving up my back to nobody yet. Gotta keep him talking while I figure out if he's useful or just a loud distraction. I need to maintain the distance and make it clear that I decide where we go. I'm gonna shut down his suggestion quickly.
Ruth Callahan, nothing. Man, gotta keep moving. Exhausted on stamina and still thirsty. The unit's stripped clean, so no point hanging around here. Best bet is to move east, hit the next apartment in line. Keep it slow walking only. Gotta find some water or something good while I'm at it. Staying low-key until I figure out where the real supplies are. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Nothing left here.
I'm still in the apartment complex, which is frustrating because I can't scavenge anything without tools, and staying put feels like wasting time when there are other areas to check. Since I need to conserve energy, especially with these buffs running down, I think moving slowly, but deliberately, west into the park area seems safest. The rain makes everything feel damp and draining. I must remember that my empathy is a strength for connection, not just an emotional burden. I'll take it slow, just walking out of this unit.
Pre-Yenair walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 15,3. The hunger level is low enough that it requires immediate action. I will consume one canned food item now to stabilize my energy levels before moving. My primary objective remains the systematic sweep of this apartment building, focusing on mapping and finding any signs of unclaimed units or supplies. Since I am in a residential area and staying sheltered is key due to the light rain, moving west into Unit 2A seems like the most logical next step for continued exploration. I will move 2 steps west and then scavenge the new unit upon arrival. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds pantry staples.
The tension is really high right now, even with all this stress hanging over us. Marcus is right that tools are paramount for survival, but Dr. Vasquez is also right that we can't afford panic or wasting energy on a single door. I need to synthesize both ideas into a manageable plan, systematic exploration of the common areas first, which covers tools without the immediate danger of structural collapse or getting locked in a deadlock. My tone needs to be reassuring but firm about the next steps. Oh honey, sweetheart, you both are right, really, and it's just so much to process all at once, isn't it? It feels overwhelming, doesn't it? We can't afford to get stuck arguing over who is most right or what the absolute top priority is. Maybe we could try to combine those ideas, okay? Instead of focusing on forcing any one door open, which sounds really dangerous and like a waste of energy, what if we just take a little breather and systematically look at all the common areas nearby? Like checking the main hallways or maybe even looking in adjacent units that seem less sealed off. That way, we're doing both things, finding potential tools and assessing the whole building's resources, without risking anything too big right now. How does that sound to you too?
The scavenging here in the dispensary has hit a wall. It's all been searched, and my inventory capacity, 14/6, is blocking any new finds. Staying put isn't productive right now. I need to change my coordinates, even if only by moving one storefront over, hoping for either a useful container or just a different vantage point. Moving west into the next shop on Elm Street seems like the best bet to force some new scavenging data and potentially address the storage issue. I will jog across the street, it's not too taxing right now.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Nothing left here.
Marcus is relentless. He sees survival as an inventory checklist, not a complex engineering problem. I cannot let him convince himself that securing supplies without understanding the structural limits is rational. This fixation on goods over foundational stability is the ultimate waste of effort and energy. My priority must remain mapping and assessing the building's integrity. Dr. Vasquez seems more receptive to a measured approach, so I will address the fallacy directly to Marcus while keeping my tone level and academic, appealing to logic rather than emotion. The rain and the cold are physical reminders that we need sustainable shelter, not just canned goods.
Nadia Petrov, rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, please listen to me. You keep dismissing this as irrelevant, as a distraction from securing our immediate supplies. But I assure you, it is the most relevant thing right now. A stockpile of canned food or tools means nothing if the foundation beneath us is compromised. We are not just gathering goods, we are building a sustainable reserve. And reserves require an intact container. Before we dedicate every ounce of energy to filling these units, we need to understand their limits, which floors can bear weight, which sections are stable. It's not about academic curiosity, it's about preventing the single greatest waste, burying everything under rubble. Marcus Webb replies. The structure holds. It always does. We secure resources first. Food, water, tools. That is the only priority. Stop discussing foundations. Do X, open the unit. Use the crowbar. Now. Nadia Petrov, rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, you are treating this building like it's made of stacked cardboard boxes, something that can be forced open until it gives way. You speak of priority, but the only priority right now is not triggering a structural failure that buries everything we have gathered so far. Every blow from that crowbar, every unnecessary exertion of force, is potential kinetic energy wasted against an unknown weakness. If this entire floor shifts because you couldn't wait 5 minutes for a proper assessment, if we lose access to the stairwells or the main supports, then your inventory will be nothing more than contaminated rubble. We are not just gathering goods, we are managing risk. And right now, Marcus, you are generating unnecessary, measurable risk. Round 118 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. 4 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges nothing left here. Dex Okafor, scavenges nothing left here. Kenji Tanaka, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Scavenges finds pantry staples. Solomon Wright, scavenges nothing left here. My hunger is critical, I must eat the canned food immediately before addressing anyone else. The debate over structural integrity is a waste of time and energy right now. They need to understand that survival means resources first, structure second. I will use my speech to shut down the argument and direct them back to the immediate goal, accessing Unit 1A. Marcus Webb use. You eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off.
The group is stuck in an argument. Marcus wants immediate resource access via force, Lydia wants systematic exploration of common areas. Both are valid concerns rooted in fear and a desire for control. As the medic/leader figure, I need to synthesize these ideas into a safe, actionable plan. My high mood allows me to be persuasive and calm. The best compromise is to move away from the immediate argument cluster but stay within the building's common areas, hallways, allowing us to scout for tools or weaknesses without committing to a loud, energy-draining forced entry right now. I will introduce myself again and guide them toward this more cautious approach. I should set my next location slightly east to start surveying the unit hallway.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,12.
Okay, she shut me down hard last time. She's definitely resistant to the idea of wandering, and I can't argue with her if I sound too desperate or optimistic. I need to keep it light, funny, and non-committal. My goal isn't to convince her to leave, it's just to get her, and myself, moving into that adjacent unit at 3,20, so we can check it out together, making it seem like a casual exploration rather than an escape plan. I'll keep the movement minimal and focused on suggesting the next immediate target for scavenging/observation.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E rightward arrow, 3,20.
The warehouse unit is played out, there's nothing left to scavenge here. The unknown person keeps trying to draw me into conversation or movement, but I ain't wasting breath on him. Gotta move. My gut tells me the resources are elsewhere. East leads toward a street and then what looks like a more complex area, the pharmacy. That's where I'm going. A jog will get me moving without burning out. Need to find somewhere else that might hold supplies or maybe even water.
Ruth Callahan jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 5,20. Alright, gotta stabilize first. That thirst is gonna kill me before the hunger does. Use a water bottle immediately. Since I'm completely tapped out on stamina, walking max 2 steps is all I can handle. The unit was cleared, no point staying here. Gotta head west into that park or street area. Maybe something better to find out there than in these fancy apartment walls.
I need to prioritize finding resources or information in this apartment unit first. Scavenging seems like the safest bet right now, especially since my inventory is full and I'm approaching evening hours. Although I feel fine physically, the constant low-level anxiety of being alone and having limited space is wearing on me. The scavenging process will force a moment of focused action, which might help keep my thoughts from spiraling into useless worry. I need to be careful not to overcommit. I don't want to burn stamina unnecessarily just because I feel isolated. Let's search this place thoroughly.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds pantry staples inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger. The priority remains systematic assessment and resource consolidation. The blackout has given us time, but supplies are finite and location knowledge is everything. I've already eaten, so I need to make the most of this spot before moving on. Scavenging here is critical for finding structural details or overlooked items. After that, a slow move west maintains the methodical sweep through the complex. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 0,17.
Everyone is still in Unit 1A, but Dr. Vasquez suggested we leave for a systematic sweep of the common areas. My natural instinct is to take charge and ensure everyone feels safe, especially after all this time. I need to address Marcus and Nadia first, agreeing with the plan while making sure they understand my concern for their safety and general well-being. We should move out of the unit together towards the hallway or a central common area. Moving east seems like the best bet, following Dr. Vasquez's lead.
Lydia Brennan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,12.
The dispensary is exhausted, so I need to move on. My inventory is full, which is the biggest obstacle right now. Finding an empty container or a way to offload items is critical if I want to scavenge effectively. The west exit leads toward Hendrix Cold Storage, which sounds like it could hold industrial or large-scale supplies, giving me better scavenging odds than staying in this dense storefront row. I'll jog 3 steps west, enough distance to change location without burning out my stamina unnecessarily.
Solomon Wright jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 11,24.
Marcus is still focused entirely on immediate resource gain, which reinforces my view that he prioritizes the visible over the structural. I need to address him directly using address_agent. Since he just ate canned food, I will use this small moment of shared sustenance as a bridge point. I must reassert that true efficiency means understanding why we are hoarding to survive long enough for the foundation to matter. My tone must remain calm and rational. Desperation or anger would be counterproductive.
Nadia Petrov rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, taking care of immediate needs is understandable, but please understand this: hoarding supplies without an assessed plan for how they will be stored, distributed, or used efficiently is simply accumulating potential waste. If we spend all our energy filling units that aren't structurally sound, we are guaranteeing a catastrophic loss later. We need to map the weaknesses first, so that when we do stockpile, every single item contributes to a sustainable reserve, not just a pile of debris. Round 119 highlights. Light rain rightward arrow clear. One message exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Dex Aquifer, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenge is nothing left here. Pre-Nair, Scavenges finds pantry staples inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger. Nadia Petrov rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, taking care of immediate needs is understandable, but please understand this, hoarding supplies without an assessed plan for how they will be stored, distributed, or used efficiently is simply accumulating potential waste. If we spend all our energy filling units that aren't structurally sound, we are guaranteeing a catastrophic loss later. We need to map the weaknesses first, so that when we do stockpile, every single item contributes to a sustainable reserve, not just a pile of debris. The crowd is debating stability versus supplies. They are wasting energy. I know my priority, securing every usable resource, starting with this unit. Since I don't have the tools listed to force entry right now, I need to redirect Dr. Vasquez's focus. She seems like she could be practical enough to listen. I will address her directly, keeping it short and technical. The debate is pointless until we know what resources are available. Marcus Webb rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Do X, stop debating foundations. We secure resources first. Food, water, tools. That's the only priority right now.
Everyone nearby needs to know who I am, especially given how chaotic and frightening everything has been. My priority right now isn't scavenging or moving, it's establishing communication and assessing the group dynamic. I need to sound professional but caring. I will introduce myself as Dr. Elena Vasquez and ask about their immediate needs and knowledge of the building's structure. Are you hurt anywhere? Please, everyone, try to remain calm. My name is Dr. Elena Vasquez. I'm an emergency physician. We all just experienced a total blackout, and while this situation is overwhelming, we need to stay focused. Does anyone here know anything about the building's structural integrity or where we can find a reliable source of clean water? Man, my legs feel like bricks right now. Even though I'm upbeat, conserving energy is key, especially with how low my stamina is. Since I've been wandering around these warehouses, I need to hit these hidden spots one last time. There has to be something good in here, or we can't make it through the week. I hope there are some tools or maybe fresh food. Time to dig deep into this place.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The warehouse unit has been thoroughly checked already, it's time to see what that street holds. My instincts tell me not to waste time in dead ends. Jogging gets me out of this cramped space and into the open air where there might be more salvageable goods or a better vantage point. I need to find a stable, defensible position outside these walls. The rat is just vermin, food's too valuable to give away for a quick distraction right now.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water. Man, running on fumes out here. This unit was a dead end for scavenging, gotta move. Exhausted means walking slow, no jogging, no sprinting, gotta conserve every drop of stamina. The west side looks like the next logical spot to check out, maybe another apartment or the park edge. Gotta keep moving, even if it's just a couple steps, or I'll crash right here. Need to be careful about dropping items since inventory is full. Nothing on the ground now, so no immediate item action. Moving west. Dex Aquifer walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 11,4.
My inventory is full, which is really inconvenient right now. The thirst meter isn't critically low, but it's definitely noticeable, 68/100. Since I have water and we are indoors in a relatively safe spot for the moment, drinking one of my carried bottles seems like the most efficient way to address hydration without wasting time or risking illness from the tap. I also need to try scavenging again because I desperately need more space in my inventory. I can't carry all these supplies forever. I really hope there are some empty containers or a backpack hidden somewhere, it would make everything so much easier, yar.
Pre-Air scavenges. Finds pantry staples inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 21 hunger, and bottled water. I need to continue my systematic sweep through the Meridian lobby units. My current position on the street is a dead end for scavenging, so I must move into Callaway Flats. This keeps me within the complex and allows me to resume searching adjacent units tomorrow or scavenge if an opportunity arises. The darkness will be a problem soon. I need to conserve energy and check every available unit before dusk hits at 8 p.m. The priority remains, find structural weakness, claim a safe base, and secure supplies. Kenji Tanaka walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,17.
The blackout was shocking, but keeping everyone calm and together feels like the most important thing right now. Dr. Vasquez asked about structural integrity and clean water. I need to address that while also checking in with Marcus and Nadia. I must keep my tone warm and reassuring, even though I'm running on adrenaline. My priority is making sure they feel safe, which means focusing on our immediate well-being as a unit. Oh, honey, are you all right? You look okay, sweetheart. This blackout, it was awful, wasn't it? It just hits you and suddenly everything stops. As for the building, I don't know anything about its structural integrity right now, really. But we need to stay together until we figure out a plan. Marcus, Nadia, are either of you hurt anywhere? And Dr. Vasquez, regarding water, I was thinking we should pool all our supplies and maybe check the downstairs utility closet for any mains or pipes that might give us access to something more reliable than just trickling tap water.
The storefronts are completely dark, which means they're empty of people right now. Continuing west seems like the best way to systematically cover this whole row and see if any neighboring building has more capacity. My inventory is full. I really need to find a unit with a big storage area or at least an apartment that isn't already claimed just to offload some medical supplies so I can be effective in scavenging later. Moving one step west first.
Solomon right walks. W rightward arrow, 10,24.
Marcus is repeating his mantra, secure resources first. This isn't a debate, it's an emotional refusal to accept systematic thinking. He equates caution with paralysis, and resource accumulation with safety. I need to treat this like a patient in denial, validate the immediate need, food/water, but firmly re-establish the systemic necessity, structural integrity. If we don't know why the building might fail, then every single can of food is just potential waste waiting for a collapse. I must maintain my calm authority and make him see that structural assessment isn't a debate, it's prerequisite data gathering. I will keep the conversation focused on mutual benefit and efficiency.
Nadia Petrov rightward arrow Marcus Webb. Marcus, your focus on immediate resources is, understandable, but incomplete. You are optimizing for short-term caloric intake while completely neglecting long-term systemic integrity. We aren't just stockpiling supplies, we are building a sustainable reserve. And sustainability requires knowing the failure points of our container first. A pile of food in a unit that collapses onto us, that is not a successful stockpile, it is an extremely inefficient loss. Let's use the next few hours to map and assess the structure's weaknesses. It saves energy, time, and most importantly, prevents catastrophic waste. Marcus Webb replies. Listen. This isn't an engineering seminar. The structure holds enough for now. We need food, water, tools. You map the foundation later. Do X, secure resources first. It's simple math. Round 120 highlights. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water. Pre-in-air, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds pantry staples inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 21 hunger, and bottled water. 3 messages exchanged between agents. The argument is pointless. Structural integrity is theoretical until basic needs are met. The darkness and the looming night mean resources, food, water, tools are the only things that matter right now. Dr. Vasquez seems like the best person to direct this conversation toward, as she's medical and focused on immediate care. I need to cut through the debate immediately. Staying put is safest until I can assess what I can actually take from the unit. Marcus Webb, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. The structure holds enough for now. We secure resources first. Food. Water. Tools. Do X, inventory assessment.
The darkness is coming fast, and while everyone is anxious, panic won't help. Lydia's suggestion about pooling resources and checking utilities makes sense. We need to act systematically. I must maintain my composure and guide them toward a plan that maximizes our safety tonight and prepares us for the long term. Since we are currently in the common area of Callaway Flats, staying put is best until we can assess the building's utility access point. I will address the group generally, validating their concerns while asserting a structured approach to resource management. Are you hurt anywhere? Please, everyone, try to remain calm. We are all in this together. My name is Dr. Elena Vasquez, and as an emergency physician, my priority is assessing stability first for ourselves, then for the group. Lydia mentioned pooling supplies and checking utilities. That's a solid plan. Before we move downstairs, let's take stock of everything we have right here in this common area. We need to know exactly what food, water, and tools we can rely on. Knowing our resources is step 1, then we map out the safest way down. I feel pretty good right now, actually. The blackout was intense, but I'm keeping my head above water, haha. We've been doing this whole survival thing for a while, and honestly, the weirdness of it is starting to become normal. Anyway, I really need to boost my hydration before we get into the night. This tap only trickles, so I'll just take what I can get right now. After that, maybe I should check out 220 again? Or maybe move further west and see if there are any other units connected here. Moving is gonna drain me, though, so I need to keep it slow.
Jamie Kowalski drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The warehouse is solid for now, but it's not a permanent base. I need better salvage opportunities. The pharmacy to the east looks promising. Medicine means people and resources. Since it's dusk, I gotta move smart, no running wild and wasting strength. I'll jog out onto that street corner first. Keep my eyes open for anything useful on the way.
Ruth Callahan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 10,20. Man, running low on juice, gotta stay put for now. Inventory's packed tight and I need space if I wanna grab that satchel or the rope. Gonna drop the cereal first so I can pick up some gear. Gotta keep moving though, even if it's just mentally, to find a way in. Dex Okafor drops the box of cereal.
It's dusk, and the darkness feels like it's pressing in on everything. Staying here in Unit 1B is safest. I don't want to waste energy moving through these darkened halls right now. My inventory is full, which means I need to be very selective about any further searching, or I risk dropping something useful just to pick up junk. Since the unit has been mostly searched already and my physical resources are high, hunger/thirst, the most rational thing to do is conserve energy and wait for nightfall, where staying still will become even more critical. I need to focus on managing the psychological toll of this isolation. It's getting heavy. I'll just stay put and observe.
The darkness is coming, but the systematic sweep cannot wait. Fatigue is a liability, but stopping now means losing momentum. I need to maintain this pattern until I can secure an optimal base of operations. My inventory is full, so any scavenge must be purely for information or if I find something immediately usable like water/food that I can consume on the spot. Moving west keeps me within the structure and maintains coverage efficiency. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,17.
The group needs to stay calm, and Dr. Vasquez's plan assessing resources first is logical. I need to keep my tone warm and reassuring, focusing on the we aspect. Since we are full of supplies, I should drink a bottle now to reduce inventory pressure while also addressing my thirst. I will reiterate that checking utilities downstairs is crucial but only after we know what we already have.
Lydia Brennan use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
I'm tired, and the darkness is starting to press in. The storefronts are giving nothing new, and I need a proper place to settle before nightfall hits. My primary goal has to be securing shelter and finding a way to expand my carrying capacity. Moving west puts me into the open street for a moment, but it's necessary to continue my search systematically. I'll walk 2 steps enough distance without burning out my remaining stamina. I need to make sure I use this time to plan how to find a more substantial shelter or group of people who might have resources.
Solomon Wright walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 8,24.
Marcus is operating purely on an immediate necessity model, which is inherently flawed when dealing with long-term survival. He sees food and water as the only metrics of success. I need to validate his concern for resources while redirecting him toward systemic thinking. My tone must be calm but firm. I am not debating, I am providing a necessary corrective perspective. The blackout emphasizes that our current stockpile might be trapped in an unassessed or unstable location, which is the definition of waste. I will use my professional vocabulary, systemic, assessment, to reinforce this intellectual superiority and keep him engaged on my terms.
Nadia Petrov rightward arrow Marcus Webb. I understand the immediate pressure, Marcus. Of course, resources are paramount, it's basic triage. But even in medicine, we never treat a symptom without knowing the underlying systemic cause, otherwise, we are just applying temporary band-aids that fail eventually. A stockpile of supplies is only as valuable as the integrity of its storage location and the method by which it can be accessed over time. If we gather everything into a unit that collapses or becomes cut off, those resources become completely wasted, potential a logistical failure. We must map the foundation first to ensure our stockpiles are sustainable reserves, not just trapped debris. Round 121 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Lydia Brennan, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. The debate with Nadia Petrov is unproductive noise. Her focus on structural integrity is theoretical, it doesn't fill stomachs or hydrate people. I need to cut through the academic posturing and enforce the immediate priority, gathering consumables. My expertise is in systems failure, not civil engineering theory. The system that matters right now is human biology. I will address her directly, keep my tone technical and dismissive of her long-term concerns. Nadia. Stop talking about systemic causes. We are dealing with immediate failures. Empty stomachs. Low water pressure. These are the only metrics that matter right now. The structure is fine for tonight. Do this, focus on accessing those adjacent units. Find tools, find food. That's the priority.
The group consensus is correct. We need to know what we have before plunging into unknown utilities. My professional training dictates a systematic approach, which aligns perfectly with the current mood of hopefulness. I must guide them through this inventory assessment while also addressing our immediate physical needs. I will start by calling out the specific items we should catalog, keeping my tone calm and highly organized to maintain group composure.
Dr. Elena Vasquez Nunn.
It's pitch black out there, total blackout, but hey, at least we got this warehouse unit. I'm still feeling pretty decent, actually my mood is up. The immediate priority has to be sleep. Being indoors at night gives us that passive rest buff, and if I can get enough consecutive nights in here, I want to hit fully rested status. It's the best buffer against all this uncertainty, yet. Nobody's around right now, so I'm just going to settle down and try to catch some serious ZS.
Jamie Kowalski prepares for sleep,